Want to speak real Spanish from your very first lesson? Get instant access with your free lifetime account at LangAdvance.com.
Hello and welcome. My name is Hugo. I'm a native Spanish speaker and I will be your instructor during this course. The way this course is structured is that we begin from the beginner level and from there we move on to the elementary, intermediate, upper intermediate, and advanced levels. So we basically build up from what we learned in the beginning, and from there we go to the more advanced levels. And the way the course is made is that we start by learning the vocabulary, such as el hombre, the man, la mujer, el niño, la niña. And then we also have a practice section where I will add some sentences, some phrases in Spanish. And in this section we have pictures. We also have the Spanish phrase, and we also have the English translation. I also included a notes section where we will have anything that we learned in this section or previous lessons that are relevant to what we want to learn. I also included the conjugations because conjugations can be a little complicated in the beginning, so having them for reference at any moment is always good to have. And I also added another notes section for extra practice and anything you want to know, anything that's related to what we want to learn, it's going to be there. And this course also includes a Quizlet, and you can find it by going here and clicking on Lecture Resources, and it will take you straight into the Quizlet. So the Quizlet includes tons of flashcards in English and Spanish, there are pictures into them, and I also included the audio. For example, this one, my name is... Mi nombre es. So all of them have audio.
Adiós.
So
Adiós.
there's probably thousands of flashcards in this course, and it also includes a practice section. So there are different modes. You can study the flashcards, you can click on learn, write, spell, you can get tests. So for example, if we click on learn, we will get some extra practice, some multiple choice questions. So here we have purple, and we can listen to the audio.
Morado.
And then we look for the answer, morado. Black. So we can click on the audio.
Negro.
And then we can look for it. And this is also available on iOS and Android devices. And it actually works quite fine as well. So for example, here we have a man, we can just click, un hombre, and we have the same features basically, the flashcard, the read, the write section. For example, the write section, we can actually use speech for it, so you can actually practice your spoken Spanish as well. You can use the lesson to learn the concepts, learn the words, and then you can play around and practice yourself. For example, men, and we can actually click right here, and we'll be able to get the audio section. For example, right here, los hombres. And there you go, we actually have the audio section to it. I will teach you how to get all of these features. So feel free to join the course. It's a very comprehensive, it's a very well-packed course. And if you're interested in improving your Spanish, going from a beginner level to an advanced level, then I think this is a perfect course for you. So yes, thanks for watching and feel free to join the course. I recommend combining this course together with some other tips and tricks to learn Spanish better. So my first recommendation is to look for music in Spanish. And the reason for this is because music is repetitive. So you listen to a song once, then again and again, and the words are going to start to get stuck on your head. And as you take this course, you will start to identify some of the words you learn on this course together with words that you hear in music. So my recommendation is to go over to Google and then just search for some Spanish music. For example, you can search for the best Spanish music of 2022, maybe 2011, 2009. I kind of like the 2009 music, so I can look for it. And here we do have some of the best songs. And you can always go through these websites, for example, the Billboard website or this one's from Spain. But you can also look for example, for the best Spanish music from Mexico or from other countries. And another way you can do this is that you can search for las mejores canciones. And this way, you're actually searching in Spanish, and you will get a lot of results, basically, of the best Spanish songs. And you can also click on these YouTube videos because they have some of the best songs of the year. And my other recommendation, for example, is that once you find the song that you like, let's go for a random one. Let's go for this one, Plan A. What I like to do is that I like to modify this, and I can click on letra right here. So this way you can listen to the song while also reading the lyrics. And another thing you can do is that you can always click here on translate to English if you want. And now you get the English on the top and the Spanish on the bottom. So this can be very useful because you will listen to the song in Spanish, and on the top you will start to see the words. For example, quiero, I want. Saber, to know. What, qué. I am, soy. To you, para ti. So this way it's very easy to start to identify the words. But the Spanish word order might not be the same with all of the English words. For example, here I have I am, and this is not que. So keep that in mind that it's not going to be the exact same word order. Some words might come later, others might come before. And my other recommendation is to look for Spanish movies with the English subtitles. And this always helps me a lot when I start to learn new languages. And even if you don't understand what they're saying, it's also good to just let the movies run, just keep it in the background, so that you can just listen to Spanish, listen to how people in the movies have conversations. So this will also allow you to understand better how the language sounds, how the language speed is. And after a while, you will start to be able to imitate the way that they speak. And as you progress, you will start to understand more words. And for this, you can of course use Netflix to look for some Spanish movies, and you can also check them out on Google. For example, you can search for the top Spanish movies, and you will get a lot of recommendations right here, and then you can use whatever website you use to look for movies, like Netflix, or I don't know if you use Google for them. And another thing you can do is that you can also change them, for example, to top Mexico movies, because if you click on Spanish, you might get a lot of them from Spain. Or you can also write top Spanish language movies, and you will get some more options. And another thing you can write is, for example, top telenovelas. And these ones are like Mexican movie dramas. And from here you can just go over into the websites. Here we have the top 20. And some of these ones can be very addicting, however. They can be kind of like the Korean dramas. Not exactly like Korean dramas, but you might get a little bit addicted to them. And another thing is that if you like some English TV shows, for example, The Simpsons, you can also find them in Spanish. For example, The Simpsons would be Los Simpsons, and you basically have the exact same show, but they're actually speaking Spanish. And it's interesting because The Simpsons are actually much more funny in Spanish than they are in English. And I think it's because the audio just makes them much more funny. Another thing that you can do is that you can also look for books in Spanish. For example, if you go over to Amazon, you can search for like Harry Potter, and then you can type Español, and you can type for Kindle if you want it for Kindle, and you will get a lot of results right here. For example, here we have the Philosopher's Stone, the complete collection from book 1 to 7, all in Spanish, and you can basically click on them, and you can download them to your Kindle. And you can also get the audiobook in Spanish. So I recommend maybe getting the book in Spanish and the audiobook in Spanish, or even start to mixing them. For example, the book in Spanish and the audiobook in English, or the book in English and the audiobook in Spanish. So it depends on what level you're in. And this is actually something that I really like to do when I learn languages. And if you don't know the name, for example, for some shows, you can always go, for example, to Wikipedia. Let's say, for example, we can try The Simpsons again. You can just type it. So you look for it, and here where you have the languages, you can select Español, and you will get the name in Spanish. So if you don't know the name of a TV show or the name of a book in Spanish, you can always go to Wikipedia and then change the language right here, and you will get the information in Spanish. So that's usually what I do to try to find the name of a TV show or a book in another language. And another recommendation I have is to look for podcasts or radio shows in Spanish. And the reason for this is because the conversations that people have are more natural, are more like the actual one-on-one conversations that people will have in their everyday lives compared to, for example, to movie conversations. And this one will also allow you to better understand how the language sounds, and you will start to be able to imitate how the people speak. And for this, you can go over to the Apple Podcasts or to Google Podcasts, and you can search, for example, for podcasts en español, and you will get a few of the Spanish podcasts right here. For example, TED Talks in Spanish, some Money Talks, Stoicism. You also have like CNN in Spanish, and you basically have a ton of resources right here for podcasts. And you can also type, for example, podcasts mexicanos, Mexican podcasts, and you will get a lot of them as well. But one thing that I don't want you to write is, for example, Spanish, and then type it, because you're just going to get some podcasts on how to learn Spanish. So I basically recommend getting podcasts that are basically made by Spanish people having Spanish normal conversations that are not designed to teach you Spanish, but are basically people having conversations by themselves. So it's up to you. You can look for Spanish podcasts to learn Spanish, or you can have normal podcasts with people that speak Spanish having everyday life conversations that are not related to just learning Spanish, but actual like radio podcasts. So my recommendation is to mix these tips and tricks together with the course. So instead of just getting all the vocabulary from the course, you can also have fun with the language and watch some movies, listen to some music in Spanish. So basically have fun with the language. If you have a Mac computer, this is how you add a Spanish keyboard with the dictation feature. So the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to go over to our system settings. And from here, we're going to go down to where it says keyboard. So here we have two parts. The first one is the text input, and the second one is the dictation feature. So I'm going to go over to text input, and I'm going to edit. And here we have our keywords. So I have two Chinese keywords and one English keyword. So now I'm just going to click on the plus symbol right here. And now I'm going to look for a Spanish keyboard. So I scroll over to the letter S. And I recommend selecting this one, the Latin American keyboard. And now I just click on add. And here we go, we now have a Latin American keyboard. So now I can click on done. And the way you activate it is up here. I like to select this one. Press the glove key 2. And I select this one, change the input source. So I click on it, and now every time I press on the glove key, I can switch between keyboards. So the glove key is basically this one, kind of like the function key. So I'm gonna select this one, Latin American, and our keyboard has now changed. So next to the letter L, we have the ñ, which is basically the N with the line on the top. So if we press on it, we get the letter ñ. And we also have some extra keys, for example, the accent key. So next to the letter P, if we click on it and then we select a word, for example, the O, we get the accents. So you can basically do this with your own keyboard as well. Click and then A, then accent key E. And the next thing I want to do is that I also want to add the dictation feature. And for this, I can go over here to the dictation part, and I'm going to click on customize. And now I'm just going to look for Spanish. And this one, the Latin American Spanish. And then I click on OK. And we also need a shortcut. So for this one, you can either press this one, which is the microphone key, or you can press the globe key twice, or you can basically customize it. And I'm going to leave it right here. Press the microphone key. So now if I go over here, I can press on the microphone key, which is F5 on my computer. And here we have English, so we have to switch over to Spanish. And now let's try it again. F5. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Me llamo Hugo. And it works. So you can also do it this way if you want to type Spanish, but you just want to speak. So let's try it out with our Quizlet. So I'm going to select this one, the basic greetings and phrases. So here I have some phrases, and I'm going to click on learn. And then I'm going to click on this one. Click here for write mode. And this one, excuse me. And now I can click on F5. Disculpe. Then answer. And it works. And the next one. Adios. And answer. And it works. So there is also something that you can do. You can either type it, or you can use the dictation feature to have it write it for you, to have the computer just write it for you. So both are quite useful. How to add a Spanish keyboard with dictation on Windows. So we're gonna add a Spanish keyboard onto our computers that also has the speech to text feature, which means that whatever you speak, it will actually convert it to text. So this will be very helpful to practice our spoken Spanish, and it also works quite well when we combine it with our Quizlet. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is that we're gonna go to our Windows key, to our Start button, and we will go into Settings right here. And then we will go here to Time and Language. Then we will go over here on the left side and we'll click on Languages. And then we will scroll down to Preferred Languages and we're going to click on Add a Language. And we're going to type Spanish. And here we actually get many types of Spanish keyboards, and the ones we actually want are either the Spanish from Mexico or the Spanish from Spain. And the reason for that is that these are the only two that allow text-to-speech and speech recognition. So this only works with Mexican Spanish and Spanish from Spain. So I'm going to click on the Spanish from Mexico, and then next. And it might actually ask you to install a few things, like, for example, this one. It will ask you to install the text-to-speech, maybe the handwriting, and a language pack. So then we click on Install, and we wait for it to install. Okay, so once it's installed, we're going to give it a try. So in order to get the keyboard you want, you have to go down here to our toolbar, and you get some letters right here. I have EN for English, or you can have whatever language you have. And we're going to select Spanish. Another way to do this is by pressing the Windows key and the spacebar. And you can keep on pressing the spacebar and select whatever keyboard you want. So I have the English one, and I can switch over to Spanish here. So let's look at the on-screen keyboard. Here we have the current keyboard, which is Spanish, and we can see we actually have the letter ñ. If we go back to the English keyboard, here we go. We have the English keyboard. Russian keyboard, it's in Russian. So let's go for the Spanish keyboard. So let's give it a try. Let's open the notepad. And what I wanted to show you is that if you click on the Windows key and you leave it pressed, and then you click on the H key, it brings this up, which is the speech to text feature. So let's try it. Let's click on the microphone. Hola, me llamo Hugo y hablo español. And there we go. We have the speech to text feature. So whatever you speak, it will write it for you. But keep in mind that you could struggle a little bit more using this one in comparison with the other devices. If we go down to our Quizlet and let's click on Write. Okay, then we can either click back on the microphone over here, or we can click on the Windows key and H to close it. Then we click on Windows key and H one more time to reopen it. Un niño. Then the Shift key to stop, and then answer. Okay, let's try it one more time. Let's click on the writing bar, then the Windows key and H. El niño salta. Then we press on the shift key to stop, then answer. So this will be very helpful when practicing your Spanish with our Quizlet. However, as I said, the one from Microsoft might not be fully accurate compared to the other devices, but it will still be helpful. Now we're going to add a Spanish keyboard into an Android device. So here I have my phone, and the first thing we're gonna do is that we're gonna go over to the Google Play Store and we're going to search for Gboard. Right here, Gboard. So Gboard is basically a keyboard from Google, and it has a lot of options. For example, you have access to tons of languages. So in my opinion, this is one of the best keyboards out there for Android devices. So now we're just going to install it, and I already have it installed. So now I'm just going to click on Open. So the first one is to select Gboard in your language and input settings. So for that, we're going to go over to our settings. Right here, it's the settings menu. And now we're going to scroll down to General Management. And from here, we have this one, which is the keyboard list and default. So I'm going to click on this one, and here we have all of our keyboards. So here we have the default keyboard, which for me is the Google Pinyin input. But here you have the other options, and you can turn them on or off. So now here we have the Gboard, and if yours is off, make sure you click and turn it on. And from here, you can just click on Gboard, and it brings you to the other settings. So now you can go over to languages, and from here you can just click on Add a Keyboard. And then you're just going to search and type Spanish. And you can click on this one, Spanish from Latin America. And here we have different options. If you want the QWERTY keyboard with the ñ, which is the N with the line on the top, or if you wanted handwriting, you can actually select both, where you can actually handwrite. And you can also select this one, which is like the normal American keyboard without the ñ. But I'm just going to select the first one, QWERTY keyboard with the ñ. And you can also select other options, for example, if you want the languages to be there. So I'm just going to deselect these ones and just have a normal Spanish keyboard. And now I'm just going to click on Done. And there we go. We now have the Spanish keyboard added. So now if we go back to our Quizlet, we can click on Learn. And I'm going to select this one. Type here for the writing mode. Okay, so here we have our first word, which is excuse me. So now I'm just going to click on here. And if you click on the globe right here in the bottom section and you hold it, you get access to your other keyboards. For example, the Samsung keyboard or the Google Voice typing keyboard. And I'm going to select this one, the Gboard keyboard. And then I'm going to click on this once again and hold it. And we get access to our other languages. So now we can scroll down and look for this one, Spanish from Latin America. And we can select it. And now we can type in Spanish. So you can see that we have a new key right here, which is the ñ. So now we can type excuse me passing through, and we can just type it. Con permiso. And then we can click on answer, and this one was correct. And let's try one more. Here we have hola, but I want to show you one other thing, which is that you can also type the accents. For example, if you press the letter O and you hold it, you get access to these ones, the accent keys. So I can select this one, or the letter E, I click on it, I hold it, and I can click on the accents. So this is very simple. So now we can just type hola and answer. And here we have one other example. Here we have good afternoon, and you can also use the speech dictation feature. So for that, we press on the microphone key right here. We press on it. Buenas tardes. Then answer. And correct. So whenever you make a question in Spanish, you have to write the question marks the opposite way in the beginning. So for this, you can click here, and then you hold the question mark, and you get the opposite mark. So we can click on it, and this one, ¿Cómo estás? So for this, we can also use the dictation feature. Let's click on this. ¿Cómo estás? And now we close it by clicking this one. Then answer. And there you go, it was correct. So this is also how you can use the Spanish keyboard and how you can also use the dictation feature to practice speaking Spanish while using the Quizlet. Now we're going to add a Spanish keyboard with the speech dictation feature on an iOS, iPhone, or iPad device. So the first thing we're gonna do is that we're gonna go over to our settings, and from here we're gonna scroll over to General, and then we're gonna go down here to where it says Keyboard. And here we have on the top side the keyboards that we have. So now I have two. So I'm gonna click on them. I have the English keyboard and the emoji keyboard. So now I'm gonna click on Add a new keyboard, and I'm going to search for Spanish. And then I'm gonna select the Spanish from Latin America. Okay, and if we click on it, we have the other options. For example, if you want it to be a QWERTY keyboard, AZERTY, or QWERTZ. So this basically means that in some countries, like in Europe, the Z is actually a Y key. So you can select the one that makes your keyboard more comfortable, but I'm gonna leave it at the normal one, the Spanish keyboard. And then we're going to try it out. So I'm gonna go over to our Quizlet, and now I'm gonna click on the learning option, and I'm gonna select this one. Tap here for the writing mode. And here we go. My name is. And for this one, we can start typing in Spanish. But the first thing we're gonna do is that we're gonna click on this globe key, and we're gonna hold it, and now we can select the keyboard that we want. So I'm gonna select this one, the Spanish keyboard, Español. Or we can just tap on it a few times. So this basically switches between the English keyboard to the Spanish keyboard, and I think the emoji keyboard too. Oh, the emoji keyboard is on the top. Okay, so I'm gonna select Spanish. So we can either type it normally, like mi nombre es, then answer it. Or the other thing that we can do is that we can use the dictation feature. So here we have you're welcome. So now I'm gonna click on this one, which is the microphone key on the bottom, and it's going to add the dictation feature. So now I'm gonna click on this one, enable dictation, and then I'm gonna click on the globe so I can select the Spanish one. So you click on the globe in the left corner, and I'm gonna select Español, de nada, and it starts typing it for you. Oh, and that too. So let's try it one more time. We put our keyboard right here, then we click on the microphone, de nada. Then we click on answer. Correct. So. Let's try one more time. Más o menos. Then answer and correct. So here we have the normal Spanish keyboard, and then we have the dictation feature. And if you hold it, you can select what dictation do you want. If you want the English dictation, or do you want the Spanish dictation. So that's basically how you get the Spanish keyboard on an Apple device. This course also has an access to a Quizlet with all of the vocabulary that we have learned. And the way you find this Quizlet is by looking for the lesson you want. For example, this one, basic greetings and phrases. And then we click here where it says resources. And here we get the link, the Quizlet link. So we just click on it, and it will take us straight over to the Quizlet for that particular section. However, if you're using an iPhone, you have to click on the three little dots on top of the video. So you select the video that you want, then you click on the three little dots, and here we have the option which is called Lecture Resources, and we click on it, and here we have the link. So we then just click on the link, and it will take us straight to the website, to the Quizlet webpage. If you're using an iPad, it's a little bit more tricky. So you select the lesson that you want, and then you have to hold and click on the name of the lesson, and you will get the other options. You can either download it, mark as complete, or you can click on this one, Resources for Lecture, and here we have the course resources. So now we just click on it, and it will take us over to the Quizlet for that lesson. On the Quizlet, we have access to all of the things that we have learned, and we have different types of activities. For example, we have the flashcard option, which is basically like flashcards, and you can also listen to the audio. We just click here.
Hola.
We can also flip it. Let's click here, and it flips. Hola. And the next one, how is it going? We can just click here, and we have the audio. So this is the flashcards option. And we also have this one, which is the learning function. And the learning function is basically a way to memorize it. So you can click on a quick study, then we continue it. And let's continue. And here we have hola, hello. And you can just click if you know it or you don't know it. And another option right here, if we click on the options, we have different forms. For example, we have the spelling form. So if I click on it, you type what you hear. So let's listen to it.
¿Cómo se llama?
¿Cómo se llama? So we start by putting the marks. Okay. ¿Cómo se llama? And we close it and enter. And good.
Gracias.
And we can also use the dictation feature. Gracias. And enter.
Chao.
Ciao. Oh, this one we use the letter U. Ciao. Okay, correct.
¿Cómo está?
¿Cómo está? So let's open the question marks. Then let's put the dictation feature. ¿Cómo está? And then we close it. And correct. So I really like this feature, which is the spelling feature, because you can type what you hear. So you can either practice your typing or you can also practice your speaking. And it's also very nice because I managed to figure out how to get a speaking part also included into this course. So I kind of like this idea. And let's try a different one. Let's go back to the learning mode and then we click on the options. And we also have the writing option. My name is, or I call myself. So this one, you don't have the sound coming before. You basically just type it straight from your head. My name is, let's see. Me llamo. And then enter, and correct. Let's try a different one. Bad. Mal. And enter. So this is a very good way to practice your writing or your speaking abilities. And from here you can just change some of the options. If you want to answer with Spanish or answer with English, if you want the audio or no audio. So let's go back. Another activity is the testing activity. So you can have like your own test right here. Is this true or false? Until tomorrow. See you tomorrow. That's true. My name is true. Great. Good morning. Oh, this one is wrong. False. And until later. See you later. And you select the one you think it is. And you can also change the options. So if you want written options, matching, multiple choice, true or false, you want the images. So if you only want the written, for example, you can select it and create a new test. And all of them are going to be written. So you can modify them however you want. And you can also click here to print the test. And another thing that people have asked me about is that they want to get all of the course material into a PDF so they can print it out and they can study it by themselves. And you can also do this here with Quizlet. So you select the lecture that you want. For example, let's say that I go back and I'm in like lecture number 50 about places. So I can click on it. And now if you go over here to the three little dots, we can click on them and we can click on print. And it will take us over to the printing section. And from here you can also select the layout that you want. You want it like a table, you want it like medium size, you want it like a glossary, you want it to flip the terms and definitions. So you can kind of like modify it a little bit. And from there you can just print it or you can download it. So if I click on download, I can just save it. And there you go. We now have a PDF with our class material. So this can also be very helpful because some people have asked me that they want to have like a physical copy. And you can totally do it too right here. And if you're using the Quizlet on your phone or on your iPad, it's also a little bit more fun because you can use the learning function, and
Hola.
then I go over to the settings and I'm gonna select the spelling function. And now I type what I hear. Let's see.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas? So let's put the marks. Then we can use the dictation feature. So I can click on this. Oh, I'm using the English one. I have to switch over to the Spanish. Okay. ¿Cómo te llamas? And there we go. We now close the marks and correct. Good.
Bien.
Bien. And good. And this one.
Disculpe.
Disculpe. Let's try one more time. Disculpe. So you can practice speaking if you're using your phone or your iPad or your computer, and this can be very helpful. So my recommendation is to play around a little bit with the Quizlet functions. For example, there's many different types. You have flashcards, you have tests, you have a matching game where you basically match the words with the pictures, like bakery, panaderia, cinema, cine, library, biblioteca, jewelry shop, what are you doing, and this one. So this is very useful to practice your Spanish. There's lots of different functions, and the more you play around with it, the more features that you will discover, because there's tons of features on Quizlet, and even to practice your spoken Spanish or your written Spanish. Let's start by learning the Spanish alphabet. In Spanish, we have the same alphabet letters as in English, but we have one extra letter, which is the letter ñ. Ñ. So it sounds like ñ, ñ. And for example, we can say niña, which means a girl. Niña. So the ñ looks a little bit like the N, but it has like a line on the top. So the N sounds like N, and the ñ sounds like ñ. So in this case, we will say niña, niño, niño, and piña, piña, niña, niño, piña. And in Spanish, we also have the same vowels as in English. We have A, E, I, O, U, A, E, I, O, U, A, E, I, O, U, A, E, I, O, U. So let's start with the first letter, letter A. A, alto, alto, which means tall, alto. B, barba, barba, which means a beard, barba. C, cama, a bed, cama. C, cama. D, dedo, finger, dedo, dedo. E, edad, which means age, edad, edad. F, for example, feliz, happy, feliz, F, feliz. G, gato, gato, a cat, gato, G. H. So in Spanish, the letter H is mute, so we don't actually say it. For example, my name is Hugo. Hugo. So we don't pronounce the letter H in Spanish. Hugo. H. And one thing right here, when you have this letter C and the letter H next to each other, for example, here we have the word H, C and H, makes the sound ch, H, H. So we don't say ace, we say H. So whenever you have the C and the H next to each other, we make that ch sound. H. Hugo. And the next one I, iglesia, iglesia, church, iglesia. J, jugo, jugo, which means juice, jugo, juice. However, if you go to Spain, in Spain people say zumo for juice, zumo. But in Latin America we say jugo, juice, jugo. In Spain they say zumo. Yeah, it's basically the same, juice, jugo. And the next one, ka, koala, koala, ka. So same as in English. L, letra, L, letra. So this one is similar to English. Letter, letra. M, mamá, M, mamá. N, no. So in Spanish we say no, but we say it with a Spanish accent, basically no. So this one is the same word, no. Ñ, so we talked about this one before, Ñ. And the example is niña, a girl, niña. And the next one is ocho, which means 8. Ocho. P, papá, P, papá. So we have mamá for mom, papá for dad, papá, P. Q, queso, which means cheese. Queso, cheese. R, rojo, red, rojo. So a lot of people struggle with this letter, the letter R, R. So this one is a little bit hard. You have to get used to the rolling sound. R, rojo, R. S, sol, which means sun, sol. T, taco, T, taco. U, uvas, grapes, uvas. And this one we have two ways of saying it. This is the letter V. We can say V or UV. So I usually say V, letra V. But this one is very similar to letter B. It sounds almost the same. So some people find it hard to tell them apart. B, V. So that's why a lot of people say UV to make it more precise that they refer to the letter V. Because V and B sounds very similar in English as well as in Spanish. B, V. So this one is V or UV. And an example, vaca, cow, vaca. And the next one is W. So this one is similar to in English. You say W, in Spanish is W. Some people, however, say W. As you know, it looks like the letter V, and you have two of them, so double V, W. And some other people say W. Since we learned before that the letter V is also called V, we say W. So you can say either one of these three, W, W, or W. But in Mexico, we tend to say W. That's the most common one. W. And that's the one I say, W. And the example is whiskey. X. And an example is taxi, taxi, X, taxi, X. So it sounds like X, taxi, X. And this one we say Y, which sounds like Greek I. Y, Y. So it's basically like griega means like it comes from Greece, I, letter I, so a Greek I. Y. For example, yoga, yoga, yoga. And the last one is zeta, zeta, zeta. For example, zapato, which means a shoe. Zapato, zapato. And let's try one more time. Let's try it fast. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, Ñ, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V or W, W, X, Y, Z. And that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will learn how to type the letter accents and the dieresis in Spanish. So the dieresis is basically the letter U with two little dots on the top. And some languages like German also have it. It's called an umlaut, but in Spanish we call it a dieresis. So let's give it a try. So these are the extra words that we have in Spanish that English doesn't have, which are A, E, I, O, U with an accent. And the accents are basically the two little lines, the line on the top, the line on the top of the vowels. So the accents only work for vowels. They don't work for other letters, only in vowels, which are A, E, I, O, U. So yes, A, E, I, O, U with an accent. And the other words we have are ñ, the other letters. The other letters are ñ, which is the letter N with a squiggly line on the top. Ñ. Ñ. And the other one we have is U with the two little dots. This is called the umlaut. The letter U with two dots. Umlaut. U with dots. So it's called the umlaut in German, and in Spanish we call it the dieresis. Dieresis. U with two dots. So let's start with the letter ñ. So the letter ñ comes up in a few words. For example, niña, which means a girl. Niña. And it also comes up in niño, which means a boy. Niño. Also in piña, which means pineapple. Piña. And España, which means Spain. España. So yes, the ñ, N with the little line. And let's actually learn how to type the letter ñ. So if we go right here to Microsoft Word, the way to write ñ is very simple. The first thing you need to do is that you have to make sure you're using the Spanish keyboard. So make sure you put the settings back into the Spanish keyboard, because it doesn't work in the English one. So if you look on my keyboard on the right bottom side, you can see that there's an extra letter. We have the letter L, so JKL, and then we have ñ right next to it. So you cannot see it in your physical keyboard, but basically if you press the key next to the letter L, you basically get the ñ. So if you have an American keyboard, it might be a semicolon. So you basically just press it. Oops, my mistake, that's the accent one, the ñ. And if you want to make it capitalized, you just hold the shift key, press and hold, and then you click on ñ, the same letter, just like a normal key. any other normal key. So yeah, Shift key, ñ. And there you go. So the ñ will always be next to the letter L. So if you ever need it and you're looking for it, make sure you're on the Spanish keyboard and press the key next to the letter L. Ñ. Okay. And let's try the next ones. Oh, one more thing. And we also need to know how to type it, for example, on mobile. So on mobile, it's very simple. You just press, for example, let's get a new reminder. Let's see if this works. Oh, I need a keyboard. It's not coming up. So for this one, you basically just press the letter ñ, which will be right next to it. Let me click the keyboard. Okay, now it works. I got it. So next to the letter L, we have the letter ñ. And we basically just press it as normal. So make sure you click here and that you're using the Spanish keyboard. So here you can switch between English, emoji, or Spanish. And this works on both Android and iOS. So right here, ñ, you just press it like a normal key. Shift key, ñ, and there you go. That's how you get the ñ. And let's go back to the next ones. So the next ones are the accent keys, which are the A, the vowels with a line on the top. And accents are actually important because each word, because sometimes you have words, and the moment you have a letter with an accent, it changes the complete meaning of the word. So, for example, here we have de. De means from or of. But if you say de with an accent, it's basically a command for give. So to give, de, give it, de. So de is more like a command, but in one of the more advanced conjugations. So there's a conjugation where you give commands to people. So this is where it comes from. It's one of those conjugations. But this is the difference between having an accent and having no accent. It changes the complete meaning of the word you're trying to say. And it also changes the sound. For example, de. So yeah, it changes the sound and the meaning. That's why we have them. And another example would be el, which means the, or an el, which means he. So el is the for masculine verbs, masculine nouns, and el for he. Another example would be me, which is my, and me, which means me, basically. Another one would be que, which is that or than, que, and que, which means what, que. Another example would be se, which is a reflexive pronoun. In Spanish, we also have reflexive verbs, which is verbs that you do to yourself. We will learn about them very soon, actually. And se, which is a conjugation for to know. Se, one of the more advanced conjugations. The next one is te, which is to you, kind of like I give something to you, and te, which means tea. We also have tu, which is your, and tú, which is you. And there's also ve, which is a conjugation for he or she sees, he or she sees. Ve, ella ve, él ve. And ve, which means look, a command for to look. So you don't have to memorize these ones right now, but I wanted to use them as examples of why accents are important, because they can change the entire meaning of a word. So yes, accents are important. And let's learn how to type the accents. So to type the accent is actually very simple. If you look next to the letter P on the keyboard, there is one there. In your English keyboard, you might not have this, or whatever language keyboard you have. But if you're using the Spanish mode in the keyboard, you will have the accent key. So next to the letter P is the accent key. So you basically press it once, and now if you look, the A, E, I, O, U are highlighted, which means that they will come with an accent. So if you look on the Microsoft Word, there's already an accent there, and then you click on the letter that you want it. So for example, A, And there you go, A with an accent. And let's try again, A. Let's see, accent key, then E, then accent key once again, O, accent key, U, accent key, I. So yes, you basically press that key next to the letter P while using the Spanish mode of the keyboard. And that's where you get the accent key. And if you want to make it capitalized, it's also very simple. You just press Shift and you hold Shift, press and hold Shift, and then you click, no, my mistake, you press Shift. Let's see, my mistake, press Shift, and no, I'm actually mistaken. You press the accent key, then you press Shift, and then you press A, or the letter you want to give it to. So accent key first, accent key, then Shift, then the letter you want. One more time, accent key, then Shift, and now you can see that the letters are highlighted for uppercase. And there you go. So accent key first, then Shift, then the letter you want. Accent, Shift, and letter. If you want a normal one, just accent key and the letter. So yes, it takes some practice, but it's quite easy to understand, to get the hang out of it. So yeah, make sure you press it first. Because the reason I'm saying press it first is because if you press the Shift key first, the accent key changes, and now it's the two little dots that make the Dieresis. So here you go, and now you can actually type a Dieresis. So this is the difference between pressing the Shift first or pressing the accent key first. So yes, accent key, letter, or accent key, Shift, and letter. Okay. And let's try it out on a cell phone or mobile. And on mobile is way more simple. So if you want to type it, you basically just type the letter you want, for example, A, and you hold it. And now you can just scroll through whatever A you want. For example, there you go, A, E, press and hold, E, I, press and hold, O, and yeah, and U. So you can actually put the Dieresis, the two little dots, or the accent. If you want it capitalized, same as a normal key. Shift key, then you press. So Shift key, I, O, and U. So this is way more simple on mobile than it is on the computer. So yes, Shift key, O, accent. So you just use it basically as a normal key. Okay, and let's go back to our class. And let's try the final one, which is the letter U with the two little dots. And this U is actually the only one we have. Other languages have the two little dots on other letters. In Spanish, it's only for the letter U. And it's always in lowercase. It's never in capital. It's never in uppercase. So let's try some examples. Bilingue, which means bilingual. So the letter U is mostly used in between the letter G and the letter E, or the letter G and the letter I. It's always in between. That's why it's never capitalized, because you never start a word with that letter. It's always in the middle between G and E or G and I. For example, bilingue. There's also pingüino, UI, GUI, pingüino, lingüística, linguistics, antigüedad, antique, antigüedad. So bilingüe, bilingual, pingüino, penguin, lingüística, linguistics, antigüedad, antique. You don't have to memorize these phrases, but they're examples. Okay, and you might be wondering, how do I type the letter U? And I think we went through this really fast. So let's try it one more time. For the U, you basically have to click on Shift first, and then the accent key, which now turns into a Dieresis sign, the two little dots, and then you can just type the U. And there you go. Shift key, accent key, U. So Shift, accent, U. And if you want that U to be capitalized, which you will never use, you hold the Shift, you press this mark, the two little dots mark, the accent key, and you. And that's how you get it capitalized, but you will never use it in Spanish. So yeah. So yes, there's a difference between this one and the other one. And the accent. So the accent, just press once and the letter. The other one, shift, the same key and the letter. You, or even put it for I, it works, but you don't use that in Spanish. Okay, so that's basically how to get the umlaut, the Dieresis sign, in a Spanish keyboard. And let's try it out on mobile. So on mobile, it's way more simple. You just hold the letter U and scroll to the U with the two little dots. So simple, U and little dots. You hold and click. So yes, if you want it capitalized, hold Shift, U, hold it, and U. So simple, press Shift, U, and U. So that's how you get the letter U. And that's it for this one. It's a long lesson, so thanks for watching. Hope you learned something new. Thanks for watching. Now we're gonna learn some basic greetings and phrases in Spanish. So the first word and the most common word is hola. Hola, which means hi or hello. Hola. Hola. So I think this one is the first word that almost everyone learns. Hola. Hi, hello. And you can also say ¿Qué tal?, which means how is it going? ¿Qué tal? How is it going? ¿Qué tal? And if you want to be a little bit cooler, you can say ¿Qué onda?, which means what's up. ¿Qué onda? What's up? So ¿Qué tal? And ¿Qué onda? Are both informal, but I think ¿Qué onda? Is even more informal. This one you use with like your friends. You don't go up to your boss and say ¿Qué onda?, unless you have a very good relation with your boss, that you can actually go use the informal speech. And the way to reply to ¿Qué tal? Is that you can say bien, which means good. Bien, bien. And if you're not good, you can say mal, which means bad. Mal, mal. Or you can also say genial, which means great. Genial, great, genial. So one more time. Bien, mal, genial, genial. And in the morning when you wake up, you can say buenos días, which means good morning. But the literal translation is good day, good days. Buenos días. So you say good morning, good day. Buenos días. And in the afternoon, you can say buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. And at night, buenas noches. Good evening or good night. Buenas noches. Buenos días. Buenas tardes. Buenas noches. And the way to reply is that you can basically say the same thing back to the person. If somebody says buenos días, you can just reply buenos días. Buenas tardes, you reply buenas tardes. And if they say buenas noches, you just reply buenas noches. So this one is very simple. You just reply whatever they say. And you can also say que pases un buen día, which means have a good day. This one is rather informal. Que pases un buen día. Que pases un buen día. Have a good day. And if you want to be formal, you can say que pase un buen día. So this one you're referring to a person that you have to address that person in a more formal way. Maybe the person is older than you. Que pase un buen día. And you can also say ¿Cómo estás?, which means how are you? This one is informal. ¿Cómo estás? So this one you can say between your friends. If you meet your friend, you can say hola, ¿cómo estás? Hi, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? And if you meet your boss, you can say ¿Cómo está? how are you, but formal. ¿Cómo está? And if it's two or more people, you can say, ¿Cómo están? How are you all? ¿Cómo están? How are you all? ¿Cómo están? So one more time. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo están? And the way to reply to this is that you can say, Bien, gracias. Fine, thanks. Bien, gracias. You can also say mal, which means bad. Mal. And if you're feeling so-so, you can say más o menos. Más o menos. Más o menos. However, if you say bad or más o menos, mal or más o menos, they might actually ask you, ¿Por qué? Why? ¿Por qué? Why? So if your Spanish is maybe not so good enough that you cannot reply to why, you cannot explain why you feel bad or why you're so-so, you can just go for the default, which is bien, gracias. Even though you might be feeling bad, if your Spanish is not good enough, it's better to just go for the default. And this way you don't have to explain yourself, why you're bad, and all of those things. So you can just say, bien, gracias. Okay, so this one is, ¿por qué? Why? ¿Por qué? And another phrase is, ¿Cómo te llamas? Which means, what is your name? This one is informal. ¿Cómo te llamas? What is your name? And the formal way of saying it is, ¿Cómo se llama? What is your name? But formal, ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo se llama? And the way to reply to this is that you can say, Me llamo, which means I call myself. So this one is the literal translation. Me llamo, I call myself, and then your name. So for example, I would say, Me llamo Hugo. I call myself Hugo. So basically, my name is Hugo. Me llamo Hugo. And another way of saying it is, Mi nombre es. My name is. So this one is a more direct translation. But both of them are basically the same. You can use either one or the other. Mi nombre es Hugo. My name is Hugo. Mi nombre es Hugo. But I think the most common one is rather, Me llamo Hugo. Me llamo. And another one that you can say is gracias, which means thank you. Gracias. Thank you. Gracias. And you can say de nada. You're welcome. De nada. You're welcome. Gracias. Thank you. De nada. You're welcome. And another phrase is perdón, which means sorry. Perdón. Sorry. Perdón. And if you want to grab the attention of somebody, for example, you want to ask your professor something, or you're at the shop and you want to ask a question, you can say disculpe, which means excuse me. Disculpe. Excuse me. Disculpe. And if you are passing through and you need to tell somebody that that person might need to move, that you're passing through, you can say con permiso, which means excuse me, but passing through. So we kind of make a distinction here. Con permiso, passing through. If you're passing through and you tell the person disculpe, it sounds a little bit like you actually want to grab their attention to ask them something. Disculpe, excuse me, but con permiso is more like excuse me. So you can see the difference right here. One is for passing through, and one is for grabbing the other person's attention. Disculpe, con permiso. And to say goodbye, you can say adios, goodbye. Adios, adios. And you can also say ciao, which means bye, or it basically comes from Italian. It means ciao in Italian, but this one is just ciao, bye. So this one we just grab it from Italian, but we use it in Spanish. So you can say adios or chao with the letter U, chao. And another way of saying goodbye is that a lot of people say hasta luego, which means until later or see you later. Hasta luego, until later, see you later. So this one is a little bit more common. Not many people say adios. Most people say hasta luego. And if you know you're gonna see that person the next day, for example, maybe you go to work at the same place and you just know that that person has to be there the next day, you can say hasta mañana, until tomorrow, or see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana, see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. So hasta luego, this one is until later or see you later. And maybe you don't know when you're going to see that person again. You can just say hasta luego, see you later, until later. And hasta mañana, this one is more precise. This one means that you will see the person the next day. Hasta mañana. So that's it for this one. And as always, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Now we're gonna learn the word genders in Spanish. So in Spanish, there are two word genders, male and female. And what I mean by gender is that every noun has a gender. So for example, every noun, every person, every place, everything, every idea is either masculine or feminine. It's either male or female. So for example, persons like niño, which is a boy, is male, niño. So this one is a male word, a masculine word. And niña, which is girl, is female, niña. So niño, a boy, niña, a girl, masculine and feminine. And the same can be done for example, men and women. Hombres, men, is male, and it's also plural, hombres. And mujeres is female, and it's also plural, mujeres, women basically, mujeres, women. So they can also be plural, hombres, mujeres. And the same thing can be done for places. For example, parque, which means a park, is male, parque, parque, male. And restaurante, which is restaurant, is also male, restaurante, parque, restaurante. And the next one is casas, houses. So casas is female. It's also plural, but it's female. Casas. And restaurantes, which is plural, restaurants, is also masculine. And another example would be té, which means tea, is masculine. Café, coffee, also masculine. Café. And another example would be chocolates, which is chocolates. This one is also masculine. And pan, which means bread. Pan. So these ones are things. So basically they can be either things, they can be places, they can be ideas. For example, the word itself, idea, which means idea, is a female word. Idea. And the next one is color, which is color. Color. This one is masculine. Color. And we also have influencia, which is influence. So this one is a female word, influencia. And we also have masaje, which means massage. Masaje. And this one is a male word. So these ones might be a little bit confusing in the beginning, but there's a very easy rule to tell them apart. So for example, most nouns that end in the letter O are masculine, and most nouns that end in the letter A are feminine. So if you see that the word ends with the letter O, it's gonna be masculine, and if that word ends with letter A, it's a female word. So for example, niño, it ends with the letter O, so it's masculine, niño. We also have perro, which means dog, it also ends with the letter O, so it's masculine, perro. Gato, letter O, cat, it's masculine, gato. And carro, which means a car, it ends with the letter O, so it's masculine. And here we have words that end with the letter A. For example, niña, which means girl. It ends with the letter A, so it's feminine. Manzana, apple, letter A, it's female. Pluma, pen, it ends with the letter A, pluma, so it's a female word. Pera, pera, pear, pera, letter A, so it's a female word. And however, you might encounter some exceptions to this rule. For example, mano ends with the letter O, which means a hand, mano, hand, but it's a female word. Mano, we say la mano, the hand, la mano. And another one is mapa, map. Mapa ends with the letter A, but it's actually masculine, el mapa, the map. So there might be some exceptions, and you basically just have to recognize them first, and then you'll be able to tell which one is which. So this one is the hard part. You might find some exceptions. And there's also another rule. When there are mixed genders, it's always masculine, no matter the amount. And what I'm trying to say, for example, is this one. You have un niño, which is one boy, and you also have three girls, tres niñas, tres niñas. And if you combine them together, you have one boy and three girls. So now they are all mixed. And when you have a situation where they're mixed, it becomes masculine. So we would say cuatro niños, four kids, cuatro niños. So whenever you have mixed genders, we will end up using the masculine word. Un niño, one boy, tres niñas, mix them together, cuatro niños, four kids. Or also you can say four boys. But in this case, we refer to kids. Cuatro niños, four kids. So the word niños can refer to kids, and it can also refer to boys. And another example will be this one. Un niño, one boy, and una niña, one girl. And if we mix them together, we have dos niños, two kids. Dos niños. So it doesn't matter the amount. As long as you have a mixed gender, it becomes masculine. Dos niños, two kids. And the same thing applies, for example, to cats. You might have dos gatos, two cats, let's say two male cats. Dos gatos. And we also have tres gatas, three female cats. Tres gatas. And if we mix them together, we end up having cinco, five, gatos. Cinco gatos, five cats. So eventually we end up using the masculine word, cinco gatos. So two male cats and three female cats, mix them together, we end up using the masculine word, gatos. And that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Now we're gonna learn the articles in Spanish. So basically, how do you say the and a in Spanish? So there are four ways of saying the, and it depends on the gender and if it's singular or plural. The first one is el, which means the, but for masculine words. So here we have hombre, which means a man, and in order to say the man, we say el hombre. So el means the for masculine things, masculine nouns. The next one is la, which means the, but for feminine nouns. So here we have manzana, which means apple, but manzana is feminine, so we would say la manzana. El for masculine, la for feminine. The next one is los, which means the for plural things that are also masculine. So here we have hombres, which means men, el hombre, the man, los hombres, the men. So this one is plural, los. And the next one is las. So this one is for plural things that are also feminine. So here we have manzanas, which means apples, but they're feminine, so we would say las manzanas. La manzana, the apple, las manzanas, the apples. And here we have how to say a, or an, or some, and it follows the same pattern as with the. So here we have un carro, which means a car. So un means a, but for masculine nouns. So carro means car, so we would say un carro, a car, un, a. And the next one is una, which means a, but for feminine nouns. So here we have una mujer, a woman, una mujer. And the next one is unos, which is the plural form of un. So we use unos for plural things that are also masculine. So here we have carros, which means cars. So we would say unos carros. Un carro, a car or one car. Unos carros, some cars. And the next one is unas, which is the plural form of una. So we use this one for plural things that are also feminine. Here we have unas mujeres. Basically, mujeres means women. Unas, some. Unas mujeres. Una mujer, a woman. Unas mujeres, some women. The first example is la niña, the girl. La niña. And the masculine version would be el niño, the boy. El niño. Once again, la means the for female, el means the for masculine nouns. And the next one is los niños, the boys. Los, the for plural masculine. And here we have unas, which means some. Niñas, girls. Unas niñas, some girls. And if you only had one girl, how would you say it? We would say una niña, one girl, or a girl. Una niña, a girl. And here we have more examples, like la manzana, the apple, feminine, la manzana. Las manzanas, the apples. Las manzanas. Una piña, a pineapple. Una piña. Once again, una, a for feminine words. Una piña. And unas piñas. This one is plural. Some pineapples. Unas piñas. Another example is un huevo, an egg. Un huevo. And if you remove the un, you just have huevo, which means egg. Basically, egg. Huevo, egg. And the next one is unos jugos, which means some juice. This one is plural. Unos, some. Jugos, juice. And if you remove the unos, you only have jugos, which means juice. But this one is plural. If you only had one juice, we would say jugo, juice, jugo. More than one juice, jugos, juice, but plural. And that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Now we're going to learn how to form plurals in Spanish. So the first rule to make a word plural is very simple. You just add the letter S to most nouns that end in a vowel. So if the word ends in A, E, I, O, or U, you add the letter S and you make it a plural. This one is very simple. For example, periódico, which means newspaper, we can make it periódicos, newspapers. Periódico, newspaper. Periódicos, newspapers. This one is very simple. We can say el periódico, the newspaper. Los periódicos, the newspapers. And if you want to use un, basically a, we can say un periódico, a newspaper. Un periódico. And if you want to make it plural, you can say unos periódicos, some newspapers. Unos periódicos. Another example is libro, which means book. And if you want to make it plural, you add the letter S. Libros. Libros. Libro. Libros. And once we add the articles, el means the. el libro, the book, el libro. If you want to make it plural, we would say los libros, the books, los libros, the books. And if you want to say a book, we can say un libro, a book, un libro. And to make it plural, we would say unos libros. And for pen, we have pluma, which means pen. And if you want to make it plural, you would say plumas. However, pluma is more commonly used in Mexico and in some Latin American countries. And if you go to Spain, I believe they would say bolígrafo more than pluma. Bolígrafo, which basically means pen. It's the same word. They both refer to the same, but we just have different words for it. We can say la pluma, the pen, las plumas, the pens, una pluma, a pen, unas plumas, some pens, unas plumas. And the same works for adult. Adulto means adult, adultos, adults. This one is very simple, it's just like English. And once again, el adulto, the adult, los adultos, the adults, un adulto, an adult, unos adultos, some adults, unos adultos. And the second rule is that you can add es if the word ends in a consonant. Basically, any other letter that is not A, E, I, O, or U. And the example we have is un sándwich, a sandwich, un sándwich. And if you want to make it plural, we would say unos sándwiches, some sandwiches, unos sándwiches. This one is a very easy word, it's just like English. And another example is el pan, which means the bread. El pan. If you want to make it plural, we would say los panes. We just add es. Los panes, the breads. Los panes. And another rule is that you add s for words that come from other languages, such as English. An example will be los Pokémons. So this one is a foreign word, basically Pokémons, los Pokémons. And if you have one Pokémon, we would say el Pokémon. If you have more than one, we would say los Pokémons. But we would not say los Pokémones. Since Pokémon is a foreign word, we just add the letter S. So it ends in a non-vowel word, in a consonant, but it's a foreign word. So we would just add the letter S. I think it's a Japanese word, most likely. Los Pokémons. So this works for English words and even Japanese words. And the next one is icebergs. So basically, one iceberg would be iceberg. And since it's a foreign word, we just add the letter S. Icebergs. But we would not say iceberges. That sounds really weird. Iceberges. Don't say that. Icebergs. Icebergs. Un iceberg, dos icebergs. And the word for record, like when you win a record, we would say record. And to make it plural, we just add the letter S. Records. Just like in English. Records. But we would not say recordes. That doesn't sound correct. We would say records because it's a foreign word. The next rule is that if the word ends in S, you add ES, and in some cases there is no change. For example, un autobús, which means a bus. Un autobús. And if you want to make it plural, we would say unos autobuses. Unos autobuses. The next one is mes, which means month. And to make it plural, we would say meses. Months. Meses. So if you have only one month, we would say un mes. If there are 2 months, we would say dos meses, 3 meses, 4 meses, 5 meses. Meses. Here's an example where the last letter doesn't change. For example, el lunes becomes los lunes, but we do not say los luneses. We would say los lunes. El lunes, los lunes. And the same example goes for umbrella. We would say el paraguas, the umbrella. El paraguas. And to make it plural, we would say los paraguas. Los paraguas. But we would not say los paraguases. That one sounds wrong. El paraguas, los paraguas. The next rule is that if the word ends in Z, then you change it to CES. For example, feliz, which means happy, feliz, we would say felices, happy but plural. Felices. Another example is arroz, rice, arroz. If we make it plural, we would say arroces. Arroces. But most of the time when we say arroz, we refer to the whole bowl of rice. Arroces, in many cases, we refer to the grains of rice, where you have lots of grains of rice. So arroz means basically rice. An example would be el arroz, the rice, los arroces, the rice, but it's mostly referring to the grains of rice. Un arroz, basically a rice. Un arroz, unos arroces, some rice. And if we only want to say one grain of rice, we would say un grano, which means grain, grano de arroz, one grain of rice. Un grano de arroz. And another example would be pencil. Lápiz, if we make it plural, we would say lápices. Lápiz, lápices, pencils. And we can say el lápiz, the pencil, el lápiz, los lápices, the pencils, los lápices. Un lápiz, a pencil, unos lápices, some pencils, unos lápices. Another example would be fish, pez, and if we want to make it plural, we would say peces, fish but plural. Pez, un pez, peces, unos peces. And one more time, el pez, the fish, los peces, the fish, but plural. Un pez, a fish, un pez, unos peces, some fish, unos peces. And that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will talk about subject pronouns and the conjugations in Spanish. And this lesson is going to be divided into 2 parts. So let's try it out. So the word for I in Spanish is yo. Yo. I. Yo. I. Yo. So yeah, this one is very simple. Yo. I. So if you say I go, you would say yo voy. Then go is the verb. We will learn about them in this lesson too. So yes, the first one is yo, the most basic one, yo. And the next one is tú, which means you. Tú. You. Don't forget to put the accent on the letter U. Tú. You. Tú. Tú. Simple. The third one is there are three types. Él, which means he. Ella, which means she. And there's also usted. Usted means you, but formal. For example, we have tú, which means you, but tú is rather informal. You use tú whenever you're talking to your friends or your classmates or somebody who you treat informally. And you use usted whenever you're talking to your boss, maybe a teacher, somebody who you have to give more like formal respect. So this one is usted. So tú is informal, informal you. Usted is formal you. So on this category we have three. Él, which means he. Ella, she. And usted. And the reason why these three are together is because they borrow the same conjugation. So whenever you're going to conjugate a word, these three will use the exact same conjugation. For example, if I say I eat, it would be he, she, you formal, eat. So yeah, so we basically use the same conjugation on the same line. That's why the three are together. Él, he, ella, she, usted, you formal. And the next one is nosotros and nosotras, which means we all. Nosotros means we, but it's for masculine. And nosotras is for feminine. And if you have a mixed group of masculine and feminine, you would use nosotros, because the masculine form takes precedence over mixed groups, mixed genders. So yes, nosotros, we all. Nosotras, we all female. So yes, nosotros masculine and mixed, nosotras feminine. And the next one would be vosotros and vosotras. And this one means you all, but this one is only used in Spain. So if you go to a Latin American country, you will not hear people use these ones. But in Spain, yes, you will. So yes, they mean you all. Vosotros is you all, but masculine and mixed. Oh, vosotros, you all. And vosotras is only for female. So yes, female, you all, but female. So yes, vosotros takes precedence over mixed, and it's also used for masculine. You all, vosotros. Vosotras, you all, female. And the next one we have is ellos, ellas, ustedes. So ellos means they, masculine. Ellas means they, female. And ustedes, you all. So yeah, once again, ellos, they. It can be masculine or mixed. Ellos, they. Those people there. Ellos, they. Ellas, only when you have female, when they're all female. Ellas, they, female. Ustedes, you all. But yeah, and so basically you, plural. You, plural. So ustedes is very similar to vosotros and vosotras, but the difference is that people in Spain will use vosotros, vosotras for referring to you all, while people in Latin American countries will use ustedes. And if you go to Spain and you use ustedes, everybody will understand anyways. So yeah, I think the easiest one to go with is ustedes, because the biggest part of the world population uses ustedes. Of the Spanish-speaking population will use ustedes, and everybody understands anyways. If you use vosotros or vosotras and you're in a Latin American country, not so many people, you might find people who will not understand it. So by default, maybe go for ustedes. Okay, so let's try one more time. Here we have yo, I, tú, you, tú. Then we have él, he, ella, she, usted, you, formal, a formal version of you. And the next one, nosotros or nosotras, we all, male, female, mix for male. And the next one, vosotros or vosotras, you all, but only used in Spain. You all, masculine, mixed, or female, vosotras. And then we have ellos, they, masculine or mixed, ellas, they, female, and ustedes, you all. Ustedes, you all. So yeah, so the reason why él, ella, and usted are together, as well as ellos, ellas, ustedes, you can kind of see a pattern there, is because they borrow the same conjugation. And we're going to talk about that right now. So let's look at the first verb we have, which is the most basic one, which is ser. Ser. And ser means to be. Ser, to be. And the conjugations could be a little tricky, but I have exactly the life hack you want. So what you want is to get a conjugator. So let's look for a conjugator. I personally recommend using this one called Spanish Dict. So the way it works is that you type any word, any verb that you want to know. For example, ser, which means to be. And here we go. Here we get to be. And you can actually look into the dictionary. You can click on them. It will give you more examples. You can click on everything, actually, on most things. And it will give you examples. For example, to be. And yeah, it tells you there's a lot of information here. And let me actually zoom in a little bit. And the part where we want to know, where we want to go, is this one called conjugation. So we click on conjugation, and here we get all of the conjugations. So the part where we want to focus on right now is the indicative present, which means things that are happening right now. For example, yo soy means I am. Yo soy. Then we have tú eres, you are. Él, ella, usted es, he, she, you formal is. Nosotros somos, we are. Vosotros sois. Ellos, ellas, ustedes son. So they are. So basically, here we get all of the conjugations. If you want to know how to say I am, you are, he or she is. So you just basically check them out here. Yo soy, tú eres. And this one includes all of the conjugations from the most basic ones to the most advanced ones. And at the moment, we will focus on the indicative present. There's also preterite, which is things that happen in the past. I was, yo fui, I was. The imperfect, I was being. The conditional, I would be. The future, I will be. So yes, there's a lot of vocabulary in this one, lots of things. And there's also this part which says include vos. And vos is used as a way of saying you. And it's only used in some parts of Latin America. For example, I had some friends from Nicaragua and Honduras, and they would actually use vos sometimes. So vos also means you. For example, vos sos, you are. But if you basically go for tú eres, everybody will understand. So it's not like, oh, you're not saying vos, I don't understand you. So you only using tú is understandable in 100% of the cases. So yes, vos, some people might say it. And the reason why I'm telling you about vos is if you go to one of those countries, people might say vos. And you're going to be like, whoa, what does vos mean? So just so you know, there's that other conjugation that is used in some parts of Latin America. So yes, vos, sos, and other ones. And here we have some participles. And for example, siendo, the present one is siendo. It's kind of like saying I was being. Yo siendo, I was being. The past, yo he sido, I have been. And this one is easier if we try another one. For example, let's try to go. We can type it both in English or Spanish. So if we type to go in English, we get it in English. I go, you go, we go. So we basically have to click here on the Spanish one to switch to Spanish, and then conjugation. And yeah, here we have yendo. So basically, when you have a word that ends in ndo, a verb, it's kind of like saying going, yendo, going. And the past, ido, I have gone, ido. So ndo words are the English equivalent of ing. So yes, here we have a lot of other conjugations. Yo voy, tú vas, vos, if you're using vos, we can take it out. Él, ella, usted va, nosotros vamos. So here you get all the conjugations, and this is very important for you to practice. And if you ever want to know, hey, how do I say I will be? No, that's not a good example. I played. You can just check them out. So for example, let's try play in English. Then we click on jugar, which is the translation, and conjugation. So let's say with I play. Yo juego, right here. Yo juego. I play. Yo juego. And here we go. If we go to participles once again, we have jugando. So remember, NDO is the English equivalent of ing. So if you say estoy jugando, it will mean I am playing. Yo estoy, I am, and then you have jugando, playing. So it basically works the same way as in English. You conjugate to be, to I am, yo soy, and then playing, ing, jugando. Yo estoy jugando. Yo estoy, I am, yo estoy jugando, playing. So yes, hopefully this will make it much more easier for you to learn Spanish, and we will use this conjugator a lot actually. And my best recommendation is that you download it as an app. So if you go to the App Store, it works on Android, iOS. Let's check it out. Let's see, Spanish. You can search for Spanish Dict. Let's hope it works. And it will be this one, Spanish Dict Translator. So you can click on this one, and my recommendation is to download it, and you will always be able to get the conjugations, I believe, for this. Let's see if there are conjugations. Yes, right here. They have the conjugations part. So this will actually make your Spanish learning experience way, way better, way, way smoother, much better, much more comfortable than just having to remember all of the conjugations. Whenever you want to know how to say something, you can go for that conjugator. So yes, that's my biggest recommendation. So I'm actually going to pause this right here, and we will go to the second part after this one. So yeah, thanks for watching. See you in the second part. Okay, so now let's continue. Let's go to part 2 of the conjugation section. So we learned about the verb ser, which means to be. Ser, and the conjugations. So let's give some examples. So the first example would be yo soy una niña. So yo soy means I am. Una niña, a girl. I am a girl. Yo soy una niña. So very simple. Yo, I, soy, to be. So basically I am una niña, a girl. And the next one. Here we have, tú eres un hombre. You are a man. Tú eres un hombre. Tú eres un hombre. So if we go back to the conjugator really fast, you can actually see them. Yo soy, I am. Tú eres, you are. Él, ella, usted es. Nosotros somos. Vosotros sois. Ellos, ellas, ustedes son. And in every practice lesson that we have, I'm gonna put the conjugation. So for reference right there. So if you want to know what the conjugation is, it will always be there for reference on the bottom right side. So yes, tú eres un hombre. You are a man. Tú eres un hombre. And the next one, the first one is él es un doctor. He is a doctor. So yes, doctor, doctor. Él es un doctor. So very simple. Él es, he is, un doctor, a doctor. And the next one, the same thing can be done for women. Ella, she, ella. Él, he, ella, she. Ella es una doctora. She is a doctor. Ella es una doctora. Ella es una doctora. Doctor. Oh, this is one thing, because doctor means doctor. So, but doctor refers to a masculine doctor. If it's female, you would add an A. Doctora. So, doctor is masculine, doctora is feminine. Doctora. Same thing for teacher, for example. Teacher would be maestro for male teachers and maestra for female teachers. So you basically follow the same rule of changing the letter O to letter A. And in some jobs, you just add the letter. So you just add the letter A. So if it doesn't end in a vowel, you just add the letter A for some jobs. And the next one. Usted es una mujer. You are a woman. Usted es una mujer. So simple. Usted es. You are. So all of these three, él, ella, usted, are on the same category for the same conjugation. Es. Él es, ella es, usted es. And the next one. Here we have nosotros. Nosotros somos niños. This means that we are boys, or it also means we are kids. Nosotros somos niños, we are boys or we are kids. And the reason behind this is because if you have a mixed gender, for example, one boy and one girl, all of them become kids. So we use the masculine form, niños, basically kids, niños, and also boys. So depending on the context, you know what they're talking about. The next one. Nosotras somos niñas. So nosotras is we all, but female. Somos niñas are girls. So if all of them are girls, you say nosotras somos niñas. If you add one boy into their group, now it becomes nosotros somos niños. Because eventually everything becomes kids, so now it's nosotros. Because masculine takes precedence when it comes to mixed genders. And the next one. Vosotros sois hombres. You are men. Vosotros sois hombres. And vosotros is only used in Spain, so remember that one. If you don't want, it's good to know that they use them, but you can also just go for ustedes, and it's equally understandable. Ustedes son hombres, basically it means the same. So I always say ustedes, but that's because I'm not from Spain. And if you go to Spain or you talk to somebody from Spain, everybody will understand anyways. But just so you know, people in Spain might say vosotros, so if you hear it, now you know what it means. The next one. Vosotras sois mujeres. You are women. Vosotras sois mujeres. So vosotras, you are, for Spain, the female version. Vosotras sois mujeres. And the next one. Ellos son estudiantes. They are students. Ellos son estudiantes. They are students. So simple. Ellos son. They are. Estudiantes means students. Estudiantes. So it's a little similar to English. Like if you remove the S, you have estudiantes, which sounds a lot to students. So yes, a lot of Spanish words are similar to English. The next one. Ellas son maestras. They are teachers. Ellas son maestras. They are teachers. So if it's male, so maestras is teacher, but feminine. If they are male, you would say maestros. Ellos son maestros if they were masculine. Or if they were mixed gender, still, ellos son maestros. They are teachers. So yes, but if it's only women, son maestras. Ellas son maestras. Okay, and the next one. Here we have, ustedes son maestros. You are teachers. Oh, just what I was saying. So this one is mixed. So you basically use the male version. Ustedes son maestros. You are teachers. Ustedes, you all are teachers. Ustedes. If it's only one, you would say usted es maestro, you formal. You can also say tú eres maestro, but tú is informal. And whenever you talk to a teacher, you tend to go for the formal one of usted. Usted es maestro, you formal. Okay. And let's try another one. We also have this verb, to have. So in Spanish, when you say to have, you use tener. And let's check it out right here. If we use the conjugator, we can just check it out. Tener, we click here. And here we have the conjugations. Yo tengo, tú tienes, él, ella, usted tiene, nosotros tenemos, vosotros tenéis, ellos, ellas, ustedes tienen. So my recommendation is to play around with a Quizlet because you will notice that the endings in many of these ones are similar. So in many words, the endings will be similar, so you start to notice a pattern. So you can actually follow that pattern and it becomes easier. So yes, always check out with the not the Quizlet, the conjugator. So the conjugator helps you a lot. So it's my biggest recommendation. So let's try some examples. So the first one, as you can see on the right side, we have the reference conjugations. Yo tengo una manzana. I have an apple. Yo tengo. I have an apple. So yeah, tener, to have. Tener is mostly used for to have, but related to possession, something that you possess. Yo tengo una manzana. I have an apple. So simple, yo tengo, I have, manzana, apple, una, en. So you also have this thing right here for extra reference. And the next one. Tú tienes unas naranjas. Tú tienes, you have, unas naranjas, some oranges. Tú tienes unas naranjas. You have some oranges. And the next one. Él tiene un plátano. He has a banana. And the reason behind this is because sometimes when we refer to animals, we also use él. For example, if it's a monkey, we would say él tiene un plátano. Or you can say él without the accent, the monkey, el chango. The word for monkey is chango. El chango tiene un plátano, such as the monkey has a banana. Or in some cases, we say él as a way of saying he. He has a banana. Él tiene un plátano. So yeah, even we use genders for the monkeys or animals. So for example, if you have a dog and it's a female dog, you can say ella tiene comida. She has food. So yes, we also use él and ella for animals. But you can also just skip this and say el perro, the dog. Or yeah, la perra, the dog, the female dog. So yes, either one of both. The next one. Ella tiene un jugo de naranja. Jugo de naranja, orange juice. Ella tiene, she has an orange juice. Ella tiene un jugo de naranja. And the next one. Usted tiene una zanahoria. You have a carrot. Usted tiene una zanahoria. Zanahoria means carrot. Usted, you formal. Tiene, to have. You have a carrot. The next ones. Nosotros, we. Nosotros tenemos mangos. We have mangoes. And I'm using nosotros because it can be male and it can also be mixed. So if you're with your wife, for example, you can also say nosotros tenemos mangos. We have mangoes. So yes, nosotros. And nosotras, let's see the example. Nosotras tenemos tomates. So using nosotras means that there's only women. So you are with a group of women. Nosotras, and you're also women. Nosotras tenemos tomates. We have tomatoes. Nosotras tenemos tomates. And so if you're going to use nosotras, make sure you're actually female. Because if you're male and you say nosotras, it implies that you yourself is also female. So yeah, make sure if you're male, you'll probably only use nosotros in your whole life. So if you're a female, you can use both nosotros or nosotras, depending on the context. Okay, and depending on the context of who you're hanging out with, who you are together with. Nosotras tenemos tomates. We have tomatoes, tomates. And the next example. Ellos tienen niños. They have children. Ellos tienen niños. They have children. So simple. Ellos tienen. They have. The next one, ellas, which is only for women. Ellas tienen arroz. They, female, have rice. Ellas tienen arroz. So simple, arroz, rice. They have rice. The next example, ustedes tienen unos panes. You all have some breads. Ustedes tienen unos panes. You all have some breads. So yeah, all of you have some breads. Ustedes, you all. Tienen, to have. Unos, some. Panes, breads. So this is actually quite simple. So the conjugations are simple. You just need some practice and you will get them. And you can also use some other verbs. For example, ir, which means to go. Ir, to go. And if you just go to the conjugator, you can basically just play around with it. So you can just type ir. You can also type them in English and then click on the translation for Spanish. And there you go. Yo voy, tú vas, and all of the conjugations. You can also click here on the right side and you can hear the pronunciation.
Vamos.
So yeah, this is quite helpful too. Okay, let's go back to class and let's see. So we also have, for example, other ones such as querer, which means to want. Querer, to want. Querer. And from there you conjugate yo quiero, tú quieres. You can just plug them into the conjugator for practice. We also have poder, which means to be able to. Poder, to be able to. Poder. We have caminar, to walk. Caminar. Caminar. And we also have correr, to run. Correr. Caminar, to walk. Correr, to run. Correr. We also have comer, to eat. Comer, to eat. Comer. And beber, to drink. Beber. Comer, to eat. Beber, to drink. And leer, which means to read. Leer. And hablar, to speak. Leer, to read. Hablar, to speak. We also have cocinar, to cook. Cocinar. And escribir, to write. Cocinar is to cook. Escribir, to write. And another one, manejar, to drive, manejar, nadar, to swim, nadar, manejar, to drive, nadar, to swim. So all of these ones, we're actually gonna go through all of them in the future, one by one, depending on what we're gonna talk about. And you will basically learn all of them. And I'm just giving you these ones as examples so you can plug them into the conjugator and play around with it. But in the future, we will go through all of them and it will make it way more simple to remember. So that's it for this one. And thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will learn about the differences between ser and estar. And the reason for this is because both of them mean to be in Spanish, but they're both used according to different types of contexts. So let's try it out. So here we have ser and estar. And this is something that a lot of people who first start to learn Spanish, they find quite difficult because both of them mean to be, but yeah, it depends on what context you're using each of them. So the easiest way to talk about this is that ser is used whenever you're talking about what something is. So ser is used relating to permanent or lasting attributes. So for example, you have something and you know it will never change. You can say ser, you can use ser. For example, my cell phone, let's see, my cell phone is small. So in this case, you will say es, you will use ser because it's always small. It will not change suddenly and become bigger. So yes, that's why we use ser. These are related to permanent or lasting attributes. And estar is used when talking about how something is, and it's related to temporary states or locations. So when something is temporarily small or it's in that specific state in a temporary time, we use estar. And we also use estar whenever we're talking about locations. So if you are at home, we would say estar en casa. If you are in Spain, you would say estar en España, to be in Spain. But we do not say ser en España. That one doesn't work. Or ser en casa. That doesn't work. We use estar, to be at home, to be in Spain. So yes, estar is mostly used for temporary states or locations. And it's a little hard, but I think we can get it once we look into the examples. And the easiest way to remember how to use ser and estar is following these rules. The first one from ser is called doctor, and from estar, place. So doctor starts with D, such as descriptions. If you want to describe somebody, you use ser. Occupations. If it's your occupation, you use ser. Ser policía, to be a policeman. Ser doctor, to be a doctor. We also have characteristics. Some people characteristics. Time, we use it to tell time. Son las 2, it's 2 p.m. Son las 3, it's 3. The origin of something. For example, if you're from Mexico, soy de México. We do not say estar de México. We use soy, I'm from Mexico. We also use it relating to relationships. For example, if you have a girlfriend, you can say soy. If she is your girlfriend, ella es mi novia. So yes, related to relationships. Estar is used for position, where you are at this current moment. Location, basically, the location you're in. Doing actions, some conditions, and emotions. So if you feel happy or sad, estar. And it's a little hard if I just tell them all at once. So the best way to do it is with examples. So let's focus first with ser. So the first one will be descriptions. Descriptions can be names, such as your own name, yeah? My name is Hugo, soy Hugo. Physical descriptions, your nationalities, your religions as well, or political affiliations. So if you are a Democrat or Republican, you would say soy demócrata, soy republicano. Your religions, if you're Catholic, soy religioso, soy católico. So yeah, nationalities. So let's rather go for the examples. The first example is yo soy Hugo, which means I'm Hugo. Yo soy Hugo. So yes, we're using who you are. Yo soy Hugo. We do not say yo estoy Hugo. That doesn't work. Yo soy Hugo. The next one, let's see. Here we have tú eres alto. You are tall. Tú eres alto. You are tall. So if somebody is tall, we use ser. Tú eres. You are tall. And the next one, here we have él es mexicano. He is Mexican. So this relates to his nationality. Él es mexicano. Él es mexicano. He is Mexican. And the next one, we can also use it for religions or political affiliations. Nosotros somos católicos. We are Catholic. Nosotros somos católicos. Maybe you are, for example, Republican or Democrat. Nosotros somos republicanos, demócratas. In Mexico, you tend to be we have different political parties. You can say, yo soy priista, the pre-party, panista from the pan party, and different types of parties. So yes, religions or politics are also included with ser. The next one, occupations, which talks about what someone does for work or as a hobby. So what you like to do as a hobby or what you do for work. For example, let's see some examples. Él es maestro. He is a teacher. So that is his occupation. So yeah, él es maestro. He is a teacher. Él es maestro. And the next one, this one relates to maybe your hobbies. So if you're a soccer player, maybe not a professional soccer player, but you're a soccer player, like you like to play it, you can say, yo soy futbolista. I am a soccer player. So in this case, they are football players, soccer players. So we can say, ellos son futbolistas. They are soccer players. Ellos son futbolistas. So it can be your hobby or your job. So in the case of soccer, some people play it as a hobby, others play it as a job. Both are okay. Ellos son futbolistas. They are soccer players. They're kind of like saying they are footballists. I don't know if that's a word. Soccer players. Okay. Like tennis, footballist. So yeah, that's how it works. Futbolistas. The next example, let's see. Here we have characteristics. Characteristics are related to the personality or the descriptions of someone. So basically how that person looks like or what the personality is. And let's try some examples. For example, let's see. Hugo es inteligente, which means Hugo is intelligent. So that's maybe his characteristic. He's intelligent. Hugo es inteligente. Hugo is intelligent. And the next one. Hugo es romántico. Hugo es romántico. Hugo is romantic. Hugo es romántico. Hugo is romantic. Of course, of course. Okay. Hugo es romántico. So romántico means romantic, and it's a personality or a characteristic of someone. Romántico. And let's try another one. Here we have the time. So time refers to days or the date, years, or the time on a clock. So yeah, days, dates, years, or time. So let's try some examples. The first one is Hoy es lunes. Today is Monday. Hoy es lunes. Today is Monday. Hoy es lunes. And the next one, here we have, let's see, es la 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m. Es la 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m. So yeah, this is related to time. Es la 1. It's 1 p.m. So yeah, this one is also simple. And let's try the next one. The origin. So origin refers to the place a person or a thing is from, or the material that something is made of. For example, if you're from the US, or maybe your cell phone was made in China, mine was made, I don't know where, maybe Korea, China probably. So yes, maybe it comes from China, it comes from, I don't know, Vietnam. So wherever something comes from, or where you come from. So let's try it out. Let's see the examples. Here we have, Ustedes son de México. You all are from Mexico. Ustedes son de México. You all are from Mexico. And the next example, here we have, Este juguete es de Rusia. This toy is from Russia. Este juguete es de Rusia. This toy is from Russia. So yes, maybe you come from Mexico, you come from the US, maybe France or another country, and that relates to you. And it also refers to objects. For example, a toy. This toy is from Russia. So yes, people or objects, wherever they are from. And let's try the next one, relationships. So this relates to personal relationships, such as your family ties, maybe your friendships, and not maybe, also your friendships, and also your romantic relationships. So yes, personal relationships. And let's look at some examples. Here we have, Él es mi novio. He is my boyfriend. Él es mi novio. He is my boyfriend. So yes, relationships. Novio means boyfriend. Novia with the letter A means girlfriend. So if you want to say she's my girlfriend, you would say ella es mi novia. Ella es mi novia. She is my girlfriend. Él es mi novio. He is my boyfriend. And the next one, here we have, let's see. Ella es mi madre. She is my mother. Ella es, she is, mi, my, madre, mother. Ella es mi madre. She is my mother. Okay. So that's it for this one, and there's actually a part 2, which I'm gonna continue this one with the other verb. So see you in the part 2. See you in part 2. Okay, so now it's part 2. So we recently talked about how to use ser, which are related to descriptions, occupations, characteristics, time, origin, and relationships. And now we're going to discuss estar. So estar refers to the position you're in, your location, what action you're doing, the conditions, some conditions, and emotions. But what do they all mean? So that's why we need some examples. So let's try it out. So the first one is position. And position refers to the physical position or the posture of a person or thing. So basically where you are, your physical position, or even your posture. So if you're sitting down, standing up, maybe sleeping, laying down. So we would use estar for those cases. So let's check out some examples. The first one is, ella está sentada. She is sitting down. So yes, sentada, sitting down. So yeah, sentada comes from sentar, the verb sentar. Ella está sentada. She's sitting down. And you don't have to repeat all the words after me. That's why you can use the Quizlet for. So the Quizlet is perfect for you to practice your speaking. And in this one, you can just learn how everything works. So the next one, let's see. Ellos están parados. They are standing up. Ellos están parados. They are standing up. So yes, your physical position or even your posture. So yes, parados means to stand up. Ellos están parados, to be standing up. Okay, and the next one is location. And location refers to basically the location of someone or something, and it can mean where that person is permanently, temporarily, or conceptual. Maybe you're conceptualizing to be somewhere. You're thinking of being somewhere. Okay, let's try it out. So the first example would be, él está en Nueva York. He is in New York. Él está en Nueva York. He is in New York. Él está en Nueva York. So Nueva York means New York. And the next example, here we have, ustedes están en la casa. You all are at home. Ustedes están en la casa. You all are at home. Ustedes están, you all are en la casa, at home. And conceptual can also mean like, if you're imagining yourself to be somewhere, you can say, quisiera estar en Francia. I would like to be in France. Quisiera estar. I would like to be en Francia, in France. We do not use ser. Quisiera ser en Francia. No, that doesn't work. So yes, even if you're in a concept, conceptualizing to be somewhere. Okay. The next example. Here we have actions. So basically to describe ongoing actions. So what does that mean? Let's look at the examples. Here we have, things you are doing. For example, estoy leyendo un libro. I'm reading a book. Estoy leyendo un libro. And let me point out something right here, because in English you say I'm reading. So I am is the conjugation. I am, you are, he is, they are. And leyendo is like ing. So if we check out right here, we go to the conjugation and we click on leer, which means to read. You can just type it in English if you want, like to read. So I'm going to show you, then click on leer. Conjugations. We get it right here. Leyendo, which means reading. Estoy leyendo. am reading. So endo, the NDO, is the English equivalent of ing. So yes, endo. So whenever you have an ing word in English, you will conjugate estar, to be doing it, and then endo, the next verb, will include ing, which in Spanish would be NDO. So estoy leyendo, maybe estoy jugando, I'm playing, estoy corriendo, I'm running. So basically you conjugate estar, and then the ing verb will basically be this one, the present participle. So yeah, this is the other conjugation. It's not a conjugation, it's basically the ing form in Spanish. So this is the other thing to remember. So yeah, let's go back to our class. Okay, and the next one, está comiendo una manzana. He's eating an apple. And this is one thing about Spanish conjugations, is if you look at está, so maybe for estoy and estás, we can remove the yo. You don't have to say yo estoy, tú estás. We can kind of remove them because that's the only one you use. So basically you say estoy comiendo una manzana, estás comiendo. And we immediately know what you're talking about. You don't have to say yo estoy, tú estás. You don't have to include the yo, the tú. So those type of things, we just understand it according to the concept, to the context, and also because it's the only conjugation, so it just makes sense you're referring to yo. Yo estoy comiendo, it's understandable. And in this case, está comiendo una manzana, he's eating an apple. You kind of have to look at the picture to understand the context. So because it can mean she is eating an apple, or usted está comiendo una manzana. So this is one thing, because you have to look at the context with this one, because there are three different types. But if you use estoy or está, it's equally understandable. Or estamos. So yeah, this is how it works. You can remove the he, you, she, those type of things in Spanish. And the next one, here we have conditions. So conditions are used to describe physical or mental conditions. And what does that mean? So let's check it out. So here we have estoy aburrido. I'm bored. Estoy aburrido. So you have physical or a mental condition. Aburrido means bored. Estoy. Yo estoy. I'm bored. And you can just remove the yo if you want, because we know estoy refers to yo, so you can just bring it down. It's equally understandable. You can say yo estoy aburrido or simply estoy aburrido. Both are equally acceptable. But most of the time people tend to drop it actually. They just say estoy aburrido. That's a little bit more common. People tend to drop it more than to say yo estoy aburrido. So yeah. So if you're in doubt, maybe try dropping it. It will be understandable too. And the next one, here we have estamos cansadas. We are tired, but we know it's female because it says cansadas with the letter A. If it's masculine, you would say estamos cansados. We are tired, masculine or mixed, cansados. So in this case, cansadas would be female. Estamos cansadas. We are tired, female. Estamos cansadas. Okay, and the next one. The last one is emotions, which refers to how a person is feeling at a certain moment. So we all know what emotions are basically, so let's check them out. So you can say, están felices. They are happy. Están felices. They are happy. Están felices. You can also say, ellos están felices. They are happy, or you can remove it. están felices. And the next example will be, él está enojado. He's angry. Él está enojado. He's angry. You can also remove él and just say, está enojado. He's angry. ¿Cómo está? Está enojado. ¿Cómo está él? How is he? Él está enojado. So yes, you can keep it or leave it. So I think that's it for this one. Yeah, that's it for this one. And make sure to practice with the Quizlet. You can use it to practice your speaking skills, and also use it to memorize and remember all of the new content we just learned. A lot of the new vocabulary, the conjugations. So yeah, play around with the Quizlet and play around with the conjugator. Both will be very useful to learning Spanish. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we're gonna learn how to say this, that, these, and those in Spanish. So let's try it out. So there are two ways of saying kind of like this and that. So the first one is near. When something is near from you, you would say esto. Okay, let's practice. Esto, this, esto. And esto is actually neutral. When you don't know what it actually is, when you don't know the gender, you would say esto, this, And if it's female, you would say esta, this, but female. Esta. And if you know the gender is male, you would say este, this. So yeah, esto is neutral, you don't know what the gender is, or you can just say esto for anything basically. Esto, yeah. So yeah, if you're in doubt, you can just go for esto. But yes, esto neutral, esta female, este masculine, and they all mean this. And once we get to plural, you will say estos. You basically just add an S. So estos means these, all of these, plural, masculine, or mixed together. Even if you don't know the gender, you would say estos, these, estos. And if all of them, if you want to say these, but they're all female, they're all female, they're all feminine, you would say estas, which means these, but female. Estas. These, but female. Estas. So yes, estos, these, masculine, plural, or mixed, or neutral. If you don't know the gender, go for estos, if it's plural, and estas, if it's female, plural and female. And then we also have the far away ones. When something is far away, we would say that, or those over there. That over there, those over there. So when it's far, you kind of have the same words, except that you remove the T. The same words as from nearby, but without the T. So esto, which is this, becomes eso, that, eso. And neutral, this one is neutral. You don't know the gender, you're like, that thing over there. Eso, that, eso. And esta, this, becomes that. Esa, that. So you basically just remove the T. Then you have ese, that one masculine, ese. And if it's plural, you change from estos to esos. Those, plural, masculine, or mixed. Esos, or neutral. If you don't know the gender, also esos. Esos, those over there. Esos. And if you're referring to something and they're all female, you would say esas, those but female. For example, casas. Casas is female, so you can say esas casas, those houses. Esas casas. So yes, those, esas, plural and female. Esos, those, plural, masculine, mixed, or even if you don't know the gender, esos. So it's a little complicated, but not so much. It's kind of like the same words. They're very similar to each other. You just change a few letters. Okay, so the first example is esto, which means this. Esto, but the gender is unknown. So something neutral. You don't know what gender it is. So if I look at the picture, I have no idea what it is. So I can just say esto, this. Esto, this thing. Esto, this, but with the gender unknown. And another one can be, ¿qué es esto? What is this? So if you don't know what something is, you can always use this phrase and say, ¿qué es esto? What is this? What's this? ¿Qué es esto? And you can reply, esto es un huevo. This is an egg. Esto es un huevo. So yes, you can either say esto es, or you can say este. Este es un huevo. This is an egg. ¿Qué es esto? Este es un huevo. This is an egg. Or you can also just use esto. Esto es un huevo. Esto. If you want, you can also use esta. Esta es una casa. So yes, esto, you can either say esto or este in this case. And the next one. Esta casa. Esta casa. This house. Esta casa. This house. But in this case, you cannot say esto casa. That doesn't work. Esto casa. It works if you say esto es una casa. This is a house. Esto es una casa. But if you just say esta casa, it's just esta casa. Esto casa doesn't work. So it has to be female. Esta casa. You can say esto es because esto now refers to es. This is. And then whatever it is. Esto es una casa. Because esto will be applying to ser, to the conjugation verb, to es. Okay, and the next one. Esta casa es roja. This house is red. Esta casa es roja. This house is red. If you want to use esto, I don't recommend it, but you would say esto es una casa roja. This is a red house. Esto es una casa roja. But if you just say esta casa, you can say esta casa es roja. This house is red. Esta casa es roja. And the next one. Este té. This tea. Este té. This tea. Este té. Oh, that sounds quite funny. Este té. Este té. Este té. This tea. Try to say it fast. Este té. Este té. And the next one. Este jugo es de naranja. This is an orange juice. Este jugo es de naranja. This is an orange juice. Este jugo es de naranja. Simple. So it's kind of like saying this juice is of orange. That's kind of like the word order, but it means this is an orange juice. The next one. Estos hombres corren. These men run. Estos hombres corren. These men run. Estos hombres corren. And the next one. Estos hombres caminan. Estos, now we're using these. And the past one was also these. Okay, these men walk. Estos hombres caminan. So yes, simple. Estos, these. I think it's quite simple. And now we're going for female, female plural. Estas mujeres nadan. These women swim. Estas mujeres nadan. These women swim. The next one. Estas personas nadan. These people swim. Estas personas nadan. So you might be wondering why personas is not masculine since it's a mixed gender thing, because persona ends with the letter A. So basically the word is female. Esta persona, this person. So persona ends with A, so it's female. Estas personas nadan. Las personas, these people swim. So it's feminine. Personas, feminine. And yeah. So now we just went through these and these, which in English is much more simple because there's only 2 words. In Spanish we have 5, depending on what you're trying to say. And now we're going to the far away ones, which is you just remove the T and it's that. Same thing as this, but you remove the T from esto, and now you have eso, esa, ese, that, esos, esas, those, plural, those, female. Okay, so it's quite simple. You just need some practice. And examples, you also need examples. The first one, eso. Eso means that. Eso, that. Eso, that thing over there. I don't know the name anymore. I know I've seen it before, but I forgot the name. So you can just say eso, that thing over there. Eso. So the thing in the picture, I don't remember what it's called. So you can just say eso, that. It's neutral because you don't know the gender. Eso. And the next one, you can ask, ¿qué es eso? What is that? ¿Qué es eso? What is that? ¿Qué es eso? And you can reply, eso es un perro. That is a dog. Eso es, that is, un perro, a dog. You can also say, ese es un perro. That is a dog. But yeah, but if somebody says, ¿qué es eso? You can always reply with eso. Eso es un perro, eso es una casa, eso es. Because they ask you, ¿qué es eso? What is that? Okay. And the next one. Esa niña come cereal. That girl eats cereal. Esa niña come cereal. That girl eats cereal. So simple. Esa niña, that girl, come, from to eat, comer. The third conjugation, she eats, ella come. Cereal, cereal. So you have the conjugation on the right side. And the next one. Esa cosa, that thing. Esa cosa, that thing. And if you know what it is, you know it's a cable, you can just say ese cable, that cable, masculine. Ese cable. The word for cable is cable, is the same word but with a Spanish accent. Ese cable. But if you just want to say thing, the word for thing is cosa. Esa cosa. That thing. Esa cosa. The next example. Ese gato. That cat. Ese gato. That cat. So this one is simple. Ese gato. The next one. Ese perro duerme. That dog sleeps. Ese perro duerme. That dog sleeps. Ese perro duerme. And the next one. Esos hombres juegan. Those men play. So now we're going for plural words. Plural phrases. Esos hombres juegan. Those men play. Esos hombres, those men, juegan, they play. The next one. Esas naranjas. Those oranges. Esas naranjas. Naranjas is female. Naranja is female. Naranjas, it's plural and female. So you can say those oranges. Esas naranjas. And another one. Esas mujeres caminan. Those women walk. Esas mujeres caminan. Those women walk. So that's it for this one. It's a long lesson and you can check out the Quizlet and practice. So as always, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will talk about colors in Spanish. Let's try it out. The first color we have is morado. Morado, which means purple. Morado. And some people also call it púrpura. Púrpura, which also means purple. So you can use either both morado or púrpura, and they both refer to the same color. I personally always say morado, but some people might say púrpura. Purple, púrpura. I think púrpura is more similar to English, but I say morado. And the next one, negro, which means black. Negro, negro, black, negro. And the third one is rojo, which means red. Rojo, red. Rojo. So rojo sounds a little similar to red. I mean, there's only one letter. Oh no, it's not similar. Rojo, think about it like that. R, letter R, the color with the letter R. Rojo. And the next one, blanco, white. Blanco. So blanco is similar to blank, like a blank color. Blanco, a blank color. Blanco. Then we have gris. Gris. Gris is gray. Gris. Gray. Gris. And the next one is café, which means brown. Café. So café is similar to coffee. So it's kind of like saying coffee color. Café. And some people might also call it marrón, which also means brown. So brown has two names, café or marrón. You can use either one of both. I personally say café, brown. So one more time, we have morado or púrpura, purple, morado, púrpura. Then we have negro, black, negro, rojo, red, rojo, white, blanco, blanco, gris, gray, gris, gray color, gray, gris. So think about it that way. The color with the letter G, gris, gray. And the next one, café, coffee color, or marrón, café or marrón. Either one is correct. Café, marrón. And let's try a few more colors. We also have amarillo, which means yellow. Amarillo, yellow, amarillo. And we also have naranja, which means orange. Naranja or anaranjado. So orange has two names. Naranja, which basically means orange, even referring to the fruit. Naranja, orange or orange fruit, color and fruit. Or anaranjado, which also means orange, but not fruit. Anaranjado doesn't refer to the fruit, only the color. Naranja, color and fruit. I personally call this color naranja. Naranja. And the next one, azul, which means blue. Azul, blue. Azul. And we also have rosa or rosado, which means pink. Rosa, rosado, pink. And so yeah, pink also has two different names, rosa or rosado. You can use either one of both. I personally say rosa, pink. The next one, verde. Verde, which means green. Verde, green, verde. And crema, crema, crema. So crema is kind of like saying the cream color, the color of cream. Crema, color crema, cream color. So yeah, some people will call this color crema. I think that's the official name. Crema, cream color. That's how we call it. I don't know if it's the official name, but that's how we call it. Crema. The next one. So let's try one more time. Amarillo, yellow. Naranja or anaranjado. Azul, blue. Rosa, rosado. Pink. Verde, green. And crema, cream color. Color crema. Crema, cream. And let's try some examples. So the first example would be with morado, púrpura. So let's check it out. Este es un juguete morado. This is a purple toy. Este, which means this, is un juguete, a toy, morado, purple. Este es un juguete morado. This is a purple toy. So yes, simple. Este es un juguete morado. So the new word would be juguete, which means a toy. Juguete. And the next example would be with negro, which means black. Negro. And here we have el hombre, the man, has una camisa negra, a black shirt. El hombre tiene una camisa negra. The man has a black shirt. El hombre tiene, the man has, una camisa negra, a black shirt. And the next example with rojo. Here we have, esta manzana es roja. This apple is red. Esta manzana, this manzana, apple, es, to be, is green, is red, es roja, red. This apple is red. Esta manzana es roja. And the next example with blanco, white, blanco. Here we have, este gato es blanco. This cat is white. Este gato es blanco. This cat is white. Este gato es blanco. And yeah, this one is simple. The next one, gris, gray, gris. And the example we have is this, este perro, this dog, es gris, is gray. Este perro es gris. This dog is gray. Este perro es gris. This dog is gray. And the next example with café or marrón, which means brown. Café, marrón. Here we have el café es café. Coffee is brown. The coffee is brown. El café es café. Coffee is brown. El café es café. Coffee is brown. And yeah, the next example, amarillo, yellow. Amarillo, amarillo, yellow. Let's see. Estos plátanos son amarillos. These bananas are yellow. Estos plátanos son amarillos. These bananas are yellow. Estos plátanos son amarillos. So yes, simple. Plátanos, bananas. Plátanos. And the next one with orange, which is naranja, or you can also say anaranjado. Color orange. Let's try the example. Esa flor es naranja. That flower is orange. Esa flor es naranja. That flower is orange. Esa flor, that flower, es naranja, is orange. Simple. And so yeah, the word for flower is flor. Esa flor, that flower. And the next example, azul, which means blue. Azul, blue. Esas plumas son azules. Those pens are blue. And I actually have a blue pen with me right here. It's a blue pen. Esas plumas son azules. Those pens are blue. Esas plumas son azules. And yeah, a blue pen. And I also have a red one. So you can say esta pluma. I can say esta, this pen. Esta pluma es roja. This pen is red. Esta pluma es roja. And esta pluma es azul. Y esta pluma es roja. So yeah, simple. And or if you have both, you can say estas plumas, son de colores, are of color, son de colores. Esta pluma es azul y esta es roja. Estas plumas son de colores. These pens are of colors, son de colores. And the next one, rosa or rosado, which means pink. Rosa, pink, or you can also say rosado, pink color. And the example is, esos animales son rosados. Those animals are pink. Esos animales son rosados. Those animals are pink. Esos animales son rosados. And the next one, verde, which means green. Verde. Verde. Let's see. Estas peras son verdes. Estas, these. Estas peras, these pears, son verdes, are green. So yeah, simple. These pears are green. Estas peras son verdes. And the next example, crema, which is the cream color, the color cream. This is how we call it, color crema, cream color. Here we have, esas casas son de color crema. Those houses are cream color. Esas casas son de color crema. Those houses are of cream color, basically. Son de color are of cream color. Those houses are cream color. Okay, so that's it for this one, and I recommend checking out the Quizlet and practicing with it. So as always, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will learn the numbers in Spanish. And get ready for it because I'm actually gonna teach you all of them at once. So let's try it out. So the first number we have is cero, which means 0. So this one is pretty simple. Cero, 0, cero. So yeah, cero, just like in English, cero, but with a Z. In English, there's a Z, in Spanish is a C. Cero. And the next one is uno. And sometimes you can say un and una, just like, for example, a and some. So for example, maybe un mouse, a mouse, un. And then you would say dos mouse, tres mouse. So yeah, but in some cases you can say un or una, depending on the object. But the real name for number one is just uno. Uno, número uno. And it's only for this one, because after that is just the same numbers. So then we have dos, which means 2, dos, tres, 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 cuatro, 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 cinco, 5, cinco, cinco, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 10, 10, 10, 10. So let's try it out one more time. So here we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yes, those are the most basic ones. So after this, you can check them out on the Quizlet and practice yourself. But the most basic ones are 0 to 10. And now let's try the next ones. So yeah, remember these ones. These ones are essential. 0 to 10. They are the ones you will probably use the most. Okay, let's try the next ones. Then we have once, which means 11. Once, once. Doce, 12. Doce, 12. Trece, 13. Trece, 13. 14, 14. You can kind of see some words like once, un, 12, de, dos, 13, tre, 14, 4, ca, 14, 15, which comes from cinco, 15. And after 15, it becomes easier, because now we say 10 and 6, 10 and 7, 10 and 8. So after 15 is just easier. For example, 16, which basically means 10 y 6, 10 and 6. 16. Then we have 17, 17, basically 10 and 7, 17. 18, 18. 18, 19, 20. 20 is 20. 20, 20, 20. So let's try them out one more time. So let's try 11 to 15 are the harder ones. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Then we have the easier ones. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So yes, so the newer one would be 20, which means 20. 20. And after 20, it becomes easier because we just say 20 like 20 and 1, 20 and 2, 20 and 3. So it becomes easier. So, okay, one more time. 20, 20, 20. 21, which is 20 and 1. 21, 20 and 1. 21, 21 almost. 21. Think about it like 21, 20 and 1. 22. Think about it like 22, 22. 23, 23. 24, 24. 25, 20 and 5, 25. 26, 26. 27, 20 and 7, 27. 28, 20 and 8, 28. 29, 29, 29. Then we have 30, which is 30. 30, which is kind of like tres. It sounds a lot like tres. 30. So yes, this is why I say that the 0 to 10 are the most important ones, because you will use them a lot. 20 and 1, 20 and 2, 20 and 3. So yes, this one is, they're easy to remember. So yeah, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 30. And after 30 is actually much more simple now, because you actually write 30 and 1. You write the entire thing, but in Spanish. So after 30, we have 31, 30 and 1, 31. Then we have 32, 33. Here we have 33, 33. And now you just put the same numbers. 34, 35, 36, 37. You just say 30 and 1, 30 and 2. So it makes it much more simple. And for example, here we have 40, which is 40, 40. If you want to say 41, now the same rule applies. So after 30, the same rule just applies. 41, 42, 43, 44. So 40 and 1, 40 and 2, 40 and 3, 40. And 50, here we have 50, 50. If you want to know 51 is 51, 50 and 1. So the same applies, 52, 53, for all of them from now on, all the way until 100. So 60, we also have 60, which is 60, 60, 61, 62, 69, 68. You just add the numbers. 70, 70, 70. These ones are similar. 60 with an S, 70 with a T. So that's kind of like the difference. 60, 70. If you want to know, 71, 72, 73, and keep on going. 80, 80. 80. 80. You can see kind of like ocho. 80. The next one's 81, 82, 83, so on. 90. 90. 90. 90. The next one's 91, 92, as always. 90. Only 20 is the one that's a little bit different. After 30, they're all the same. 90. And then we have 100, which is 100. 100. 100. Then we have, so 100 is 100 basically. 100. And if you want to say 101, you say 101. 101. And from there, you just keep on going. 102, 103, 104, 110, 111, 112, 113, 120, 125, 130. So yeah, you just start to put the numbers just like in English. So 100 is 100, and after that it becomes 100. 101, 101, 102, 102, 103, 103. So it kind of applies the same as in English. So yeah, let's try one more time. 31, 33, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 101, and from there you just keep on going. 102, 103, 104. And the next ones now is 200 to 2000. After 100, we have 200. So now we have dos, which is 2, and then you can kind of see 100. Cientos. 200. 2 to 100, 100, os, dos. 200, 200. Then we have 300, which is the same rule. 300. 300. Then we have 400, 400. 400, 400. 500, 500. 500. So 500 is a little different from 500. So there's no 500. It's just 500. 500. Then we have 600, 600. 600. 700, 700. 700. 800, 800. 800. 800. 900, 900. 900, like 900. 900. Then we reach 1,000. 10,000. Oh no, my mistake. Mil, my mistake. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. So after 1,000, you can just keep on adding 1,101, 1,101, 1,202, 1,202, 1,900, 1,900. So you kind of just add the same. You just have 1,000 and then the next numbers. 1,100, 1,100, 1,300, 1,300, 1,320, 1,320. So yeah, now it becomes like a puzzle. You have to put basically the numbers together. And after 1,000, we have 2,000, which is 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. So I think it's simple. 2,000. And then we have 3,000. 3,000. So after that is just 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1,000. So 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, all the way forward. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1,000. Basically 3,000, 4,000, just like in English. Think about them in English. We have the same pattern. So yeah, 10,000, we have 10,000, 10,000. You can see 10 and 1,000 together. 20,000, 20,000. You can see 20, 20. 1,000, 1,000. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 200,000. You can see 200, which is 200. 1,000, 200,000, just like in English. 200,000, 200,000. 300,000, 300,000, 300, 300, 1,000. And then you will reach 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000. And from there, you just basically put the numbers together like a puzzle. 1,000,000, 300,000, 300,000, yeah, and then you just add whatever. If you want to say 1,320,000, you would say 1,320,000, 1,320,000. Yeah, so a lot of numbers. You just play them like a puzzle. 1,300,000, 1,320,000. So yeah, you just play them like a puzzle basically. So yeah, 1,000,000. And then we have here we have -1. So after like what you have 0, of course, and you also have negative numbers. So in English you would say -1, -2, -3. In Spanish we just say -1, -2, -3. So -1 will be -1, -1. And then we have -2, -2, -2, -3, -3. And you basically just put the same numbers we just learned and you just say menos before. -1, -2, -3,000, -1,000,000, -1,000,000. So yeah, this is how it works. So my recommendation would be to play with the Quizlet because this one is very important for the Quizlet. So the Quizlet is designed very well for this type of problems that you need to basically get them into your brain. So you only get them by practicing and by applying it. So yeah, I think it can help you apply it by speaking and to play around with it basically. So as always, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will learn about the verb haber in Spanish. And this one is interesting because it also means to have. So we have two verbs that mean to have in Spanish. So let's check it out. So yeah, here are the two verbs. The first one is haber, and the second one is tener. So haber is used as an auxiliary verb. And this is similar to in English when you say, I have eaten. So in Spanish, we say, he comido, I have eaten. Or he estudiado, I have studied. And then we have another verb, which is tener. And tener is only used for possession of something. So in English, you have one verb that means to possess something, and to have eaten, for example. You do not possess eaten. You do not possess studied. You have studied. You have eaten. But in English, for example, you have a mouse and you have eaten. So there are kind of like two different things. So yes, in Spanish, we separate them. Tener is only for possession. Haber is used as an auxiliary verb. I have eaten, I have studied. Yeah, so we use it this way. And another one is this one. Haber is also used as a way of saying there is or there are. For example, there is an apple. We would say hay una manzana. There is an apple. Hay una manzana. So yes, haber also becomes this. There is. Hay una manzana, hay un perro, there's an apple, there's a dog. While tener, only for possession. Okay, and the next one. Haber is also used in idioms. So the most common ones are haber que. So for example, hay que, haber que, which basically means to be necessary. It is necessary to. Haber que, it is necessary to. For example, hay que comer means it is necessary to eat. Hay que comer, you have to eat. It is necessary to eat. To have to, basically. Haber que, to have to. You have to eat. Hay que comer. It's necessary to eat. You can also say tienes que comer, you have to eat, tener. But in this case, hay que comer, it is necessary to eat. So yes, haber que, to be necessary to, basically. And the next one. So here are the two conjugations. So both of them mean to have, but they're a little bit different, and haber, tener is just for possession, haber has different rules, which we just went over right now. So yes, so haber, let's go through the conjugations. You can say yo he, I have done something, yo he. Tú has, él, ella, usted, hay. And hay is also used for like haber. Hay que comer, hay que ir. We have to go, we have to, to eat. Then we have hemos, nosotros, nosotras hemos. Habéis, for Spain, vosotros, vosotras habéis. And han, ellos, ellas, ustedes, han. Okay. And I think the best way to understand this is with examples. So let's try the examples. The first one is, hay 3 bicicletas. There are 3 bicycles. Hay 3 bicicletas. There are 3 bicycles. Hay 3 bicicletas. So yeah, hay, there are. Haber, there are 3 bicycles. And the next one, hay 2 perros. There are 2 dogs. Hay 2 perros. There are 2 dogs. Hay 2 perros. The next example, hay una camisa azul. There is one blue shirt. Hay una camisa azul. There is one blue shirt. Hay una. So, a ver, there is. The next example. Hay 4 niños jugando. There are 4 kids playing. Hay 4 niños jugando. There are 4 kids playing. There are. The next one. He bebido una cerveza. I have drunk a beer. He bebido, I have drunk. He bebido una cerveza. I have drunk a beer. Haber bebido, to have, drank. So yes, this one is to have, but to drink. Haber bebido, I he bebido. And the next one. He comido 2 tacos. I have eaten 2 tacos. He comido, I have eaten, he comido 2 tacos. 2 tacos. He comido, I have eaten. So yes, you do not say tengo comido. We do not say tengo comido. We say he comido, haber comido. He comido. And the next one. Hay que estudiar. And in this case, we're using haber as a way of saying it is necessary. Hay que estudiar. It is necessary to study. Hay que estudiar. You have to study. It's more like it is necessary to study. If you have to study, you can also use tener. Tienes que estudiar. You have to study. Or hay que estudiar. It is necessary to study. And the next one. Hay que ir a la escuela. It is necessary to go to school. Hay que ir a la escuela. It is necessary to go to school. Hay que ir. And the next one. Now we're using tener. So the first one would be Tengo 2 manzanas. I have 2 apples. Tengo 2 manzanas. Now it's possession. You possess the 2 apples. You have the 2 apples. Tengo 2 manzanas. I have 2 apples. And the next one. Tengo un iPhone. Un iPhone. I have an iPhone. So tengo, to possess. And the word for iPhone in Spanish is iPhone. We kind of put a Spanish accent to it. So we say iPhone, un iPhone. Tengo un iPhone. I have an iPhone. iPhone. So yeah, it's a fun way of saying it. iPhone. And that's it for this one. And I recommend checking out the Quizlet. So as always, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will learn how to write the question and exclamation mark, and also how to formulate some questions. What are the most common words whenever you have to formulate and make a question in Spanish? So let's try it out. So in Spanish, there's a difference between English, which is that whenever you write an exclamation mark or a question mark, you first have to open it by putting it in the opposite way, and then you have to close it. So it's kind of like open and then close. So yeah, basically for these both marks, you have to open and close. So you might be wondering, how can I type them? How can I type these marks? So let's give it a try. Let's learn how to type them. So basically, you have to, the first thing you need to do is that make sure you're using a Spanish keyboard. So look for the Spanish keyboard. So make sure you click and switch between English to Spanish or whatever language you have. And if you look on my on-screen keyboard, next to the backspace key, there is this key. So if you have an English keyboard, it might be a plus sign or an equal sign or any other sign. But in a Spanish keyboard, it will be the open mark for making a question, the open question mark. So basically you have to click on this one, and that's how you get the open mark. So you press the key next to the backspace key, and that's how you get it. So then you can write whatever. For example, I'm just gonna type hola. It's not a question, but anyways. And the way to close it is that let's see, you hold shift, and now if you look on my on-screen keyboard, so no shift, and now I hold shift, is the second one after the backspace key. So this one becomes the closing key. My mistake. Let's see, let's click, there you go. So in order to open, you click on the one next to the backspace, and in order to close, you click on shift, and you press the one to the left. And that's basically how you open and close. So to open, you just click once. To close, you press shift, and the one to the left, the one next to the letter 0, to the number 0. And that's how you type them. And to make the other ones, the exclamation mark, the way to open it, if you look next on the open exclamation mark, open question mark, you can see next to it that there is the exclamation mark. So you basically press the shift key and then press that key, the one next to the backspace key, while holding the shift key. So there you go, shift and this one. That's how you open. And the way to close is the same as in English. You press shift and you go to the number 1. Shift and 1, just like in English. So to open, shift and the key to the left of backspace. To close, shift and number 1. So that's basically how it works. Open, shift, key next to the backspace key, and close, shift, 1. So yeah, this is how you type these words. It's confusing. Even for me, I sometimes forget where they are. Happens very often. I forget where those keys are. So yeah, make sure you know where they are. Okay, let's go back to class. And here we have some examples of asking questions. So you might say, ¿Cómo? Which means how. ¿Cómo? How? ¿Cómo? So these are some common words for asking questions. ¿Cómo? How? And the next one is ¿cuál? Which means which. Or ¿cuáles? Which is which, but plural. ¿Cuáles? Which, plural. ¿Cuál? Which. ¿Cuáles? Which, plural. And the next one, you can also say ¿cuándo? Which means when. ¿Cuándo? When. ¿Cuándo? And the other one is ¿a dónde? Which means where to. ¿A dónde? Where to? ¿A dónde? So let's try one more time. ¿Cómo? How? ¿Cómo? Try again. ¿Cuál? Which? ¿Cuándo? When? ¿A dónde? Where to? And if you notice, they all have accents. And this is very common when you ask a question. So question words, most of them tend to have accents. So I'm actually always, whenever we write a question, I will put it right here so you know which one am I using. So these are the most common ones. So throughout the course, I will write questions and most of them will always start with this. So yeah, let's try the next one. Actually, let's try the first one, which is ¿Cómo te llamas? Which is what's your name? Or how do you call yourself? ¿Cómo te llamas? How do you call yourself? And actually, I think I forgot one small thing, which is how to write the accents, these marks, my mistake, in Spanish. My mistake, in Spanish on mobile. So let's try the mobile and let's try to write this phrase on mobile. ¿Cómo te llamas? So let's see. So the way to write it is that first, in order to get the key, you have to go on 1, 2, 3, and then you press this one, which is the question mark. You hold it and you click here. So there you go, that's how you type it. And if you want to say ¿Cómo te llamas? Let's just use the audio feature. ¿Cómo te llamas? There you go. And in order to close it, we click here, we go back, and then we click on the same phrase, on the same key, the question mark key. And the other one basically works the same way. If you need to write the exclamation mark, you go look for it, which is right here. You hold it, and you just switch to this one, which is the open one. Let's try it again. ¿Cómo te llamas? So there you go. And in order to close, we go back and click here. So yes, this is basically how you type it in mobile. So in mobile is way more simple than in a computer. Even I still struggle using the computer one, but a mobile is very simple. Okay, let's go back to class. Let's try the next one. ¿Cuál te gusta? Which means, which one do you like? ¿Cuál te gusta? Which one do you like? ¿Cuál? Which? And the next one. ¿Cuándo vamos a la casa? When do we go home? ¿Cuándo? When? ¿Cuándo vamos? When do we? Vamos, ir. When do we go? A la casa. Home. Nosotros vamos. We go. And the next one. ¿A dónde vamos? ¿A dónde? Where to? ¿A dónde vamos? Where are we going? Where are we going to? So basically, vamos is a conjugation of to go. Nosotros vamos, we go. Where are we going? Where do we go? And let's try the next ones. We also have cuánto or cuánta. So cuánto means how much for something masculine, cuánta for something feminine. Cuánto, cuánta. More often you will always use cuánto. That's the most common one. Cuánto. Rarely you would say cuánta. For example, if you want to say, oh, how much food? ¿Cuánta comida? How much food are you bringing? ¿Cuánta comida traes? How much food are you bringing? ¿Cuánta? But most often you would say cuánto. The next one, cuántos, cuántos, and cuántas. So these are basically the same how much, but in plural. How much for masculine, cuánto for masculine, cuántas for feminine. ¿Cuántos? ¿Cuántas? How much? But plural. The next one. ¿Dónde? Where? ¿Dónde? Where? ¿Dónde? And the next one. ¿Para qué? What for? ¿Para qué? What for? Let's try one more time. ¿Cuánto or cuánta? How much? Masculine, feminine. ¿Cuántos? ¿Cuántas? How much? But plural. ¿Dónde? Where? ¿Para qué? What for? ¿Para qué? And let's try the examples. The first one is very common. You will use it if you go to a Spanish-speaking country, which is ¿cuánto cuesta? How much is it? ¿Cuánto cuesta? How much is it? And another one. ¿Cuántos hay? How many are there? So hay, which means to be there, basically, are there. ¿Cuántos hay? How many are there? Which comes from the verb haber. ¿Cuántos hay? And the next one. ¿Dónde estamos? Where are we? ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Dónde estamos? Where are we? So yeah, estar, estamos is a conjugation from estar. Nosotros estamos, we are. ¿Dónde estamos? Where are we? And the next one. ¿Para qué vamos? What are we going there for? What for, basically? What for are we going there? ¿Para qué vamos? What are we going there for? ¿Para qué? What for? Vamos, are we going there? And the last ones, we also have ¿por qué?, which means why. ¿Por qué? Why? ¿Por qué? And we also have ¿qué?, which means what or which. ¿Qué? What? Which? ¿Qué? And the other one, ¿quién?, which means who. ¿Quién? Who? ¿Quién? Who is it? ¿Quién? And okay, let's try one more time. ¿Por qué? Why? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué? What? Which? ¿Quién? Who? ¿Quién? Okay, let's try the examples. ¿Por qué comes una manzana? Why do you eat an apple? ¿Por qué comes una manzana? Why do you eat an apple? ¿Por qué comes una manzana? And the next one. ¿Qué haces? What are you doing? ¿Qué haces? And this phrase actually has a mistake. And it's on purpose. Let's see if you can actually figure out what the mistake is. The mistake is that ¿qué? Should have an accent on the letter E. Because if you look down here, all of the words related to questions, they have an accent. So ¿qué? Should have an accent. ¿Qué haces? What are you doing? So yes, make sure you remember to put accents with all of these words, because whenever you make a question, they tend to have accents. So yes, this is the mistake. ¿Qué? It should have an accent. ¿Qué haces? What are you doing? And the next one. ¿Quién es él? Who is he? ¿Quién es él? Who is he? ¿Quién es él? Who is he? So yeah, so that's it for this one. And make sure to check out the Quizlet. I think this one is very important because you can actually practice speaking and remembering all of these words. Since this lesson has a lot of new material, I definitely recommend checking out the Quizlet for practice. So as always, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lesson's Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will talk about different sizes, such as small, big, short, or tall. So let's try it out. The first word we have is grande. Grande, which means big. Grande. Big. Grande. Grande. And the second one is pequeño, which means small. Pequeño. Small. Grande. Big. Pequeño. Small. And pequeño ends with the letter O, which means that if the thing is referring to is female, you would say pequeña, pequeña. If it's masculine, you would say pequeño. But when it comes to grande, grande ends with the letter E. So in this case, you do not have to say, it doesn't depend on the gender. But pequeño does, because it ends with the letter O. So grande, it doesn't matter if it's masculine or feminine, you say grande. Pequeño, it does matter. So if it's something if something pequeño, you use masculine, pequeña, feminine. So yeah, pequeño or pequeña. So one more time, grande, big, pequeño, small, or pequeña, small, female, feminine. And the next one, here we have alto, which means tall. Alto. So the same rule applies because alto ends with the letter O. So if it's female, you're referring to something feminine, you would say alta, alto or alta, alto, alta. If they are both mixed, you would say altos, they are tall, altos, if they're plural and mixed, altos. If they're both female, if it's plural and female, you would say altas, altas. If it's mixed, altos, and if it's only masculine, also altos, because the masculine takes precedence over the mixed form in plural. Okay, so yes, alto and bajo. Bajo means short, and the same rule applies bajo or baja. Bajo, short. Alto, tall. So yes, alto, bajo. One more thing. If you're ever driving in a Spanish-speaking country, my mistake, in a Spanish-speaking country, you might see the sign, the stop sign, and it would say alto. So we use the word alto whenever we refer to stop. Alto. So yeah, in a Spanish-speaking country, the stop sign will say alto in big letters. So in English, it says stop. In Spanish countries, alto. Stop. So yes, alto means tall, and it also means stop. Alto, whenever you're driving. Alto. Or bajo. Bajo, short. Because that's one thing, because stop, if you want to tell somebody to stop, you would say detente, to detain yourself, to kind of like detain yourself, detente. Because we have a special word for to stop, and a special word for driving. So whenever you have to drive and you have to stop, we use alto. For other ones, we use detener, which is the verb for to stop. Detener. We have a different word for that. Okay. One more time, one more example. We also have chico, which means small. Chico. Or some people say chico, referring to a boy or a child. So you might hear some people say, oh, oye, chico, hey boy, hey child, oye, chico, hey boy. So yes, chico can also refer to a boy or a child. Some people say it like that. But yes, the chico really means small. And some people use it for boys and childs. Small, chico. And the next one is chica, which means small but female, feminine. Chica. And it also means a girl. Some people say, oh, mira la chica, look at the girl. Chica. So yeah, chica means girl. And small. Chico means child, boy, and small. So yes, chico, small, chica, small. And boy and girl. Let's try the next ones. Let's go for the examples. The first example is El león es grande. The lion is big. El león es grande. The lion is big. So this one is simple. Oh, this one is an exclamation mark. So you have to say it with emotion. El león es grande. The lion is big. El león es grande. And the next one. El gato es pequeño. So once again, we have exclamation marks. The cat is small. El gato es pequeño. The cat is small. So yeah, simple. El gato está. My mistake. Está pequeño. We use está because he is temporarily small. If I was to say es pequeño, it means that he's always small. El gato es pequeño. He's always small. So we can say los gatos son pequeños. Cats are small in general. But this cat, you can say está because he's temporarily small and he will eventually grow. So el gato está pequeño. He is small. If you say es pequeño, it means he's always small. Okay, and let's try another example. El hombre es alto. The man is tall. El hombre es alto. And we say tall because he's tall and he's just gonna stay tall. El hombre es alto. The man is tall. In these cases, you can also say el hombre está alto. Both are actually okay. El es alto, he's always tall, or está temporarily tall because he might get taller. Está alto. And the next one. La mujer es baja. The woman is short. La mujer es baja. The woman is short. So yeah, pretty simple. La mujer es baja. The next example. El bebé está chico. The baby is small. El bebé está chico. The baby is small. And we use está because he's temporarily small. Since it's a baby, it will get bigger. So, el bebé está chico. He's still small. If we say es chico, it means that the baby is always small. But we use está because it's temporary. The next one. El perro es pequeño. The dog is small. El perro es pequeño. And I use es because it's a Chihuahua dog and they're always small. They're not gonna get super big. So in this case, you can say es pequeño. The dog is small. El perro es pequeño. And that's it for this one. And feel free to check out the Quizlet and don't forget to listen to music in Spanish, read some books, listen to music, watch some movies, just have fun with Spanish. Procrastinate your way into learning Spanish. That's my recommendation. Okay, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about possessive adjectives such as mi, tu, nuestro, and a few others. So what are possessive adjectives? So they are basically similar to the words my, your, his, her, its, our, or their, but in Spanish. So basically this, but in Spanish. And they're used together with a noun to show what something belongs to. For example, my coffee, my or your coffee, your food. So basically this, but in Spanish. Let's try it out. The first example is mi, which means my, me. And the second one is mis, which means my, but plural. So if we look on the first picture, we have a cup of coffee. So you would say mi café, my coffee, mi café. And on the second one, we have more than one. So we would have to use mis. So the first one, there's only one thing. And in the second one, there's more than one. So that's when it becomes plural. And we don't have this in English. So in English, you just say my for both singular and plural. But in Spanish, we make a division. Mi for one thing and mis for more than one. So mi café, my coffee. Mis pastelitos, my cakes. Mis pastelitos, my cakes. Okay, let's try the examples. So the first one we have is esta es mi casa. This is my home. Esta es mi casa. And if you actually had more than one house and you were showing them all at the same time, you would say estas son. Son because it's more than one, son, so you use the last conjugation. Mis casas. Estas son mis casas. These are my homes. But if you only have one, you would say esta es mi casa. Mis for more than one. And the next example, we have estos son mis amigos. These are my friends. Estos son mis amigos. And if you only had one friend, if you only were with one friend, you would say este es mi amigo. This is my friend. Este es mi amigo. So mis for more than one, mi for only one. And the next example, here we have tú, which means your. Tú. And there is a small difference between tú, meaning you, and tú, meaning your. So if we go back to this example, you can look on the conjugation that you have tú with an accent, which means you. So if you have the accent, it means you. And if you remove the accent, it means your. So this is why accents are important. Tú with an accent means you. Tú with no accent, tú with no accent, which will mean your. So your. And if you want to make it plural, you just add an S. Tus. Tus perros, your dogs. If you only had one dog, tu perro. More than one dog, tus perros. Okay, let's try the next one. Here we have, este es tu sándwich. This is your sandwich. Este es tu sándwich. This is your sandwich. And if you have more than one sandwich, you would say, estos son tus sándwiches. These are your sandwiches. So este es tu, this is your, estos son tus. So tu for one, tus for more than one. Estos son tus sándwiches. These are your sandwiches. Okay, and this one looks complicated, but it's not so complicated. And here we have su, which means his or her or its or your formal. So basically something you address as usted. And the easy way to remember this one is that this one with su and sus is linked to the third conjugation. So if you look on the conjugations tab, we have él, ella, usted. So anything you refer as él, ella, usted, we would use su or sus for plural. So for example, su perro would be his dog or her dog, its dog, your dog for formal. So basically anything with a third conjugation would use su. Sus perros, their dogs, his dog, his, but more than one dog. Su perro, only one dog. Sus perros, more. Okay, sus is the plural version. Let's try the examples. Ella está leyendo su libro. She is reading her book. Ella está leyendo su libro. And actually, we have one mistake in this one. And let's see if you can actually see the mistake, find the mistake on this phrase. So the mistake is that está should have an accent because we have two words. Esta means this. So if you look on the singular part, esta, this, and está means to be. Esta means this. So here there's actually a mistake. A mistake on these examples. So it would be ella está leyendo su libro with an accent. So there's a trick there. Está, esta, no accent. Está with an accent means to be. Okay, so make sure you know the difference between está with an accent and esta with no accent. So she is reading her book. Ella está leyendo su libro. So está should have an accent. And if you actually had more than one book, she had more than one book, you would say ella está leyendo sus with an S, sus libros, which would be she is reading her books, sus libros. Okay, let's try the next example. El niño juega con sus amigos. The boy plays with his friends. And if he only had one friend, we would say el niño juega con su amigo, his friend. Sus amigos, his, but more than one friend. And I hope this one is easy to understand. It can be a little complicated because English only uses the same word for singular and plural. Okay, the next one is nuestro, our, but masculine, nuestra, our, but feminine, and nuestros or nuestras for plural. And this one refers to the thing, the noun that they have. So for example, on the first picture we have a man and a woman, and they say nuestro because nuestro refers to the noun. So basically the boy there, nuestro bebé, nuestro. And if it's actually a girl, we would say nuestra, nuestra bebé, our baby but female baby. Nuestros would be plural. So you have two men, men and women, but what matters is the thing they're referring to. So nuestros hijos, our sons and daughters, nuestros hijos. And if you only had daughters, nuestras hijas. Okay, let's try the next one. Here we have nuestro niño lee. Our boy reads, or our boy is reading. Nuestro niño lee. Nuestro, because it's only one and masculine. And the next one. Nuestra casa es pequeña. Our house is small. Nuestra casa es pequeña. Our house is small. Okay. And another example. Estas son nuestras naranjas. So naranjas is feminine, so you would use nuestras. These are our oranges. Estas son nuestras naranjas. And if you had, for example, lemons, limones, lemons is masculine, so you would say nuestros limones, our lemons. Okay, let's try the next one. And this one is vuestro. This one is the one used only in Spain. So people from Spain would use these ones. So if you ever go to Spain, I think you should look into these ones. Or you can also use tú, because this basically means tú or you or you all, but in Spain. Okay, vuestro means your. So your, whatever you have. Vuestra, your but female. And vuestros, your but plural. Yeah, and vuestras for plural and female. Okay, I hope this one is... I think this is not so hard to understand. But let's try the examples. And here we have, estos son vuestros hijos. These are your kids, vuestros hijos. So vuestros would mean your, plural your, and only in Spain. And the next one. Estas son vuestras manzanas. These are your apples. Estas son vuestras manzanas. These are your apples. And another example. Esta es vuestra casa. This is your home. Esta es vuestra casa. And the other one. Este es vuestro apartamento. This is your apartment. Este es vuestro apartamento. And if you find this a little bit complicated, you can just use tú for your and usted, tú, and the next one would be sus for the plural one. So if you can always use tú and sus, but if you're in Spain, you just have to know that people from Spain might use vuestro and vuestra, but you can use the other ones and they will also understand. Okay, and the next one, so it's a little complicated, but it gets easier with practice. Su, which means there, and also for yours, because the last conjugation, if we look, has ellos, ellas, and ustedes. So this is the one we use with that conjugation. So su, their or yours for ustedes. And the plural one would be sus, their, more than one, and yours, more than one. Okay, so this one is only used with the last conjugation, ellos, ellas, ustedes. For example, su carro es rojo. Their car is red. Su carro es rojo. And this one can also mean your car, is red, because su is also used for the third conjugation. But you have to look into the context. Su carro es rojo, their car is red. And if it's only one person, it means his or her car is red. Okay, this is complicated, but I hope it's understandable. And the next one. Ellos juegan con sus juguetes. They play with their toys. Ellos juegan con sus juguetes. And that's it for this one. I think you might need to practice this one, maybe look into the Quizlet so that you can memorize them. So thanks for watching. It was not an easy lesson, but practice. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for... Okay, so we recently learned about my, your, his, her in Spanish, and now there's level 2. So we will learn about mío, tuyo, suyo, nuestro. Okay, let's try it out. So we will learn words related to mine or of mine. So we previously learned my, and now we will learn mine or of mine. So we learned about your, and now we will learn about yours, of yours, his, her, and now we will learn his, of his, hers, of hers. So these ones refer to something which means of mine, of yours, and so on. So let's give it a try. So the first word we have is mío, which means mine or of mine. So we previously learned me, which means my. And now there's level 2, mine, of mine. And so mío is mine, but only for masculine things. And we also have mía, which refers to feminine things. So mine, of mine, but the thing you're referring to is feminine. And we also have míos, which means mine, in plural, for male or mixed things. So, for example, if you have a lemon or many lemons, you would say míos, they are mine. And the next one we have is mías, which means mine, but female and plural. So mías is only used for female things. For example, if you have apples, you would say mías, they are mine. You have many apples, mías. But once you put a lemon, they all become míos because now it's mixed. They're considered mixed, so they become míos. So mías is only for female, míos is for male, and mixed, and plural, of course. So mío, mía, míos, and mías. Okay, let's try it out. Let's try the examples. The first one we have is este juguete es mío. This toy is mine. Este juguete es mío. This toy is mine. And if we try the previous examples from the previous lesson, you can also say, este es mi juguete. This is my toy. Este es mi juguete. Or you can say, este juguete es mío. This toy is mine. Or this is my toy. So the meaning is the same, the words are a little different. So this happens in English and in Spanish too. Let's try the other example. Esta niña es mía. This girl is mine. Esta niña es mía. This girl is mine. And the next one. Estos panes son míos. These breads are mine. Estos panes son míos. These breads are mine. And we also have Estas galletas son mías. These cookies are mine. So galletas is female, so you can use mías. Estas galletas son mías. Okay. And now we have the one for the second conjugation. So if you look on the second conjugation, we have tu, and now we have tuyo, which means yours or of yours for masculine, tuya for feminine, yours of yours feminine, tuyos for masculine plural, and for mixed words, for mixed genders. So, and we also have tuyas, which means yours or of yours, but only for female plural things. So once again, if you have a mixed gender, they all become tuyos. If you only have female, it's tuyas. Tuyos would be used for only masculine or mixed. Okay, let's try the example. So the first example we have is Este carro es tuyo. This car is yours. Este carro es tuyo. This car is yours. And we can also say it the same way we learned from the previous lesson. Este es tu carro. This is your car. Este es tu carro. Or este carro es tuyo. This car is yours. So same meaning, different words. So let's try the next one. La casa es tuya. The house is yours. La casa es tuya. The house is yours. And another example would be Estos lápices de colores son tuyos. These color pencils are yours. Estos lápices de colores son tuyos. So lápices de colores means color pencils. Lápices de colores. And let's try the other example. Estas plumas son tuyas. These pens are yours. So plumas is feminine, and whenever you have more than one, they become tuyas. We can use it as tuyas. They are yours. So if you only had one pen, you would say Esta pluma es tuya. More than one, son tuyas. Okay. And now we have suyo, which means his or of his. And it also means yours or of yours whenever you refer to someone as usted. So suyo and suya, this one is used for the third conjugation from él, ella, and usted. So you can see it on the conjugation tab. The third one, él, ella, usted. So we have suyo for masculine, suya for feminine, basically hers, of hers, and also yours or of yours whenever you refer to somebody as usted and it's a female and she's female. And the next one, suyos, which means his or of his, but plural. Same thing for yours, of yours, plural, referring to as usted. And suyas is the feminine version. Suyas. Okay, let's try the examples. Este perro es suyo. This dog is his. Este perro es suyo. This dog is his. And the next example, you can also say from the previous lesson, Este es tu perro. Este es su perro. This is his dog. Este es su perro. Or Este perro es suyo. This dog is his. This is his dog. So this is simple. Same words, different words, same meaning. And the next example. Esta cámara es suya. This camera is hers. Esta cámara es suya. This camera is hers. And we have estos juguetes son suyos. These toys are hers. Estos juguetes son suyos. These toys are hers. And the next one. Estas frutas son suyas. These fruits are hers. Estas frutas son suyas. Frutas because fruits are feminine. So frutas, suyas. Okay. And the next one. Now we go for the fourth conjugation, which is nosotros. Okay, here we have nosotros, nuestro. Nuestro, which means ours or of ours. And nuestra, ours, of ours for female. Nuestro masculine, nuestra female. Nuestros means is plural masculine or mixed. Nuestras plural female only. Okay, let's try the examples. The first one we have is este bebé es nuestro. This baby is ours. Este bebé es nuestro. This baby is ours. And the second example we have is esta pluma es nuestra. This pen is ours. Esta pluma es nuestra. This pen is ours. So nuestra because it's female. The baby is male, so nuestro. Okay. And the next one. Esta niña es nuestra. This girl is ours. Esta niña es nuestra. This girl is ours. And the next one. Estos niños son nuestros. These kids are ours. And niños can be used for only boys, and they can be used for mixed genders. When you have boys and girls together, they become niños. And we would say nuestros because they're mixed. Estos niños son nuestros. And this one is the one that people in Spain use. So you can either use tuyo, tuyas, suyo, but in Spain they have their own version, which is vuestro, which is used with the vosotros conjugation. So vuestro means yours or of yours for something male. Vuestra for something female. Vuestros for plural and masculine or mixed. Vuestras for plural and feminine. So yours or of yours. Let's try the examples. And here we have a question which says, ¿Este juguete es vuestro? Is this toy yours? ¿Este juguete es vuestro? Is this toy yours? And the interesting thing about Spanish is that it depends on the way we use our tone, because we can also say, this toy is yours with the same words. So we would say, este juguete es vuestro. This toy is yours. Este juguete es vuestro. But if you want to make it a question, you change your tone. So you would say, ¿Este juguete es vuestro? Is this toy yours? ¿Este juguete es vuestro? So the words are the same, the tone changes the meaning from a question to a normal word. So this is interesting from Spanish. Another example of this can be, ¿Estas son las vuestras? Are these yours? ¿Estas son las vuestras? And if you want to say it in another way, you can say, Estas son las vuestras. These are yours. Estas son las vuestras. So you can tell between a question and just a normal phrase by the tones we use. Okay, let's try the next example. Mi papá es más alto que el vuestro. My dad is taller than yours. Mi papá es más alto que el vuestro. My dad is taller than yours. And another one. Mi manzana es más pequeña que la vuestra. My apple is smaller than yours. Mi manzana es más pequeña que la vuestra. And let's try the other examples. So here we have suyo, suya, suyos, and suyas. So these ones are being used with the last conjugation, with the conjugation, the sixth conjugation from ellos, ellas, and ustedes. So this means theirs or of theirs, and it also means yours, of yours, whenever you refer to somebody with as ustedes. So suyo for masculine, suya for feminine, suyos for masculine plural or mixed, suyas for feminine plural. Okay, let's try the examples. The first one we have is, Este niño es suyo. This kid is theirs. Este niño es suyo. This kid is theirs. And another one. Esta computadora es suya. This computer is theirs. Esta computadora es suya. This computer is theirs. And this one. Estos tacos son suyos. These tacos are theirs. Estos tacos son suyos. And one more. Estas manzanas son suyas. These apples are theirs. Estas manzanas son suyas. So that's it for this one. It was a long lesson. I hope you are still awake after this long lesson. And I think you should practice the Quizlet with this one because you definitely need to practice. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for. Okay, so now we are going to learn about friends and family. So the first word we have is la madre, which means the mother. La madre. And the second one is el padre, the father. El padre. La madre, the mother. El padre, the father. And an easy way to remember these ones is that madre starts with the letter M, like mamá, mama, mamá. And padre starts with the letter P, like papá, papa, papá. So madre M, padre P. Okay, let's try the examples. The first example is la madre y su bebé. The mother and her baby. La madre y su bebé. And the next one is el padre duerme con su bebé. The father sleeps with his baby. And here we have the conjugations for dormir, which means to sleep. So, la madre y su bebé, the mother and her baby. El padre duerme con su bebé. The father sleeps with his baby. Okay, and the next one we have is la hija, the daughter. La hija. And we also have el hijo, the son. El hijo. And an easy way to remember these ones is that hija ends with the letter A, so it's female. And hijo ends with the letter O, so it's masculine. So A for female, O for masculine. Hija, hijo. And let's try the next one. La madre y su hija están en el carro. The mother and her daughter are in the car. La madre y su hija están en el carro. And we also have el padre y su hijo juegan. The father and his son play. El padre y su hijo juegan. And the next one is la hermana, which means the sister. And we have the same concept. If you change the letter A for O, we get el hermano, the brother. So hermana with letter A, sister. Hermano with letter O, brother. So that's quite simple. And the examples we have are las hermanas están acostadas. The sisters are laying down. Las hermanas están acostadas. And we also have los hermanos están caminando. The brothers are walking. Los hermanos están caminando. Las hermanas están acostadas. So acostadas is for laying down. But we have to use the conjugation for to be, because they are doing it, that's the verb. And the next one, we have to use also the conjugation for to be with estar and caminando, which is walking. So they are walking. Okay, let's try the next one. Here we have la abuela, which means the grandmother. And if you change the A for an O, we get el abuelo, the grandfather. So la abuela, the grandmother, el abuelo, the grandfather. Okay, and the example we have is mi abuela me da comida. My grandma gives me food. Everybody's grandma. Mi abuela me da comida. And the next one is mi abuelo me da dinero. My grandpa gives me money. Mi abuelo me da dinero. So this is a grandma-grandpa thing, apparently. Mi abuela me da comida. Grandma gives me food. Mi abuelo me da dinero. My grandpa gives me money. Okay. And the next one we have is la tía, the aunt. La tía. And for masculine, we have el tío, the uncle. So similar like the other ones, tía, a, aunt. Tío, o, uncle. Okay, let's try the first example. Mi tía es la hermana de mi mamá. So we're actually using lots of words that we just learned today. Mi tía, my aunt, es la hermana, is the sister de mi mamá, of my mom. My aunt is the sister of my mom. And the next one is tu tío es muy cool. Your uncle is very cool. So in Spanish, the word for cool is the same one as in English, with a little bit of a Spanish accent, muy cool. So cool, and in Spanish we say cool. So we put the Spanish accent for it, but we use the same English word. So if you want to say, you're very cool, Tú eres muy cool. You're very cool. Okay. And the next one we have is la prima, which is the cousin but female. And el primo, the cousin but masculine. And this is something that we have in Spanish because in Spanish you have to specify the gender. So if you're gonna meet with your female cousin, you have to say that she's female. There's no other way, prima. And if you're meeting with a male cousin, you have to say that he's a male, primo. So in English, you will just say my cousin. And you don't know if it's female or male, it's just a cousin. But in Spanish, you specify the gender. So we get a little bit more information in Spanish than in English, but some people don't really like that. Okay, let's try this one. Nuestra prima está nadando. Our cousin is swimming. And prima with the letter A means it's a female cousin, so it's telling you that it's female. And the next one is sus primos están corriendo. So this is actually, this one means their cousins are running. And whenever you talk plural, you have to use the male conjugation, the male form. So primos. And when you use the plural form, you do not know if it's female or male. So you might have both together. If they're mixed, you would just use the male one. But if they're all female, you have to say primas. So it specifies that they're all female. But if they're mixed, male and female, you say primos. Okay, let's try the next one. Here we have la amiga, the friend, female, and el amigo, the friend, masculine. And this is the reason why a lot of people don't like this from Spanish. Because if you're going to meet with a female friend, you have to say that she's a female friend. There's no other way around. So if you say, I'm gonna meet with my female friend, people will be like, oh, you're meeting with a female friend, something is happening. Or if you're meeting with a male friend, you have to say that he's male. So they'll be like, oh, it's a male friend. So you get more information, and that's the reason why people don't like this about Spanish. People will start to question, like, oh, he's meeting with a female friend or a male friend. So in Spanish, they tell you that's a little bit problematic. Okay, so the example we have is mi amiga está estudiando. My friend, female friend, is studying. Mi amiga está estudiando. And the next one is mi amigo no está estudiando. My friend, which we know it's masculine, is not studying. Okay, so let's try the next one. Here we have la esposa, the wife. And if you change the letter A for O, we have el esposo, the husband. El esposo. Okay, la esposa, the wife, el esposo, the husband. This is quite simple. And the example we have is tu esposa está enojada. Your wife is angry. Tu esposa está enojada. And the next one is su esposo está trabajando. Her husband is working. Su esposo está trabajando. Okay, so that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about reflexive verbs. So reflexive verbs are a little complicated because English doesn't have them the same way as Spanish does. So what are reflexive verbs? So they're basically verbs that are used to describe things that you do to yourself. For example, going to bed, you can say dormir, which means to go to bed, or dormirse, which means that you go yourself to bed, you sleep yourself. And the next one is sitting down, sentar. So you can say sentar, which means to sit down, or sentarse, to sit yourself down. We also have getting angry, enojar. And you can say to get angry or to get yourself angry, enojarse. So this is something that you do to yourself. And some other examples are hacer, which means to do. And if we add se at the end, we will say to do to yourself, hacerse, to yourself. You do something to yourself. And the way this works is that you take the normal form of the verb. It's called the infinitive verb, but we just call it the normal verb because it's easier to remember. For example, hacer, then we add se after hacer. Lavar, lavarse. Bañar, bañarse. Levantar, levantarse. So let's look at the example with lavar, which means to wash. And if we add se, it means to wash yourself. Bañar, to shower. And bañarse, to shower yourself. So you can say bañar when you're showering something like showering your dog, baño el perro. But if you're washing yourself, you're showering yourself, you would say bañarse. So you're doing it to yourself. I would say me baño, estoy bañándome, bañarme. So you do it to yourself, bañarme. And another example would be levantar, which means to get up, and levantarse, to get yourself up. So for example, levantar, I would use it with my phone. So levanto el teléfono, I get the phone up, I pick up the phone, levantar. But if I pick myself up, I get myself up, I would say levantarse. So levantarme, me because it's myself, se is because it's the normal form. We also have sentar, sentarse, and sentarse. To sit down, to sit yourself down. Poner, to put on, and ponerse, to put on yourself. Llamar, to call, and llamarse, to call yourself. And we can actually use the Spanish conjugator for this. Let's see some examples. So, for example, I would use lavar, so which means to wash. Here we have to wash. And if we look at the conjugations, we have yo lavo, I wash. Tú lavas, you wash. Ella lava, she washes, he or she washes. And if we add se at the end, we will get new conjugations. So here we have the new conjugations. Yo me lavo. Tú te lavas. Él, ella, usted se lava. So the same thing for hacer, which means to do. Yo hago, I do. Tú haces, you do. Él hace, and the rest of the conjugations. And if we add se at the end, it means that you're doing it to yourself. Yo me hago, tú te haces, él, ella, usted se hace, nosotros hacemos, and the other conjugations. So you can also use the conjugator to better understand these ones and to basically practice with them. Okay, let's try the next one. So whenever you refer to I, something you're doing to yourself, you would say yo me. I do it to myself. Yo me. When it comes to you, you would say tú te. So you do it to yourself. Él se. He does it to himself. Ella se. She to herself. Uno, which means one. Uno se. One does something to himself. Usted se, which is you but formal. Usted. So you do something to yourself. Formal you. Nosotros nos. We do something to ourselves. Vosotros os. This one is used in Spain only. Vosotros. So you do something to yourselves. Ellos se. So they do something to yourself. Ellos, ellas. And ustedes, which is you do something to yourselves, but used outside of Spain, in the other countries, we use ustedes. Ustedes se. You do something to yourselves. So let's practice with the first example. Yo me. I do something to myself. For example, me baño en la casa. I shower myself at home. You can actually put the yo before, for example, yo me baño en la casa, or you can actually just leave it out because yo me there's only one. So basically one form for these ones. Yo me baño or me baño en la casa. And the other example would be me llamo Hugo. My name is Hugo. But in Spanish we say I call myself Hugo. Yo me llamo Hugo. Me llamo. So it means my name is Hugo, but we say I call myself. Yo me llamo Hugo. And then we have tú te, which is you do something to yourself. Tú te. And for example, ¿cómo te llamas? So how do you call yourself? ¿Cómo te llamas? Basically, what's your name? But in Spanish, we say, how do you call yourself? ¿Cómo te llamas? And another one will be, te lavas la cara, which means you wash your face. You wash your face. Or you can say, tú te lavas la cara, which means the same. But you can also leave it out because there's only one form, tú te. Okay, the next example will be, él se, which means he does something to himself. Él se. We also have ella. Ella se. She does something to herself. Uno se. One does something to oneself or to itself. And usted, which means you formal. Usted se. You do something to yourself. But this one is the formal version of you. Okay, let's try the first example. Él se levanta a las 7, which means he gets up at 7. He gets himself up at 7. Él se, he himself. Él se levanta a las 7. And then we also have ella. Ella se pone una camisa. So she puts on a shirt herself. Ella se pone una camisa. So she's doing it to herself. She's putting the shirt onto herself. And we also have uno se enoja. One gets himself angry. Uno se enoja. Or one gets angry. And we also have usted se sienta aquí. So you sit yourself here. Usted se sienta aquí. You sit yourself here. And we also have nosotros nos, which means we to ourselves. Something that we do to ourselves. And we also have nosotras for female. Nosotras nos. So we do something to ourselves. And the example is nosotros nos quedamos en casa. We stay at home. So we stay ourselves at home. Nosotros nos quedamos en casa. And we also have nosotras, which is female for we. Nosotras nos sentimos felices. We feel happy. Nosotras nos sentimos felices. So we feel happy ourselves. We feel ourselves happy. Okay, let's try the next one. Ellos se, which is they do something to themselves. Or ellas, female for female they, do something to themselves. And ustedes, which is the formal version of yourselves. Okay, let's try this one. Ellos se pelean, which means they fight themselves. So they are fighting they are fighting with each other. Ellos se pelean. They are fighting with each other. They themselves are fighting with each other. And the next example will be ellas se dan regalos, which means they give each other presents. So ellas se dan regalos. So that's everything for this one. And you can check out the Quizlet so you can practice a little bit with this one. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lesson's Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about some words related to things that you can find at home, as well as basic prepositions. This means words like in or over or under or the location. So the first word we have is un apartamento, which means an apartment. Un apartamento. So this one sounds similar to English. Apartamento. Apartment, apartamento. So it's almost the same, just a few extra letters. And the second one is una casa, a house. Una casa. So un apartamento, an apartment, and una casa, a house. The next example is una puerta, a door. Una puerta. And we also have una ventana. Una ventana, which means a window. So una puerta, a door. Una ventana, a window. Ooh, you go up. Una ventana. And the next one is un radio. Un radio. So a radio. This one is simple because it's similar to English. Is the same word basically. And we also have una televisión. So a TV. So in English, you kind of say a TV, but in Spanish, we say the whole word, a television. Una televisión. So these two are quite simple to remember. Okay, the next one we have is una computadora. A computer. Una computadora. So this one is also similar to English. And we also have una tableta. A tablet. Una tableta. However, if you have an iPad, we basically say the same as in English, where an iPad is un iPad, iPad, and tablet is tableta. So, un iPad, an iPad, una tableta, a tablet. So we do the same thing in Spanish as in English. So iPad is only for Apple products. Tableta is only for Android products or whatever other products you have, a tablet. Okay, the next one is un teléfono, which means a phone, basically a telephone. Un teléfono, a phone. And we also have un celular, so a cell phone. So we do the same thing as in English. Un teléfono, which is the old classic phones, and un celular, which means a cell phone. Un celular. And then we have un baño, which means a bathroom. Un baño, a bathroom. And una cocina, a kitchen. Una cocina, a kitchen. So, un baño, a bathroom. Una cocina, a kitchen. Okay, let's try the next one. Un inodoro, which means a toilet. Un inodoro. And if you want to wash your hands, we call it un fregadero. A sink. Un fregadero. So, un inodoro, a toilet. Un fregadero, a sink. So these ones are a little harder because they're very different from English. Okay, the next one we have is un cuarto, which means a room. Un cuarto, a room. And we also have una sala de estar. So a living room. So una sala means room for being. Basically, una sala de estar, a living room. That's the translation. And un cuarto, a room. Un cuarto. Cuarto, room. Okay, we also have un comedor, a dining room. Un comedor. Un comedor. And then we have unas llaves, some keys. So llaves means keys. Unas llaves, some keys. Okay, and here we have the prepositions where the things are. So let's try the first one. We have sobre, which means over. Sobre, something that is over. Sobre. Then we have en, which means in. Something in, yeah, in, basically. And then we have debajo, which means under. Debajo. So basically, sobre on the top, en, in, and debajo, under. Okay, and we also have a few extra words. For example, abajo, which means down or below. So debajo means under. Abajo sounds similar, means down or below. Abajo. And we also have arriba, which means up or above. Arriba. Okay, let's try some examples. So here we have, mi madre está en la cocina. My mom is in the kitchen, so that's why we use en. En la cocina. So here I have the notes, so make sure to read the notes. You can see arriba, up, sobre, on, in, en in, debajo, under, and then abajo, down, below. So I tried to put them in order. Okay, let's try the second example. El gato está sobre la computadora. The cat is on the computer. El gato está sobre la computadora. And another example will be, las llaves están sobre la mesa. The keys are on the table. Las llaves están sobre la mesa. And then we have, mis zapatos están debajo de la cama. My shoes are under the bed. Mis zapatos están debajo de la cama. And we have another one. La mujer está en la sala de estar. So the woman is in the living room. And we also have, el bebé está en el baño. The baby is in the bathroom. So from this one, the most common one you will use will be en. This one you will hear it repeated many times because it means in, where something is in basically. So this is the most common one, in. But it's good to also memorize all of the other ones. So that's it for this one, and I think for this one you should check out the Quizlet so you can memorize all of the vocabulary and basically the words we learned. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about countries, cities, and their positions. So the first word we have is país. País, which means a country. País. And the next one is ciudad, which means city. Ciudad. So país, country. Ciudad, city. So these are two of the most common words that you will probably use. País and ciudad. And the first country we have is Mexico. Mexico, which means Mexico. Mexico. And the capital city of Mexico is Ciudad de México. So we just learned ciudad, which means city, of Mexico. Mexico City. Ciudad de México. Mexico City. So in English, you tend to say Mexico. But in Spanish, the X sounds like H. So it would be Mexico. Mexico. Okay, let's try the next one. Here we have España, which means Spain. España, Spain. And the capital of Spain is Madrid. 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 So España and Madrid. And the next country is Colombia. So this one, I think everybody understands. Colombia. And the capital of Colombia is Bogotá. Bogotá. So Colombia and Bogotá. Bogotá, Colombia. And the next country is Argentina. 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 And the capital is Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires. So Argentina and the capital Buenos Aires. Okay, and the next country is Los Estados Unidos. So los means the, Estados, states, Unidos, united. So the position is different. So the United States, Los Estados Unidos. And the capital city is Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. So we kind of use a Spanish accent when we talk about this city, Washington, D.C. And one of the major cities is Nueva York. New York. Nueva York. So Washington, D.C., or you can also say just Washington. Washington. It's a little bit more common though. Washington. And Nueva York. New York. And we also have some states. So these are some of the states where you will probably hear Spanish being spoken a little bit more. So here we have California. 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 Then we have Texas. 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 And we also have Florida. 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 So California, Texas, remember the X sounds like H, Texas, and Florida. Florida. And another big country is China. 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 And two of the main cities in China will be Peking or Beijing. So some people might say Peking, others might say Beijing. I personally say Beijing. Beijing. Or some people don't pronounce the G. Beijing or Beijing. So different people say it differently. Beijing, Beijing, or Peking. So Beijing. And another main city is Shanghai. Shanghai, which is Shanghai. Shanghai. Actually, something about me. I actually went to school in Shanghai. I did my master's in this city. It's quite a very nice city, to be honest. Okay, Shanghai. And then we have Russia. 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 And two of the main cities in Russia will be Moscow, 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 and we also have San Petersburgo, St. Petersburg, San Petersburgo. So Russia, then Moscow, and San Petersburgo, St. Petersburg. And another main country will be El Reino Unido, the United Kingdom. El Reino Unido. And one of the main cities is Londres. Londres, which means London. Londres. And we also have Francia. France. Francia. And one of the main cities will be Paris. 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 So Francia, Paris. Then we have Alemania, Germany. Alemania. And the capital of Germany, Berlin. Berlin. So this Alemania is a little different because Germany, I would say it's interesting because other countries and other languages say it very differently. So Germans, they call themselves Deutsch. Other people will call them Niemiecki in Russian. It has many names. Alemania, Germany. So they changed their names in different languages, change very radically, I have to be honest. They change a lot. So Alemania, Germany, and Berlin. Berlin. And then we have Italia, which means Italy. This one is simple. Italia, Italy. And then we have Roma, which means Rome. Roma, Rome. So the capital of Italy, Roma. And then we have Japón, which means Japan. Japón, Japan. And one of the main cities in Japan, Tokyo. Tokyo. So Tokyo. Tokyo. And here we have some extra words. For example, una calle, a street. Una calle, a street. Then we have un parque, a park. Un parque. And we also have un puente, a bridge. Un puente. So, una calle, a street. Un parque, a park. And un puente, a bridge. Okay, and some of the positions we're going to talk about will be lejos, which means far. Lejos, far. And we also have cerca, near. Cerca. So lejos, far, cerca, near. And we also have parado, which means standing, and sentado, which means sitting. So parado, when you stand up, parado, sentado, sitting. So parar, if you say parar, that will be the verb, meaning the action of standing up. And sentar, the action of sitting down. So parado, sentado, standing and sitting. And let's try the examples. The first one is, ¿de dónde eres? Where are you from? ¿De dónde eres? And you can reply, soy de México. I'm from Mexico. Soy de México. Or you can also say, for example, ¿de dónde eres? Soy de Estados Unidos. I'm from the US. Soy de Francia. Soy de Alemania. De Japón. Okay, let's try another one. Este puente está en California. This bridge is in California. Este puente está en California. And we can say, esta ciudad está en México. So this city is in Mexico. Esta ciudad está en México. And another example will be, mi casa está cerca de la calle. So we're using cerca. Cerca, which means my house is near the street. Mi casa está cerca de la calle. And another one will be, mi escuela está lejos de mi casa. My school is far from my home. Mi escuela está lejos de mi casa. And we also have this one. México está cerca de los Estados Unidos, which means Mexico is near the United States. México está cerca de los Estados Unidos. And another one will be España está lejos de México. Spain is far from Mexico. So cerca, near, lejos, far. And we also have Este hombre está parado en el puente. This man is standing on the bridge. Este hombre está parado en el puente. And we have Esta mujer está sentada en el parque. This woman is sitting on the park. Esta mujer está sentada en el parque. This woman is sitting on the park. And well, that's it for this one. So I recommend checking out the Quizlet so that you can memorize all of the names of the countries and the cities and what we just learned. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about clothes in Spanish. So the first word we have is the most common Spanish word. El sombrero, the sombrero. El sombrero. So this one is the big Spanish hats that cowboys, Mexican cowboys use. They also use them during football matches, those type of hats. Sombrero. So the sombrero, sombrero. And the second word we have is cachucha, which means the hat. Cachucha, hat. And then we have gorro, gorro. So gorro refers to the beanie hat, the one that people wear in winter. El gorro, the beanie hat. Okay, so sombrero, the sombrero, gorra, hat, or some people also call it cachucha. Gorra or cachucha, so it's the sun hat, the type of hat. And gorro, the beanie hat. So let's try the next one. The examples. The first one we have is Los mariachis llevan sombreros. The mariachis wear hats. Los mariachis llevan sombreros. And the next one we have is Estos hombres llevan cachuchas. These men wear hats. And here I have the conjugation for llevar, which means to take something somewhere. And it also means to wear. So this is the word we use when it comes to some clothes that you're wearing for yourself. So llevar, which means to wear, also to take. And you can check out the conjugations. Okay, and then we have Yo llevo un gorro, which means I wear a beanie hat. Yo llevo un gorro. I wear a beanie hat. Okay, let's try the next ones. And then we're going from up to down. Here we have chaqueta, which means a jacket. Chaqueta, jacket. And we also have suéter, el suéter, the sweater. So this is basically the same word in English, just written differently and pronounced differently. So sweater, suéter, suéter. So you have to put a Spanish accent on this one. Suéter. Okay, so chaqueta, jacket, suéter, sweater. Okay, let's try the next one. Él lleva una chaqueta roja. So él lleva, he wears, una chaqueta, a jacket, roja, red. He wears a red jacket. So the positions are different in Spanish, the word positions. And the next one is el suéter es gris. The sweater is gray. El suéter es gris. Okay, and the next ones we have are camisa which means a shirt, camisa, and camiseta, which means a t-shirt, camiseta. So camisa, the shirt, similar to the one I'm wearing, shirt, camisa, and camiseta, kind of like the one underneath, the black ones, black or white. Very good. Camiseta, t-shirt. Okay, let's try the examples. Esta es una camiseta blanca. This is a white t-shirt. Camiseta, t-shirt. So this one, I think you can figure out easily. And then we have él lleva, which means he wears. Él lleva una camisa azul. He's wearing a blue shirt. Él lleva una camisa azul. So these ones are quite simple. And then we have jeans. So in Spanish, there are two ways to say it. You can say jeans, so jeans, but with a Spanish accent, jeans, or you can say the long name, pantalones de mezclilla. So pantalones means pants, and then de mezclilla, basically mezclilla pants. So this is the official full name, pantalones de mezclilla, but you can just say jeans. So jeans, that's common as well, jeans. And the next word is pantalones, which means pants. Pantalones. Okay, let's try the examples. The first one is llevamos jeans. Llevar, we are wearing jeans. Llevamos jeans. We are wearing jeans. Simple. And then we have mis pantalones no son azules. My pants are not blue. Mis pantalones no son azules. Okay, let's try the next ones. So then we have shorts. So in Spanish, it's similar. You have to put a Spanish accent to it. So you can say shorts. Shorts. Some people also say chores. Chores. And some people might even say chores. Chores. But the most common one is shorts. Shorts. So same as English, but with a Spanish accent. And then we have underwear, and there are many ways to say it. For example, you can say calzones, calzones, and you can also say calzoncillos, calzoncillos. And you can also say ropa interior. So ropa means clothes. Interior means interior. So interior clothes. So the most common one I hear is calzones, but the most formal one is ropa interior. So if you're going to a store in a Spanish-speaking country, you would probably say ropa interior. If you're asking for help, you would say, ¿Dónde está la ropa interior? Because this one is a little bit more formal, more official. If you say, ¿Dónde están los calzones? See, they would probably laugh a little bit. It's a little bit less formal. It even sounds funny in my head a little bit. So it's less formal, but it's also commonly used. But the most official one is ropa interior. And then we have el hombre lleva shorts negros. The man is wearing black shorts. El hombre lleva shorts negros. And the other example, mi ropa interior es de colores. My underwear is colorful. Mi ropa interior es de colores. And we keep on going down. So then we have calcetines, which means socks. Calcetines. Calcetines. Socks. And then we have zapatos, which are shoes. Zapatos. Shoes. And then we have flip-flops. So this one, the most common one I hear is chanclas. This one is quite common, but I think it could be used mostly in Mexico. I'm not sure of the other countries. Chanclas. Or you can also say chancletas. Chancletas. So chanclas or chancletas for flip-flops. Chanclas, chancletas. Okay, so calcetines, socks, zapatos, shoes, and chanclas, flip-flops or chancletas. Okay, here we have ¿Dónde están mis calcetines? Where are my socks? ¿Dónde están mis calcetines? And then we have Mis zapatos son cafés. Sus zapatos son blancos. So mis, my shoes are brown. Sus, her shoes are white. Mis zapatos son blancos. Mis zapatos son cafés. Sus zapatos son blancos. Okay. And then we have Mis chanclas son moradas. My flip-flops are purple. Mis chanclas son moradas. And a few other ones. We also have falda, which means skirt. Falda. Falda. And for a dress, which is the full dress, we have vestido. El vestido. Vestido. And for the suit, we have traje. Traje. El traje, the suit. El traje. So falda, skirt, vestido, dress, and traje, suit. And the examples we have, estos hombres llevan faldas. These men are wearing skirts. Estos hombres llevan faldas. And we also have, mi vestido es azul. My dress is blue. Mi vestido es azul. And for the suit, we have, su traje es gris. His suit is gray. Su traje es gris. His suit is gray. And we also have cinturón, which means belt. Cinturón, belt. And corbata, which means a tie. Corbata, cinturón, corbata. And the example we have is, estos son cinturones de karate. These are karate belts, so you can use them for clothing belts or even karate belts. Estos son cinturones de karate. And we also have, este hombre no lleva corbata. This man is not wearing a tie. Este hombre no lleva corbata. Okay, so that's it for this one, and check out the Quizlet. You can memorize the phrases. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to talk about some of the basic feelings. So when it comes to feelings in Spanish, we use them together with the word estar. For example, estoy enfermo, which means I'm sick. So enfermo means sick, and estoy means I am. So we have to mix them together with estar. Similar as in English, where you have to say I am tired, I'm sick, you're tired, you are okay. So in Spanish it's the same. You mix it together with estar. The second one we have is estoy cansado, which means I'm tired. Cansado means tired. Estoy cansado. And then we have estoy bien, which means I'm okay. Estoy bien. So estoy enfermo, which means I'm sick. Estoy cansado, I'm tired. And estoy bien, I'm okay. So let's try the examples. Here we have, ¿Cómo está tu amiga? Which means, how is your friend? And amiga ends with an A, so it's feminine. So your female friend. ¿Cómo está tu amiga? ¿Cómo está tu amiga? How is your friend? And then we have está enferma. She's sick. Está enferma. So whenever you want to know how somebody is, you can say, ¿Cómo estás? How are you? ¿Cómo está tu mamá? ¿Cómo está tu padre? Tu amigo? Tu abuela? So, ¿cómo está? How is? So basically, how is your? Okay. And you can always reply, está enferma, está, and whatever she's feeling, or she's having, or the person is having. Another one would be, ¿Cómo está el bebé? How is the baby? ¿Cómo está el bebé? How is the baby? And you can say, está cansado. He's tired. Está cansado. Cansado, tired. And you can always say, ¿Cómo estás? How are you? ¿Cómo estás? So this is a common introduction word, introduction phrase. So whenever you meet somebody, you can say, oh, hola, ¿cómo estás? Hello, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? And you can always reply, estoy bien. I'm good. Estoy bien. Estoy bien. And we also have several words that you have to mix them together with tener. So this is different from English, where in English you use estar, which means I am, but in Spanish there are some of them where you have to use tener. For example, tengo frío. In English it means I'm cold, but in Spanish it actually means I have cold. So cold is not something you are, but something you have. So I have cold. If you say estoy frío, this one rather refers to you being cold, like your skin is cold. Estoy frío, like inside of you it's cold. You're cold, like that. But tengo frío means I have cold, I'm feeling cold. Tengo frío. The same thing is with calor. So calor means hot. Frío means cold. Calor means hot. And it's something you have. Tengo calor, which means I have hot. I'm feeling hot. I have hot. So basically I'm hot. But in Spanish we use tener. Tengo calor, I'm hot. Tengo frío, I'm cold. And let's try the examples. For example, ¿Cómo está tu perro? How is your dog? ¿Cómo está tu perro? And you can reply, Tiene frío. He is cold. Tiene frío. He is cold. Tiene frío. And another one would be, ¿Tienes calor? So, are you hot? So basically we can make it into a question as well. ¿Tienes calor? Are you hot? Basically, do you have hot? And you can reply, Sí, tengo calor. Sí, yes, sí, tengo calor. I'm hot. Okay, this is quite simple. Let's try the next ones with tener. Also with tener. So hunger, hambre, hambre. So hunger is something that you have. So you would say, tengo hambre. I have hunger. Tengo hambre. Which basically means I'm hungry. Tengo hambre. And we also have sed, which means thirst. So, tengo sed. I'm thirsty. Which literally means I have thirst. I have thirst. Tengo sed. So, tengo hambre. I'm hungry. Tengo sed. I'm thirsty. And let's try the examples. El gato tiene hambre. The cat is hungry. El gato tiene hambre. And we also have El hombre tiene calor y sed. The man is hot and thirsty. El hombre tiene calor y sed. And we also have this one, which means Tengo sueño, which means I'm sleepy. So basically, I have sleep, or I have sleepiness, I have sleep. Tengo sueño, I'm sleepy. And let's try the example. El koala tiene sueño. The koala has sleep. El koala tiene sueño. Okay, so that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about occupations in Spanish. So the first one we have is el policía, which means the policeman. El policía. If you want to say the police in general, you can just say la policía or just policía, police, la policía, the police, policía, police. And if you want to make it feminine, so here we have el policía, which is the policeman. If you refer to a women policeman, policewomen, you can say la policía, which means the policewomen. La policía. So, el policía, the policeman, la policía, the policewomen, and also la policía for the police in general. Okay, let's try some examples. You can say, ¿qué trabajo hacen? What job do you do? ¿Qué trabajo hacen? So, here we have hacen, which is the last conjugation. So this one will refer to ustedes. What job do you all do? ¿Qué trabajo hacen? And you can reply, somos policías. We are policemen. Somos policías. And the other words we have is el doctor, which means the doctor. El doctor. So this is similar to English, it's the same word. El doctor. And we also have this one, which we sometimes use, which is el médico, which is the medic, or it's also the doctor, or medic. So el médico, the doctor, the medic, or el doctor, the doctor. But sometimes el doctor is used a little bit more to refer to hospital doctors, and el médico for like the doctor who gives you pills. So, el médico, kind of like the doctor who has his own kind of like consultory, his own business. He's a medic. He gives you pills. El médico, who gives you medicine. And el doctor for the hospital ones. But you can use both actually. So, a little confusing, but you can either use el doctor or el médico. So, the next one we have, the example we have is ¿Dónde trabaja usted? Which means, where do you work? ¿Dónde trabaja usted? And you can reply, trabajo en un hospital. So trabajo means I work en un hospital, in a hospital. Soy doctor. I'm a doctor. So, ¿dónde trabaja usted? You can ask anybody this, and they would say, trabajo en maybe una escuela, in a school. Soy maestro, I'm a teacher. So whatever you work. So let's try the next example. You can also say, ¿cuál es su trabajo? Which means, what is your job? It also means, what is your job? But ¿cuál means, which is your job? ¿Cuál means which? So you can also use this in Spanish. ¿Cuál es su trabajo? What is your job? The literal meaning is which is your job, but it means the same. And you can reply, soy médico. I'm a doctor. I'm a medic. Soy médico. I'm a doctor. And then we have el dentista, which means the dentist. So, and we also have this one, which is la dentista, which is the dentist but female. The only way to tell the genders in these ones are because of the article. So, el refers to male, and la refers to female. So, el dentista, the dentist, La dentista, the female dentist. Okay, let's try the examples. Usted es dentista, which means you are a dentist. Usted es dentista. And oh, this one is actually a question. So you can actually make questions like this too. For example, are you a dentist? ¿Usted es dentista? Are you a dentist? ¿Usted es dentista? And you can reply, sí, soy dentista. Yes, I'm a dentist. So you can use this type of questions for whatever you want to ask. For example, ¿Usted es policía? Are you a policeman? ¿Usted es doctor? Are you a doctor? So yeah, let's try the next example. We also have el enfermero, which means the nurse, and it's masculine. El enfermero. And we also have la enfermera, the nurse, the female nurse. El enfermero, la enfermera. Okay, let's try it out. So you can just say, yo soy enfermero. I am a nurse, male. Yo soy enfermero. And you can also remove the yo, so you can just say, soy enfermera. I'm a nurse, female. So you can use yo, or you can just leave it out. Both are actually okay. And the next one we have is el maestro, which means the teacher. El maestro, the teacher. And for female, we say la maestra, the teacher, but female. El maestro ends with an O, so it's masculine. La maestra, a feminine. Okay, which means the teacher. So let's give it a try. Let's see the examples. Los maestros están enojados. The teachers are angry. Los maestros están enojados. So here we have many teachers. We have male and female. So when it comes to plural, we just say los maestros if it's mixed. If they were all female, we would say las maestras. But since there is a man, it becomes masculine for plural. And the next one we have is el maestro está trabajando. The teacher is working. El maestro está trabajando. The teacher is working. Okay, and we also have professor. So I think professor refers rather to university professors. So let's give it a try. El profesor, the professor. It also means teacher. El profesor. And we have la profesora, the female professor. La profesora. El profesor, la profesora. And you can say, el profesor escribe. The professor writes. El profesor escribe. And the other one would be la profesora habla. La profesora habla. So escribe means to write, and here we have the conjugations. And la profesora habla. We also have the conjugations for hablar. You can check them out and memorize them. Okay, let's try the next one. Here we have el estudiante, which means the student. El estudiante. So student sounds like estudiante. So it sounds a little bit similar. So let's try the examples. Los estudiantes están estudiando. So estudiar means to study. Estudiar. So here we're using the complete form with the ing in English, which in Spanish is ando. NDO. In English, you would say ing. So study, ing, studying. And in Spanish, we would add NDO. Estudiando. So estudiar is the normal verb. Los estudiantes están estudiando. The students are studying. So this one is similar because estudiante and estudiar sound similar. Okay, let's try the other one. El estudiante está durmiendo. The student is sleeping. El estudiante está durmiendo. Okay, and we also have the fireman. El bombero. El bombero. The fireman. So this one is not similar at all to English. So you have to memorize this one. El bombero. The fireman. And we can say, ¿Qué trabajo hace usted? What job do you do? ¿Qué trabajo hace usted? What job do you do? And you can reply, Soy bombero. I'm a firefighter. Soy bombero. So this is quite simple. We also have the mailman, and we say el cartero. So carta refers to a card, a letter, card. El cartero. So the card man, basically in Spanish, the card man, el cartero. So in English is the mailman. In Spanish, the card man. Okay, let's try the example. El cartero maneja, which means to drive, un carro, a car. El cartero maneja un carro. The mailman drives a car. So here we have the conjugations for manejar, which is to drive, and you can also check them out. And we also have el arquitecto, which means the architect. El arquitecto. This one is similar to English, so it should be easy to remember. El arquitecto. And you can say, el arquitecto diseña una casa. The architect designs a house. El arquitecto diseña una casa. So diseña means to design, una casa, a house. So this is also simple. And we have la secretaria, the secretary. If you want to say it's a male secretary, you would say el secretario. El secretario. If it's female, la secretaria. So this one is similar to English, so it should be easy. And the example is, la secretaria está trabajando. The secretary is working. La secretaria está trabajando. Okay, and we also have el mecánico, which is the mechanic. El mecánico. The mechanic, similar to English. Mi papá es mecánico. My dad is a mechanic. Mi papá es mecánico. Mi papá es. And we also have this one, el músico, which means the musician. El músico, the musician. So música, music. El músico, the music man, the musician. Okay, and the example we have is, mi amigo es músico. My friend is a musician. Mi amigo es músico. My friend is a musician. And we also have el administrador. So the administrator. El administrador. This is similar to English. And el administrador trabaja a las 9 a.m. The administrator works at 9 a.m. El administrador trabaja a las 9 a.m. A las 9 de la mañana. A.m. you can also say de la mañana. Or you can say a.m. A las 9 a.m. a.m. And we have el director. The director. El director. Mi director está enojado. My director is angry. Mi director está enojado. My director is angry. And we also have el programador, the programmer. El programador. So the computer programmer. So similar, programador, programmer. And we have yo soy programador. I am a programmer. No soy hacker. Not a hacker. So yo soy programador. No soy hacker. I'm a programmer, not a hacker. And it's almost finished. I'm saying a lot of employment here. A lot of jobs here. Okay. El ingeniero. The engineer. El ingeniero. the engineer. And you can say, tú eres ingeniero. You are an engineer. So ingeniero, engineer sounds similar. Tú eres ingeniero. And you can also become el presidente, the president. El presidente. So this can be for like country's president or company president. El presidente. And you can say, el presidente está hablando. The president is speaking. El presidente está hablando. We also have el guardia, the guard. El guardia. And the example we have is, este guardia está caminando. This guard is walking. So guardia sounds like guard if you actually pronounce the U. Guard. El guardia. So there you go. You have to pronounce the U in Spanish. El guardia. Este guardia está caminando. So that's it for this one. It was a long lesson, but there were lots of jobs here. Okay, so thanks for watching. Check out the Quizlet. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. So now we are going to learn about outside and inside, adentro y afuera. So the first word we have is adentro, which means inside. Adentro. Adentro. And the next one is afuera, which means outside. Afuera. Adentro, inside. Afuera, outside. And we also have these ones. The first one is dentro, which means within. Dentro. And we have fuera, which means out. Dentro, within, fuera, out. And these ones are always followed by, they're often followed by de. So when you say dentro de, within the, within something, it's within something, dentro de. Same thing for fuera, out of, fuera de, out of. And you can actually see they're very similar to the other ones. So we have dentro and adentro, which means inside. Dentro, within, adentro, inside. Same thing for fuera, fuera, which means out, and afuera, outside. Afuera, fuera, outside, out. So they are closely related. Okay, let's try some of the examples. The first one is, ¿Dónde está la mujer? Where is the woman? ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde está la mujer? And here we have, la mujer está adentro de la casa. The woman is inside the house. La mujer está adentro de la casa. Adentro, inside. And the next one is, ¿Dónde está el niño? Where is the boy? ¿Dónde está el niño? And you can reply, el niño está jugando afuera. The boy is playing outside. El niño está jugando afuera. So afuera, outside. And the next example is, hay queso. So queso means cheese. Hay queso dentro de esta hamburguesa. There's cheese within this hamburger. Hay queso dentro de esta hamburguesa. So hay means there is, queso, cheese, dentro, within. Hamburguesa is pretty easy to guess. Hamburger. Hay queso dentro de esta hamburguesa. There's cheese within this hamburger. Another example will be, su mano está fuera del carro. Her hand is out of the car. Su mano está fuera del carro. So fuera means out, and we always follow it by de, or del, in this case del, of the car. If you say de, of, car, de carro, of car, but it's del, referring to of the car, del carro. And in this one, we have dentro de, within the hamburger, but we have de este, within this hamburger. If we say dentro de, it would be within the. De este, within this hamburger. Okay. And the final example is fuera, which means out. For example, when you play baseball and he catches the ball, you can say fuera, out. Fuera, out. Okay, so that's it for this one. It was a short lesson. It's good to take a short break. So, thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about using but and in Spanish. So this one will be a very simple lesson. Let's give it a try. The first word we have is pero. Pero, which means but. Pero, but, pero. So we basically use it the same way as in English. Whenever you have to say but, in Spanish you just say pero. And the next one we have is and. So in Spanish we say y. So it's a very simple word, a very simple letter. Y. Pero, but, y, and, y. Okay, let's try some examples. So the first one is, él está en la escuela, pero no está estudiando. He's at school, but he's not studying. Él está en la escuela, pero no está estudiando. Pero. And the next example is quite similar. Él está en la escuela, he's at school, y está estudiando, and he's studying. So, pero no está estudiando, but he's not studying, and he's studying. So we basically use it the same way we do as in English. Okay, let's try the next one. Kiwis y naranjas. Kiwis and oranges. Kiwis y naranjas. And then we have unos plátanos, una manzana y un jugo. Some bananas, an apple, and a juice. Unos plátanos, una manzana y un jugo. So we use y the same way as in English, and a juice, so it's the last one, and a juice. And then we have no soy mexicano, pero hablo español. I'm not Mexican, but I speak Spanish. So here we have the conjugation for hablar. So here we should have two conjugations. No soy, which comes from ser, I'm not, but, and then we also have the conjugation for hablo, for to speak. So I put the one for hablar. Okay, let's try the next one. Soy americano, pero hablo francés. I'm American, but I speak French. Okay, so it's similar enough to the first one. Pero hablo francés, pero hablo español. And you can either say americano, which means American, or estadounidense, which is the special Spanish word that we have, which means United Station. So you can either be an American or a United Station. So we have a special word for that, and I think it's a little bit more commonly used. Let's try the next one. Tengo un hermano, pero no tengo una hermana. I have a brother, but I don't have a sister. Tengo un hermano, pero no tengo una hermana. And then we have tengo un hermano, y una hermana. I have a brother and a sister. So these ones are quite simple to learn. So that's it for this one, and if you want, you can check out the Quizlet exercise for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the different times of the day, your eating times, as well as how to say before and after. So the first word we have is la mañana, which means the morning. La mañana, the morning. La mañana. And the next one is el mediodía, which means the midday, the middle of the day, or midday. El mediodía, the midday, el mediodía. And then we have la tarde, which means the afternoon. La tarde, afternoon, the afternoon. And the last one is la noche, which means the night. La noche, the nighttime. La noche. Okay, let's try one more time. La mañana, the morning. El mediodía, the middle of the day, the midday. La tarde, the afternoon. La noche, the night. Okay, so mañana, mediodía, tarde, noche. So let's check the examples. The first one we have is yo corro en la mañana. I run in the morning. Yo corro en la mañana. And so this one is simple. Let's try the next one. Nosotras, which is we, but female. Nosotras trabajamos en el mediodía. So we, female, we work in the midday. Nosotras trabajamos en el mediodía. And the next one we have is ella va a casa en la tarde. She goes home in the afternoon. Ella va a casa en la tarde. She goes home in the afternoon. And then we have nosotros, which is we but masculine because it has the letter O, or mixed. Nosotros bailamos en la noche. So we dance at night. So bailar means to dance. And then we have nosotros. So nosotros bailamos. We dance at night. Okay. So the next one we have is el desayuno, which means breakfast. So we learned la mañana, the morning, and now we have el desayuno, the breakfast. So el desayuno. And then after desayuno, we have el almuerzo, the lunch. El almuerzo, lunch. And after lunch, we have la cena, which means dinner. La cena, dinner. So that's the one around maybe 6 p.m. or some people eat much later, of course. So el desayuno, el almuerzo, la cena. So that's the order. Let's check out the examples. So here we have an example with la mañana and el desayuno. Es de mañana. La mujer está desayunando. So es de mañana means it's the morning, or yeah, it's morning time. Es de mañana. La mujer está desayunando. It's the morning. The woman is having breakfast. Okay, so this one is simple. So mañana, morning, breakfast, desayuno. And the next one is an example with el mediodía and lunch. So you can say, es de mediodía. Ellos están almorzando. It's midday. They are having lunch. Es de mediodía. Ellos están almorzando. And let's try the next one. Él desayuna huevos. He eats eggs for breakfast. Él desayuna huevos. He eats eggs for breakfast. And the last one would be, ellos cenan hamburguesas. They eat hamburgers for dinner. Ellos cenan hamburguesas. Okay, let's try the next one. So the way you say good morning, we will learn will be buenos días. So días means day. Un día, a day. Días means plural for day, so days. So buenos días means good day. Buenos días. So basically good morning. Buenos días. And the second one is buenas tardes, which means good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. So we just learned tarde, afternoon. And the next one is buenas noches, which means good evening or good night. Buenas noches. So noche refers to night. So buenas noches. Let's try the examples. Oh, the next example would be antes, which means before, and después, after. So antes, here we have some sumo wrestlers. Antes, before, and después, after. So somebody got thrown down. Okay, let's try the example. Él lee antes de dormir. He reads before sleeping. Él lee antes de dormir. He reads before sleeping. And the next one is, ellos juegan después de ir a la escuela. They play after going to school. Ellos juegan después de ir a la escuela. They play after going to school. Then we have, ¿cuándo desayunas? When do you have breakfast? ¿Cuándo desayunas? ¿Cuándo? When? And the next one is, desayuno después de las 7 a.m. I have breakfast after 7 a.m. Desayuno después de las 7 a.m. So a.m. means the same thing as in English, of the morning, or a.m. So in Spanish you can say de la mañana, or you can also just say a.m. You can say either way. And for example, if you say 7 a.m., you can say 7 a.m., or you can also say 7 de la mañana. So both are correct. And the other one is p.m., which means of the afternoon or night. So maybe 9 p.m., you can say 9 p.m., or you can say 9 de la noche, 9 p.m. De la tarde refers mostly around 6. So you can say 6 de la tarde, 6 p.m. But after a certain time it becomes night, so you would say de la noche. For example, 10. 10 de la noche. So you can either say de la tarde, de la noche, depending on the time, or you can just do it like I do, and I just say AM or PM. It makes it much more simple. Okay, let's try the example. Son las 7 de la mañana. It's 7 in the morning. So, de la mañana refers mostly to of the morning, but basically in the morning. And the next one, which you can also say, is son las 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. So that's the one I usually choose. Son las 9 a.m. Son las 7 de la mañana. So either one is correct. And another example would be, yo me duermo a las 11 de la noche. I sleep at 11 p.m. Yo me duermo a las 11 de la noche. I sleep at 11 p.m. And if you want to get rid of the de la noche or de la mañana, you can say, ella se levanta a las 6 a.m. She wakes up at 6 a.m. Ella se levanta a las 6 a.m. Okay, so that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the days, weeks, months, and years. So let's give it a try. So the first word we have is un día, which means one day or a day. It either means a day because we have un, or one day. So both are okay. One day, un día, or a day. Un día. And then we have dos días, 2 days. Dos días. And then we have tres días, 3 days. Tres días. So día basically means day, and then you add the letter S to make it plural. So un día, dos días, tres días, 4 días, 5 días, 6 días. You know where it goes. Okay, and after día, which means day, we have semana, which means a week. Una semana. So semana means week. Una semana. A week or 1 week. Una semana. 1 week or a week. Then we have dos semanas. 2 weeks. Dos semanas. And then we have cuatro semanas. 4 weeks. Cuatro semanas. So it's the same concept as with days. Un día, dos días, una semana, dos semanas, 4 semanas. So simple. So we go from día to semana. Then we have un mes, month. Un mes, 1 month. Un mes. And you can also say dos meses, 2 months, dos meses. And you can just keep on going. 4 meses, 4 months, 5 meses, 6 meses, 100 meses. Okay, so this one is quite simple. Día, semana, mes, and then we have año, year. Un año, 1 year. Un año. So there's the letter ñ right there, and remember to pronounce that one whenever you write it. Because if you don't, it means something else. It's a bad word in Spanish. Not a bad word, but people make fun of you. Okay, means año, so you can assume what it means. Un año, 1 year. Un año. And then we have ocho años, which means 8 years. Ocho años. 8 years. And then we have 12 años. 12 years. So, un año, 2 años, 3 años, and you can just keep on going. And the next one we have is el gato tiene un mes. The cat is 1 month old. El gato tiene un mes. The cat is 1 month old. So here we have a kitten, a baby cat, a kitten. And so we also say this when it comes to like babies. Él tiene un mes. He's 1 year, 1 month old. And the next one is este gato tiene 4 años. This cat is 4 years old. So in English, you say, I am 5 years old. I'm 18 years old. But in Spanish, we use have. So you are not 18 years old, you have 18 years. So this is the way we do it in Spanish. For example, the first cat, tiene, he has 1 month. And the second one, he has 4 years. So in Spanish, we do not say I am, we say I have when it comes to years. Okay, let's try the next one. Voy a la escuela 5 días a la semana. I go to school 5 days a week. Voy a la escuela 5 días a la semana. And the next one we have is no voy a la escuela 2 días a la semana. So a la semana means like a week. Al mes, a month. Yeah, by months. Yeah. So no voy, I don't go to school 2 days a week. No voy a la escuela 2 días a la semana. So you can also say, for example, 2 veces al día. So this one would rather mean 2 times a day. So 2 días a la semana, 2 days a week. You can say 5 días al mes, 5 days a month. So this is where this one comes from. A la semana, al mes, al día. Okay. Then we have el bebé tiene 1 año. The baby is 1 year old. So he has 1 year. El bebé tiene 1 año. And the next one is ella tiene 18 años. She is 18 years old. So basically, she has 18 years. Okay, so this one is simple. And let's try some other examples. He vivido en este departamento por 2 meses. So here we have the conjugation once again for haber. So something that you have done. So I have lived in this apartment for 2 months. He vivido en este apartamento por 2 meses. And the next example is he vivido en esta casa por 10 meses. I have lived in this house for 10 months. He vivido en esta casa por 10 meses. So once again, the conjugation for haber, I have lived. Not to have meaning possession, tener. Okay. Another example would be voy a casa en 2 semanas. I go home in 2 weeks. Voy a casa en 2 semanas. And the next one would be me gradúo en una semana. I graduate in 1 week. So here we have graduarme, which means to graduate yourself. Me gradúo. I graduate myself in 1 week. Me gradúo en una semana. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Make sure to check out the Quizlet. And make sure to listen to music in Spanish or watch some Spanish movies. This will actually help you to learn Spanish much faster. And it actually gives you more interest in learning the language. So that's it. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the days of the week, such as Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. So let's go. So the first day we have is lunes, which means Monday. lunes, Monday, lunes. So this one you can actually remember because Monday sounds like moon, lunes sounds like luna, which means the moon. So the day of the moon, lunes, Monday, moon, luna. Okay, let's try the next one. Martes, which means Tuesday. Martes, Tuesday, martes. And then we have miércoles, Wednesday. Miércoles, miércoles, Wednesday. And then we have jueves, jueves, which means Thursday. Jueves. So let's try again. Lunes, Monday. Martes, Tuesday. Miércoles, Wednesday. And jueves, Thursday. Lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves. Okay, and the next one is viernes, which means Friday. Viernes, Friday, viernes. And then we have sábado, Saturday. Sábado, Saturday, sábado. And then we have domingo, Sunday. Domingo, domingo. So let's try it one more time. Viernes, Friday. Sábado, Saturday. Domingo, Sunday. So if we look at the little box on the top right corner, we have lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado, domingo. Sábado, domingo. So I think if you really want to memorize these ones, you kind of have to use the Quizlet and use it several times until they get stuck in your head. There's no other way. Okay, let's try this one. And then we have ayer, which means yesterday. Ayer. Ayer, yesterday. And here we have hoy, today. So I tried to put this in order. Ayer, yesterday. Hoy, today. Hoy, hoy, today. And then we have mañana, which means tomorrow. Mañana, tomorrow. Mañana. So ayer, yesterday. Hoy, today. And mañana, tomorrow. Ayer, hoy, mañana. Okay, let's try the examples. So the first one we have is hoy, today. Hoy es lunes. Estoy en la escuela. Today is Monday. I'm at school. Hoy es lunes. Estoy en la escuela. And the next one is, oh, we can see that the boy is quite sad. He's in school on Monday. Everybody is. Okay, let's try this one. Hoy es martes. Estoy trabajando. Hoy es martes. Today is Tuesday. Estoy trabajando. I'm working. Estoy trabajando. So, trabajar means to work. Estoy trabajando. And, okay, one more time. Here we have ando, which comes from trabajar, then ando, which makes the English equivalent of ing. So you work, and then you are working. So we do the same thing in Spanish. Estoy, I am, trabajando, working. So NDO is the equivalent of ing. Okay, let's try the next one. Él juega tenis los miércoles. He plays tennis on Wednesdays. Él juega tenis los miércoles. And the next one is vamos al gimnasio los jueves. So vamos means, it means two things. It means we go. Vamos al gimnasio, we go to the gym. But it also means let's go. Vamos. Vamos. Let's go. Vamos. Vamos al gimnasio los jueves. We go to the gym on Tuesday. So, and also let's go. If you're in a soccer match, you can say vamos, let's go. Or if you're telling somebody, let's go play. Vamos a jugar. Let's go play. Okay. The next one is nos vamos de fiesta los viernes. We go partying on Fridays. Nos vamos de fiesta los viernes. So, nos vamos, we go. So we go ourselves. This one is the reflexive type. We take ourselves to party. We go partying on Fridays. And the next one is voy de compras los sábados. I go shopping on Saturdays. Voy de compras los sábados. I wonder what's on the picture. Looks like a lot of beer. Oh, voy de compras los sábados. He's buying too much beer. And, oh, the next one. Me voy de fiesta los sábados. I go partying on Saturdays. Me voy de fiesta. I go partying on Saturdays. He likes to party. And the next one. Compro comida los domingos. I buy food on Sundays. Compro comida los domingos. And that looks like an European, a Turkish döner kebab. I think Europeans can understand this reference. With the party on Friday, Saturday, and that döner kebab on Sunday. You know what I'm talking about. And let's try the next one. Voy a la iglesia los domingos. And of course, I go to church on Sundays. After partying, it's very common in most Spanish-speaking countries to go to church on Sundays. Even though you party a lot on the other days, Sunday is a church day. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. And I think you should check out the Quizlet so that you can memorize those days like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the days of the week, such as Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. So let's go. So the first day we have is lunes, which means Monday. Lunes, Monday, lunes. So this one, you can actually remember because Monday sounds like moon, lunes sounds like luna, which means the moon. So the day of the moon, lunes, Monday, moon, luna. Okay, let's try the next one. Martes, which means Tuesday. Martes, Tuesday, martes. And then we have miércoles, Wednesday. Miércoles, miércoles, Wednesday. And then we have jueves, jueves, which means Thursday. Jueves. So let's try again. Lunes, Monday. Martes, Tuesday. Miércoles, Wednesday. And jueves, Thursday. Lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves. Okay, And the next one is viernes, which means Friday. Viernes, Friday, viernes. And then we have sábado, Saturday. Sábado, Saturday, sábado. And then we have domingo, Sunday. Domingo, domingo. So let's try it one more time. Viernes, Friday. Sábado, Saturday. Domingo, Sunday. So if we look at the little box on the top right corner, we have lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado, domingo. Sábado, domingo. So I think if you really want to memorize these ones, you kind of have to use the Quizlet and use it several times until they get stuck in your head. There's no other way. Okay, let's try this one. And then we have ayer, which means yesterday. Ayer. Ayer, yesterday. And here we have hoy, today. So I tried to put this in order. Ayer, yesterday. Hoy, today. Hoy, hoy, today. And then we have mañana, which means tomorrow. Mañana, tomorrow. Mañana. So ayer, yesterday. Hoy, today. And mañana, tomorrow. Ayer, hoy, mañana. Okay, let's try the examples. So the first one we have is hoy, today. Hoy es lunes. Estoy en la escuela. Today is Monday. I'm at school. Hoy es lunes. Estoy en la escuela. And the next one is, oh, we can see that the boy is quite sad. He's in school on Monday. Everybody is. Okay, let's try this one. Hoy es martes. Estoy trabajando. Hoy es martes. Today is Tuesday. Estoy trabajando. I'm working. Estoy trabajando. So, trabajar means to work. Estoy trabajando. And, okay, one more time. Here we have ando, which comes from trabajar, then ando, which makes the English equivalent of ing. So you work, and then you are working. So we do the same thing in Spanish. Estoy, I am, trabajando, working. So NDO is the equivalent of ing. Okay, let's try the next one. Él juega tenis los miércoles. He plays tennis on Wednesdays. Él juega tenis los miércoles. And the next one is vamos al gimnasio los jueves. So vamos means, it means two things. It means we go. Vamos al gimnasio, we go to the gym. But it also means let's go. Vamos. Vamos. Let's go. Vamos. Vamos al gimnasio los jueves. We go to the gym on Tuesday. So, and also let's go. If you're in a soccer match, you can say vamos, let's go. Or if you're telling somebody, let's go play. Vamos a jugar. Let's go play. Okay. The next one is nos vamos de fiesta los viernes. Huh? We go partying on Fridays. Nos vamos de fiesta los viernes. So, nos vamos, we go. So, we go ourselves. This one is the reflexive type. We take ourselves to party. We go partying on Fridays. And the next one is, voy de compras los sábados. I go shopping on Saturdays. Voy de compras los sábados. I wonder what's on the picture. Looks like a lot of beer. Oh, voy de compras los sábados. He's buying too much beer. And, oh, the next one. Me voy de fiesta los sábados. I go partying on Saturdays. Me voy de fiesta. I go partying on Saturdays. He likes to party. And the next one. Compro comida los domingos. I buy food on Sundays. Compro comida los domingos. And that looks like an European, a Turkish döner kebab. I think Europeans can understand this reference with the party on Friday, Saturday, and that döner kebab on Sunday. You know what I'm talking about. And let's try the next one. Voy a la iglesia los domingos. And of course, I go to church on Sundays. After partying, it's very common in most Spanish-speaking countries to go to church on Sundays. Even though you party a lot on the other days, Sunday is a church day. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. And I think you should check out the Quizlet so that you can memorize those days like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn the seasons. So basically winter, spring, summer, and autumn. Okay, let's go. So the first one we have is invierno. Invierno, which means winter. Invierno, winter. Invierno. And then we have primavera, which means spring. Primavera, spring. And after that we have verano, summer. Verano, verano. And then we have otoño, so basically fall or autumn. Otoño, fall or autumn. So invierno, winter. Invierno. Primavera, spring. Primavera. Verano, summer. Verano. And otoño, fall. Otoño. Okay, let's give it a try. So the first example is: este es un árbol en el invierno. This is a tree in winter. Este es un árbol en invierno. This is a tree in winter. Invierno. And árbol, which means tree. The next example is: salgo a caminar en la primavera. I go out walking in spring. So you can say salir, which means to go out. And you can say a caminar. I go out to walk, to have a walk. You can say yo camino, I walk. Or you can say yo salgo a caminar. I go out walking. I go out for a walk. En la primavera, in spring. So you can use either way. Salir a caminar, to go out to walk, or caminar. Yo camino, I walk. And the next one is: voy a la playa en verano. I go to the beach in summer. Voy a la playa en verano. And then we have en otoño, in fall. En otoño no hace calor. It's not hot. En otoño no hace calor. So once again we have hacer. So in otoño there is no hot. Basically that's the literal translation. So it's not hot. And the next one. En verano hace calor. In summer it's hot, or it's hot in summer. Or you can actually just move it around. You can say hace calor en verano, which means it's hot in summer, or en verano hace calor. In summer it's hot. So both are okay. So in Spanish you can move around the word order. And the next one, en invierno hace frío. In winter it's cold. So there is cold in winter. There does cold in winter. To do cold in winter. That's the literal translation. En invierno hace frío. In winter it's cold. Esta es mi casa en invierno. This is my house in winter. Esta es mi casa, my house, en invierno, in winter. And the next one. Este es un árbol en Japón, en primavera. So this is a tree in Japan in spring or during spring, en primavera. Este es un árbol, this is a tree, en Japón, in Japan, en primavera, in spring or during spring. And that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about using with and without in Spanish. So the first word we have is con, which means with. Con. So it's pretty simple. Con, with, con. And without, we would say sin. Sin. So con, with, without, sin. Con and sin. Okay, so this one is very simple. Let's try some examples. The first one is un hombre con un carro. A man with a car. Un hombre con un carro. And the second one is quite similar. Un hombre sin un carro. A man without a car. Un hombre con un carro, with a car. Un hombre sin un carro, without a car. Okay, let's try another one. Una mujer con su perro. A woman with her dog. Una mujer con su perro. And the next one. Un perro sin su dueño. So in this case, dueño means owner. So you can say a dog without its owner. Un perro sin su dueño. So sin, without its owner. And the next one. Él está jugando un videojuego con su amigo. He's playing a video game with his friend. Él está jugando un videojuego con su amigo. And the other one would be simple. Él está jugando un videojuego sin su amigo. So he's playing a video game without his friend. Con su amigo, sin su amigo. Okay, let's try this one. El bebé nada con su padre. The baby swims with his father. And if you want to make it without, el bebé nada sin su padre. The baby swims without his father. So this one is quite simple. Another example would be una mujer con un helado. A woman with an ice cream. So helado means ice cream, and it also means something that's very, very cold. For example, something freezing cold. So when you say it's freezing cold, in Spanish you would say está helado. Está helado. It's freezing cold. So helado means freezing cold, and it also means ice cream. And the next one. Una mujer sin un helado. A woman without an ice cream. Una mujer sin un helado. So simple. And the next one would be él habla con su mamá. He's calling with his mom. Or you can say he's talking with his mom. So you can say hablar for calling, but you can actually say hablar or llamar. Llamar also means to call. Llamar is more precise for calling, but you can also use habla. So if you want to tell somebody, hey, why don't you call him? ¿Por qué no le hablas? Why don't you? So we can use both hablar or llamar for calling. Okay, and the next one. Él juega sin sus amigos. He plays without his friends. Él juega sin sus amigos. And some other examples. Pan con café. Bread with coffee. Pan con café. Bread with coffee. And the next one. Pan sin café. Bread without coffee. Pan sin café. Con café and sin café. And the next one. Él come con su familia. He eats with his family. Él come con su familia. And the next one. Ella está cenando sin su familia. So she's having dinner without her family. So here we have cenando from cenar. The verb would be cenar. Basically to dinner. We have our own word for to dinner. Ella está cenando sin su familia. She's having dinner without her family. Okay, in this case, the verb is está. But you can also use the verb cenar. So you can say ella cena sin su familia. Or you can just conjugate estar for she is having dinner. So she is cenando. She's having dinner. Okay, so that's it for this one. This one was a very simple class. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about guests, hosts, and family. Let's give it a try. Okay, so the first word we have is invitados. So this one means guests. But it's more commonly used for the people you invited. For example, probably the invitees. Very good. So the people you invite, they will be known as the invitados. Los invitados. Okay, this one can be a little bit complicated because you also have the word for huéspedes. And huéspedes can sometimes refer to the host, but it's mostly used to refer to guests. For example, if you stay at a hotel, you would be the huésped. And maybe if you stay at a guest house, it would be known as a casa de huéspedes, a guest house. So this one can be a little bit tricky in some situations because it can also mean the host, like the host of the party, those type of things. But it's mostly more commonly used with guests when somebody stays in your house. And invitados is basically when you invite someone to your house. And guests is when they sleep overnight. Okay, let's try the next one. Familia. Okay, I think this one everybody understands. This one is quite simple. Familia. Okay, let's try the examples. Esta es nuestra familia. This is our family. Esta es nuestra familia. So this one is simple. And the next one, estos son nuestros invitados. These are our guests. So basically the people you invited to your home. They are the invitees, the invitados. Okay, and the next one. Esta es nuestra casa. This is our house. So simple. And you can tell people bienvenidos a nuestra casa. So whenever you have guests over, you can say esta es nuestra casa. This is our house. And then you can say bienvenidos a nuestra casa. Welcome to our house. So bienvenidos means welcome. Bienvenidos a nuestra casa. And they can reply gracias. Thank you. Gracias. Thanks. And let's try another example. Este es nuestro apartamento. This is our apartment. So apartamento, apartment. And you can say bienvenidos a nuestro apartamento. Bienvenidos, welcome to our apartment. Bienvenidos a nuestro apartamento. So you can use this in many scenarios. For example, if you're in a restaurant, you can say, oh, bienvenidos, welcome. Or bienvenidos a nuestro restaurante, welcome to our restaurant. But it's most likely used just as bienvenidos, welcome, bienvenidos. And you can always say gracias, thank you, gracias, thanks. And let's try this one. Él es un invitado. He is an invited person. Él es un invitado. So he's just there because they invited him. And in the second one, you can see that he has luggage. So él es un huésped. He is a guest. Él es un huésped. Because it looks like he's going to stay overnight. To stay overnight. A huésped. And you can always say, bienvenidos a nuestro hotel. Welcome to our hotel. And you can say, bienvenidos a nuestro restaurante. Welcome to our restaurant. And let's try this example. Nuestros huéspedes duermen. Our guests are sleeping. So in this case, huésped, he's staying overnight. Nuestros huéspedes duermen. Our guests are sleeping. And the other one, nuestros invitados juegan. Our invited people are playing. Nuestros invitados juegan. Our invitees are playing. So that's it for this one. So this one just teaches you the differences between guests, hosts, and invited people. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about different types of senses, like to smell, to taste, good or bad. Let's give it a try. So the first word we have is oler. Oler. So oler means to smell. Oler, to smell. And the second word we have is probar. Probar. So oler is to smell and probar is to taste. Probar, taste. Oler, to smell. And here we have, let's try this one. Whenever we have to say how something smells like, we can either say huele feo, which means it smells bad, but feo actually means ugly. So in Spanish, It literally means it smells ugly. Huele feo. So it smells bad, but it actually means it smells ugly. And we also have huele bien. So it smells good. Huele bien. So we know the word bien, which means good. So in this case, we just say huele to smell. Huele bien or huele feo. So let's try the next one. And when it comes to probar, which means to taste, we can either say está rico, so it's good, but it rather means like it's rich, it's very good, it's rich. So the most close translation would be it's good, está rico. So this is the most common one when people ask you, hey, ¿está rico? Sí, está rico. And the next one we have is sabe. Sabe rico. So sabe means flavor. So basically it tastes good. So the word for flavor is sabor. Flavor. So it's kind of like a mixture saying the flavor is good. So basically it tastes good. Sabe rico. Coming from sabor. Okay. So you can say está rico, it's good, or sabe rico, it tastes good. And if it tastes bad, you can say sabe feo, sabe feo. So let's try this one. You can say huele feo, it smells bad, or huele bien, smells good. Está rico, it's good. Sabe rico, it tastes good. Or sabe feo, it tastes bad. And you can also say está bien, but that's a little bit problematic because está bien is more like, hey, it's okay, which means like, hey, it's not so good, it's just okay. So you can try to stick with these three. So let's try the next ones. You can also say está feo, which means it's bad. Oh no, yeah, it's bad. Or it's ugly. Está feo. It's bad. Or it's ugly. So you can say this related to something you eat. You can also say it to people. For example, él está feo. But that is not very, very polite at all. So if you use this one, try not to say it with people. But that's actually the word we would say if you want to say, hey, he's ugly. So está feo. And the next one would be está bueno, which also means it's good. So we know the word bien, which means está bien. You can say it's good, but it's not as good as está bueno. Está bueno is like it's good, but it's at a high level of good. Está bueno. If you say está bien, it's a little bit lower, like, oh, it's just okay. It's okay. So está feo, it's bad, and está bueno, it's good. Okay, let's try some examples. La niña prueba la manzana. So here we have probar and the conjugations for probar. So this one means the girl tastes the apple. La niña prueba la manzana. And the next one would be la manzana está buena, which means the apple is good. So simple. La manzana está buena. The apple is good. Another example would be with this fruit that is sold in Asia, which is called durian, and it's actually a very stinky fruit. So you can say, la niña prueba el durian. The girl tastes the durian. La niña prueba el durian. And after she tries it, you can say, el durian huele feo. Oh, before she tries it, el durian huele feo. It smells bad. El durian huele feo. And if you want to say it tastes bad, you can say el durian sabe feo. It tastes bad. El durian sabe feo. Okay, let's try the other example. La leche está fea. So this one means that the milk is bad. Está fea. But it's kind of related to the milk being bad, like it's just bad, kind of spoiled. La leche está fea. It's bad already. Está fea. And the next one would be él no está feo. He is not ugly. Él no está feo. And again, we can use feo to also refer to people or to some products, some food or something. Products or even food. Está feo. La leche está fea. And another example would be esta fruta sabe fea. This fruit tastes bad. Esta fruta sabe fea. So you can say, este hombre está feo. This man is ugly. Or esta fruta sabe fea. You can use the same word. And the next one is este pan está rico. This bread tastes good. So está rico refers mostly to flavor. It kind of means it's rich, but it refers to flavor. Está rico. You can also say él es rico. In this case, this one means he is rich, meaning he has money. He is rich. Él es rico. And when you refer to food, it means that it tastes good. When you refer to people, it means that the person is rich. And the next one would be las flores huelen bien. The flowers smell good. So simple. And the next one, estos tacos saben bien. These tacos taste good. Estos tacos saben bien. So that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so this one is gonna be a long lesson. We're going to learn about nationalities, to speak, read, write, teach, etc. So let's give it a try. So the first word we have is escribir, which means to write. Escribir. Escribir. And here we have the conjugations for escribir, and you can practice them. Practice to memorize them. Escribir. And the next verb we have is hablar, which means to speak. Hablar. To speak. Hablar. And the next one we have is leer, which means to read. Leer. To read. So these are some of the most basic ones. For example, hablar, to speak, leer, to read, and escribir, to write. So these are special because these are the ones we use whenever we have to learn a language. We need to speak, we need to read, we need to write. So these are the main parts of learning a language. And the next one is enseñar, which means to teach, or it also means to show. So you can say, yo enseño español. It means I teach Spanish. But it also means I show. For example, yo enseño mi teléfono. I show you my phone. So this one has a double meaning. But if you use it for to teach, everybody understands. Yo enseño español. Yo enseño inglés. Matemáticas. So this one is simple. And now we get into the fun stuff. We're going to learn about nationalities. So the first country we have is Mexico. 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 And the nationality for somebody from Mexico would be Mexicano. Mexican. Mexicano. And the language is Español, which means Spanish. Español, Spanish. And let's try the next one. So the country we have is Estados Unidos, which means the United States. Estados Unidos. So the nationality for someone from the United States is estadounidense, which means United Station. So we have a special word for people from the United States, which is called estadounidense, United Station. And we can also use americano, which means American. Americano, or estadounidense, United Station. And the language of the US is Inglés, English. Inglés. And the next country is Francia, which is France. Francia. So people from France, they are called Français or Francesa. So French. Francés. Francesa for women. El francés, the Frenchman. La francesa. And the language is Francés, which means French. Francés. Okay, and the next one would be China, which is China. China. And the nationality would be Chino or China. So basically Chinese. Chino. China. And the language is Chino, which is Chinese, the language, the Chinese language, Chino. And you can actually tell that the language and the nationality tend to be quite similar sometimes. So let's try the next one. The country we have is Russia, Russia, Russia. So the nationality would be Russo, Russian, Russo, or Rusa, female Russian. Rusa. And the language is Russo, Russian. Russo. Okay. And the next one is quite simple. Italia. Italy. Italia. People from Italy are Italiano. Italianos. Italians. Italianos. So Italiano for male, Italiana for female, and Italianos for everyone. The plural of Italian, Italianos. And the language is Italiano. Language, Italian, Italiano. And the next country is El Reino Unido, the United Kingdom. Reino Unido, United Kingdom. If you want to say the United Kingdom, you just add el Reino Unido. And the language, or the nationality is Inglés, English, or Británico. Británico refers to British. Británico. So you can say Inglés or Inglesa for female, Británico or Británica for British. And the language is Inglés. English. Okay. The next country is Colombia. So Colombia. Colombia. And the nationality is Colombiano or Colombiana. So Colombian. Colombiano for male, Colombiana for female. And the language is Español. Spanish. Español. Another country, España, Spain, España, and the nationality is Español, Spanish, and the language is Español, Spanish. So basically, a lot of the main languages come from European countries, so the nationality and the language would be similar, except when it comes to Latin American countries, because we have Mexico and we speak Spanish, Argentina, Español. So when it comes to European countries, the language and the nationality tend to be almost the same. Okay, let's try the next one. as I mentioned the example. Argentina, Argentina. The nationality would be Argentino, Argentinian, but the language is Español, Spanish. Español. So the next one is Canada, which is Canada. Canada. And the nationality of Canada would be Canadiense, Canadian. Canadiense. And the language, Canada has two, Inglés y Francés. English and French. Inglés y Francés. Okay, and the next country, Alemania, Germany. Alemania. The nationality would be Alemán, German, or Alemana, female German, Alemana. And the language is, like a European country, Alemán, German, Alemán. And the next country is Japón, Japan, Japón. The nationality, Japonés or Japonesa, as well as the language, Japonés, Japanese, Japonés. And one last example, Egipto, Egypt, Egipto, Egipto. And the nationality, Egipcio, Egyptian, Egipcio, or Egipcia for female. And the language would be Árabe, Arabic, Árabe, Árabe. Okay, let's try some of the examples. The first one we have is Yo escribo chino. I write Chinese. So simple. Yo, I, escribo from escribir, then look for the conjugation, and chino, Chinese. The next one is El hombre lee francés. The man reads French. El hombre lee francés. The man reads French. The next one would be Tú hablas español. You speak Spanish. So here we have the conjugation. Tú hablas español. So simple. And the next one, los estadounidenses hablan inglés. So the United States speak English. So basically the Americans speak English. Los estadounidenses hablan inglés. This is quite a fun word, actually. I kind of like it. United Station, estadounidense. Okay, let's try the next one. Este niño es ruso. This kid is Russian. Este niño es ruso. So this kid is Russian. The next example would be Las personas en Japón hablan inglés. People in Japan speak Japanese. Las personas en Japón hablan japonés. And another example, los alemanes leen en el restaurante. The Germans read at the restaurant. Los alemanes leen en el restaurante. And another one would be la maestra enseña inglés en la escuela. La maestra, the teacher, enseña, teaches, inglés en la escuela. English at school. So that's it for this one, and make sure to practice and read through the conjugations. They would be helpful in the future. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so this one is finally a short lesson and a simple one. So we're gonna learn about people and animals. So the word for animals is animales. Animales. So this one is very similar to English. Animales, animals, animales. And the word for persons is personas. So personas, persons. This one is also similar. Personas. And the third one is not similar at all, which means people. So we say gente, gente, people, gente. So animales, personas, and gente for people. Okay, let's try the next one. And whenever you have to refer to an older person, like a Mr. or a Sir, basically an older man, you can say señor. So it's kind of like Sir, Mr., señor. So for example, if you have a very old teacher in school, you can refer to him as señor and then his last name. Or if he wants to use his first name, you can use it. Okay, señor. And the next one, if we have a female, the female version would be señora, which means miss. Señora. So this one is basically used for older ladies. Señora. However, some older ladies don't like to be called señora. I think it depends on their age. It's kind of like miss. Some people don't like it, others like it, and it's respectful for others. Señora. Okay, so you kind of have to figure that one out. Who likes it and who doesn't like it? And the next one would be señorita, which is miss. So basically a young lady. Señorita. And I think you might have heard this one a lot if you listen to Spanish music. Señorita. Miss. Señora for older people and señor for older men. So men, they actually like to be called señor. Except if you have like a very close relationship, they'll be like, no, don't call me señor. Okay, señor, señora, and señorita. And the next word we have is muchacho, which means guy or young man, the young man. El muchacho, the young man. Or it also means that guy over there. El muchacho de ahí. That guy over there. Muchacho, guy, or young man. And the female version would be muchacha. So that girl, that young lady. So we have muchacha and we have niña. So niña is mostly referred to like little kids, little girls. Niña. And then she becomes a muchacha. And then she becomes a señorita. And finally, the highest level, señora. So that's kind of how it goes. Niña, muchacha, señorita, and finally, señora. Okay, so let's try the examples. Esta muchacha es de México. So this young lady is from Mexico. Esta muchacha es de México. And the second example, el muchacho está estudiando inglés. The young man or the guy is studying English. El muchacho está estudiando inglés. And the next example, este animal es un perro. This animal is a dog. Este animal es un perro. So animal for animal. And another example would be ese, which means ese, that. Ese animal es un ratón. That animal is a mouse. Ese animal es un ratón. Ese, that. Este, this. Ese, that. So you can go back to the other lesson if you want to memorize, to practice these ones, refresh these ones again. Or check out the Quizlet for that particular lesson. And the next one would be El señor vende frutas. The man sells fruits. El señor vende frutas. So you can see that he is quite at an age where he would be known as señor. El señor vende frutas. And the female version, esta señora vende comida. This woman sells food. So vende from vender. So vender is the verb and we conjugate to vende. To ella. Ella vende. Esta señora vende comida. Ella vende. Okay. And the next one. Aquí está su comida. Señorita. So here is your food. Comma. Young lady. Aquí está su comida. Señorita. Here is your food. Young lady. And the next one would be la gente está caminando en la calle. The people, gente. The people are walking in the street. So personas are easy because it's like English, but whenever we switch to people, that's when it's not so similar. Gente, people. La gente, the people. And another example, simple. Este es un animal. This is an animal. And esta es una persona. So this is a person. Persona ends with an A, so we use the feminine for this. Esta es una persona. So that's it for this one. This one was a simple lesson. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about different daily chores, like wake up, clean, wash, wet, dry, etc. So let's give it a try. So when you wake up, the word is despertar. So this one means to wake up, despertar. However, if you want to wake yourself up, you would say despertarse, because we need to use the reflexive form. Despertar means to wake up, and you can use despertar if you're waking somebody up. For example, if you're waking up your child, yo despierto a mi hijo. I wake my child up. But despertarse is used when it comes to yourself. Despertarse, to wake yourself up. So yo me despierto. Él se despierta. He wakes himself up. Okay, despertar and despertarse. Let's try the next one, the examples. La mujer se despierta. The woman wakes herself up. La mujer se despierta. So here we have the conjugations and they are in the reflexive form. La mujer se despierta. And the second one, el perro despierta a la mujer. The dog wakes the women up. So if you look at the conjugations now, they changed. Now they are in the normal form, no longer reflexive. So the dog despierta, el perro despierta. And in the first one, la mujer se despierta. She wakes herself up. Okay, so that's the difference. And the next word would be lavar, which means to wash. Lavar, to wash. And a very similar word is limpiar, which means to clean. Limpiar. So we basically use them the same way as in English. Lavar for to wash, if you want to wash a car, wash the dishes, and limpiar to clean. So if you clean something, they are very similar, wash and clean. So we use them in the same scenarios. Yes. Okay, so the example would be yo lavo mi carro. I wash my car. Yo lavo mi carro. And the next one would be La mujer está limpiando la casa. The woman is cleaning the house. La mujer está limpiando la casa. Okay, and the next one. Mojado, which means wet. Mojado. Mojado. And the opposite of wet, seco, dry. Seco. Mojado, wet. Seco, dry. Seco. Okay. And we also have limpio, which means clean. So we have limpiar, which means to clean, and limpio, when something is clean. Limpiar is the action of cleaning. Limpio is clean. And you can also use it for female things. Limpia. So if something is female, you can use limpia. Está limpia. It's clean, feminine. If it's a masculine object or a masculine person, limpio. And the next one, the opposite of limpio, is sucio, which is dirty. Sucio. Dirty. If something is dirty and it's female, you can use sucia. So, dirty but female. The female version of dirty. Sucio if the object or the person is masculine. Okay. And here we have another word, which is pintado, which means it's painted. Pintado. So, pintar means to paint, and that's the other word. Oh, I didn't put the translation, but it's okay. Pintar, which means to paint. Pintar. And pintado, it's painted. And actually, my mom painted this painting right here, so she's the artist of this painting, so I wanted to put it there. Pintado, it's painted. Pintar, to paint. Okay, so the next word would be su pelo está mojado. Her hair is wet. Su pelo está mojado. Her hair is wet. And the next one, la ropa está seca. The clothes are dry. So in this case, la ropa is kind of like an uncountable noun. So you do not say las ropas están secas, like the clothes are dry. We use la ropa. So ropa would be clothes in general. La ropa está seca. It doesn't matter if it's one or two, it's la ropa, the clothes in general. And the next example would be el carro está pintado de color negro y naranja. The car is painted black and orange. El carro está pintado de color negro y naranja. And the second example, esto está pintado de rojo. This is painted red. Está pintado de rojo. So, pintado basically means painted. And pintar means to paint. And this one, ¿por qué te estás lavando las manos? Why are you washing your hands? ¿Por qué te estás lavando las manos? Why are you washing your hands? Lavando. So, lavar, we use it for hands too. Lavar las manos. And the next one, you would basically, a reply to this question would be, porque mis manos están sucias. Because my hands are dirty. Porque mis manos están sucias. Okay. And the next one. Las camisas están limpias. The shirts are clean. Las camisas están limpias. The shirts are clean. And the other one would be los zapatos están sucios. The shoes are dirty. Los zapatos están sucios. Okay, so that's it for this one. This one was a little bit long, but I think you learned something in this one. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about different house items like toothbrushes, soap, towels, etc. Let's give it a try. So the first word we have is cepillo para el pelo, which means hairbrush. Cepillo para el pelo, hairbrush. And the second word is peine, which means the comb. Peine. So cepillo means brush, para el pelo, for the hair. So basically brush for the hair, the hairbrush. And peine means comb. So that's the one that looks like for men. Peine. Okay, let's try the next one. Let's see. Then we have dientes, which means teeth. Dientes. And the next word is cepillo de dientes, which means toothbrush. So dientes means teeth and cepillo means brush. So cepillo de dientes, brush for the teeth. Cepillo de dientes, toothbrush. And the next one would be pasta de dientes, which means toothpaste. Pasta de dientes. So pasta is like paste, de dientes, of teeth. So toothpaste. Pasta de dientes. Okay, let's try one more time. Dientes, teeth, dientes. Cepillo de dientes, toothbrush. And pasta de dientes, toothpaste. Another word that you might hear is dentrífico, which is like dentrific, which is another word for pasta de dientes, but in Mexico the most common one would be pasta de dientes. Let's try the other ones. Then we have jabón, which means soap. Jabón. Jabón. And then we have shampoo. Shampoo. But basically, the word for shampoo has a very big Spanish accent, kind of like a Spanish switch. So we say shampoo. Shampoo. So shampoo, shampoo. So that's quite fun. Okay, jabón, soap, shampoo. Shampoo. And the next one is toalla, towel. Toalla, toalla, towel, toalla. And the second one is hair dryer. So you can either say secadora de cabello, so dryer of hair, secadora de cabello, or secador de pelo. Secador de pelo. So cabello and pelo are the same thing. They both mean hair. So you can either say cabello or you can say pelo. I usually say pelo. That's the one I use. So secadora de cabello, secador de pelo, or you can even say secadora de pelo. But you can just mix and match between them. Okay, toalla and secadora de pelo. Secadora de cabello. Okay, let's try the next one. Cama. Bed. Cama. Cama. Bed. Cama. And almohada, which means pillow. So these ones are not at all similar to English. Cama, bed. Almohada, pillow. Almohada. And the next one would be sábana, which means bed sheets. Sábana. Sábana. Bed sheets. Sábana. And then we have frazada, which means blanket. Frazada. Blanket. Frazada. Or you can also say colcha for quilt. Colcha for quilt. Colcha. But a lot of the times we use colcha for blanket too. So there are very few times where I heard people say frazada for blanket, and instead they use colcha. So they use colcha for blanket and for quilt. That's what I have heard. So frazada, I have not heard it so much. So maybe just go with colcha. That's a little bit more safe. Sábana, frazada, colcha. But sábana is actually very common. That's the bed sheets. Okay, let's try the examples. The first one is La mujer se cepilla el pelo. The woman brushes her hair. So se cepilla is again reflexive, so she's doing it to herself. Se cepilla el pelo. Cepillarse. Se cepilla el pelo. The woman brushes her hair. The next example would be Él se lava su cara. Again, reflexive, se lava, from lavarse. So he washes his face. So he's doing it to himself. Él se lava su cara. Okay. And the next one would be Yo me seco el pelo con la secadora de pelo. I dry my hair with the hairdryer. Yo me seco el pelo con la secadora de pelo. So this one is a little long, but I think you understand it. It's quite simple. Secadora refers to dry, because the verb would be secar, to dry. And secadora is basically dryer, the drying machine, dryer. Secadora also refers to the drying machine. So if you have like a washing machine, we call it lavadora. So lavar from wash, dora, the washing machine. Secar from dry, dora, the dryer. So that's easy to remember. Okay, and the next word is La toalla está en el baño. The towel is in the bathroom. La toalla está en el baño. The towel is in the bathroom. And the next one. Las sábanas rosadas están limpias. So we learned the colors in a previous lesson. Here we have rosado. Las sábanas rosadas, the pink bed sheets, están limpias, are clean. And the next example. El perro está debajo de la frazada. The dog is under the blanket. El perro está debajo de la frazada. Or you can say está debajo de la colcha. Under the blanket, quilt, colcha. I usually use colcha a little bit more. Well, way more than frazada. I never use frazada, to be honest. But it's also a word. You will hear people use it. Okay, the next one would be Ella se cepilla los dientes en las mañanas. She brushes her teeth in the mornings. Ella se cepilla los dientes. Once again, reflexive, se cepilla. And en las mañanas, we learned the mañana, morning, tarde, afternoon, noche, night in a previous lesson too. Okay, so if you want some refresh, you can go back and look into that one too. Okay, and the second example. Yo me lavo los dientes en las mañanas. Yo me lavo los dientes en las mañanas. I brush my teeth in the mornings. However, in Spanish, we use the word lavar for brushing your teeth. So basically, you can either use cepilla, which means to brush, or you can use lavar, which means to wash. So basically, you wash your teeth in the mornings. So both are actually correct. You can use se cepilla, he brushes, or se lava, he washes. Both are correct when it comes to brushing your teeth, washing your teeth. Okay, let's try the next one. Me lavo las manos con jabón. I wash my hands with soap. Me lavo las manos con jabón. And the next one. Él se lava el pelo con champú. He washes his hair with shampoo. With champú. Champú. Él se lava el pelo con champú. He washes his hair with shampoo. Okay, so that's it for this one. And I think for this one, you should check out the Quizlet so that you can memorize the words. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about to have, to need, and to want. So the first word we have is tener, which means to have. Tener. Tener. So I think we've actually studied this one before. The second one is querer, which means to want. Querer, to want. Querer. And the third one is necesitar, to need. Necesitar, to need. Okay, let's try the conjugations. So for tener, we have yo tengo, tú tienes, él, ella, usted tiene, nosotros, nosotras tenemos, vosotros, vosotras, for Spain, tenéis, ellos, ellas, ustedes tienen. So basically, I have, you have, they have. Yeah, she has, they have. And the next one would be for querer. So you would say, yo quiero, I want. Tú quieres, you want. Él, ella, usted quiere. Nosotros, nosotras queremos. Vosotros, vosotras queréis. Ellos, ellas, or ustedes quieren. And the third one would be necesitar, to need. Yo necesito, I need. Tú necesitas, you need. Él, ella, usted necesita. Nosotros, nosotras necesitamos. Vosotros, vosotras necesitáis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes necesitan. Okay, so these ones are quite simple. They kind of follow a pattern. Okay, let's try the vocabulary. So the first word we have is paraguas. Paraguas, which means umbrella. Paraguas, umbrella. So paraguas. And the next one would be anteojos de sol. So sunglasses. Or you can also say lentes de sol. So anteojos and lentes are actually the same one. So different people say it differently. I rather say lentes more often than anteojos. So I would probably say lentes de sol, sunglasses. And the third one is lentes or anteojos, which means glasses. So you can either say lentes or anteojos, it's totally fine. There are two words for glasses. And the third one, the fourth one, would be boleto de entrada, which means your entry ticket. Boleto de entrada. Or you can also say ticket, which comes from English. Ticket. 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 So basically ticket, but with a Spanish accent to it. Boleto de entrada entry ticket or ticket. So I think that the real word is boleto for ticket, but we also use the English word for it. So you can use either one. And the next one would be escaleras, which means stairs. Escaleras, stairs. And then we have joyas, which means jewelry. Joyas, joyas. And then we have ropa, clothes. Ropa. And juguetes, toys. Juguetes. Okay, let's try some of the examples. Ella usa lentes. She uses glasses. So basically, she wears glasses. Ella usa lentes. And the next one would be, él tiene un paraguas. He has an umbrella. So in this case, tener is the possession one. Él tiene un paraguas. He has an umbrella. And the next one would be, él necesita lentes de sol. He needs sunglasses. Él necesita lentes de sol. So necesitar. Él necesita. He needs. Ellos necesitan un boleto de entrada. They need an entry ticket. So entrada means entry. Boleto means ticket. So boleto de entrada, ticket for entry. So that's kind of like the order, ticket of entry. Boleto de entrada, entry ticket. And the next one. La niña necesita dinero. The girl needs money. La niña necesita dinero. And the next one would be, el hombre quiere dinero. The man wants money. El hombre quiere dinero. So necesita, she needs money. Quiere, she just wants money. So there's a difference. Okay, let's try the next one. Ella quiere comprar joyas. She wants to buy jewelry. Ella quiere comprar joyas. And the next one would be, ella quiere comprar ropa, pero no la necesita. So she wants to buy clothes, but she doesn't need them. Ella quiere comprar ropa. She wants to buy clothes, pero no la necesita, but she doesn't need them. Okay, and the next one. So you can say, estas son escaleras. These are stairs. Estas son escaleras. So escaleras refers to the normal stairs. And we also have this one. Escaleras eléctricas. So electric stairs. Electricas. So that's a similar one. Eléctricas. And the example is, estas son escaleras eléctricas. These are electric stairs. Estas son escaleras eléctricas. Another example would be, yo tengo mucho dinero. I have mucho, a lot of money. Yo tengo mucho dinero. So tener, once again, yo tengo. And another one would be, los niños tienen muchos juguetes. The kids have many toys. So you can say muchos, mucho, as a way of saying a lot, mucho. And muchos, basically many. Very good. Many toys. So they're kind of the same. Mucho is a lot of one. Mucho dinero. So dinero would be one. We do not say dineros. In this case, if we had dineros, we would say muchos dineros, but that one is wrong. So here we have many toys, more than one. Muchos juguetes. But dinero in general is just one. Money in general, not monies. Lots of monies. So that doesn't sound correct. Okay, so that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we're going to learn about to buy and to sell. Okay, so the first word we have is comprar, which means to buy. Comprar. Comprar. And the second one is vender, which means to sell. Comprar, to buy. Vender, to sell. Okay, let's try the next one. So, comprar in the present tense would be yo compro, I buy. Tú compras. Él, ella, or usted compra. Nosotros, nosotras compramos. Vosotros, vosotras compráis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes compran. So you all buy. They, she, they, female, you all buy. Okay, let's try the next one. When it comes to vender, which means to sell, you would say yo vendo, I sell. Tú vendes, you sell. Él, ella, usted vende. Nosotros, nosotras vendemos. Vosotros, vosotras vendéis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes venden. Okay, so let's try the examples. Let's see. Let's try the examples, but let's get some vocabulary first. The first word we have is frutas, which means fruits. Frutas. Fruits. So this one is similar to English. Then we have verduras, vegetables. Verduras, vegetables. And then we have carne, which means meat. Carne. And carne, yeah, carne is mostly referred to beef in many cases. So when they talk about beef, you would say, oh, carne. But carne kind of mean, it also means meat. So meat in general. And the next one would be los medicamentos or la medicina. Basically medicine. So you can either say los medicamentos or la medicina, and they are both correct. You can either use both of them. So frutas, verduras, carne, medicamentos, or medicina. And let's try the examples. The first one we have is él compra frutas. He buys fruits. Él compra frutas. He buys fruits. And you can eat in the opposite way. Oh. You can say ella vende vegetales. She sells vegetables. Ella vende vegetales. So you can either say él compra frutas, he buys fruits. Ella vende vegetales. She sells vegetables. Okay, so let's try the next one. Estamos comprando frutas. Estamos, we are at the moment. We are buying fruits. Estamos comprando frutas. And the next one. Yo compro carne. I buy meat. Yo compro carne. I buy meat. So simple. These ones are quite simple. And the next one. Las manzanas son frutas. Apples are fruits. Las manzanas son frutas. And the next one. El brócoli es un vegetal. Is a vegetable. El brócoli es un vegetal. So broccoli is a vegetable. So broccoli and broccoli is the same word. And the next one. La juguetería vende juguetes. The toy store sells toys. La juguetería vende juguetes. And the next one. El supermercado vende carne. The supermarket sells meat. El supermercado vende carne. So super and mercado. Supermarket. Supermercado. Okay, so that's it for this one. This one was short and simple. So basically, comprar, to buy, vender, to sell. So thanks for watching, and make sure to watch some videos in Spanish, watch some movies, listen to some music. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so this one is a short and simple class. So we're going to learn about old, new, and ancient. So the first word we have is antiguo, which means ancient. Antiguo, ancient. So this one sounds a little bit similar to English, but still different enough. Antiguo, ancient. And the second one is nuevo, new. Nuevo, new, nuevo. And the third word is viejo, old. Viejo, old. So antiguo for ancient, nuevo for new, viejo for old. So let's try the examples. The first example is La Casa Blanca es antigua. So the White House is ancient, or the White House is old. La Casa Blanca es antigua. So it's an ancient house, an old house. And the next one would be Esto es una antigüedad. So antigüedad means antique. So this is an antique. So they come from the same word, antigua, ancient, and antigüedad. So antigüedad refers to the old antiques, the type of product, the antique items, antigüedad. Okay, let's try the next one. And in this case, here we have, este es un carro antiguo. This is an old car, but in this case, antiguo can also mean this is an ancient car. This is an antique car, a vintage car. So when it comes to this type of cars, these very old vintage cars, we call them antiguos. And let's see the second example. With this type of cars on the picture, they're old, but they're not antique. So we call them, este es un carro viejo. This is an old car. So in this type of cars, we use viejo for old. And for the other type of cars, the antique ones, we call them antiguos. So you can kind of like see which car is antique and which one is old, and you will just know. Okay, so let's try the second example. The next one. Este es un carro nuevo. This is a new car. Este es un carro nuevo. So nuevo, new. And the next one. Este es un carro moderno. This is a modern car. So moderno means modern, as you can kind of see, they're quite similar. Moderno, modern, they sound very similar. So este es un carro moderno. It's a modern car. And nuevo. Este es un carro nuevo. A new car. And the next one. Este es un teléfono nuevo. This is a new phone. Este es un teléfono nuevo. So you can see it's a smartphone, so it's a brand new one with inside the package. And the next one. Este es un teléfono viejo. This is an old phone. Este es un teléfono viejo. And with this type of phones, if it reaches that stage when they become antique, you can say, este es un teléfono antiguo. So, antiguo. Or you can even say, esta es una antigüedad. This is an antique. So, antigüedad referring to those antique products, those type of figures and very old products. Okay. And the next one. Esta es una televisión nueva. This is a new TV. Esta es una televisión nueva. And the last one. Mi abuela está vieja, pero tiene una cámara nueva. So, mi abuela está vieja means my grandma is old, pero, tiene una cámara nueva. She has a new camera. And with this one, you kind of have to be a little bit careful because vieja means old, and some people don't like to be called old. So in Spanish, you would not call them, oye, estás vieja, you're old, because it's like telling somebody, hey, you're old. So some people don't like it, and I would probably say that you can use the word mayor, which is a little bit more polite. For example, you can say, mi abuela es mayor. My grandma is major. So mayor refers to major in age. She is from a major age. Ella es mayor. She is major, from a major age. So you can use mayor, and it's a little bit more polite than saying viejo or vieja to older people. So that's it for this one. It was a short lesson, so thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so in this lesson we'll learn about different places like the supermarket, the cinema, pharmacies, libraries, etc. Let's try it out. So the first word we have is supermercado, which means supermarket. Super, mercado, market. Supermercado, supermarket. So this one is easy to remember. The next one is centro comercial, shopping center or mall. So centro means center, comercial means commercial, so it's kind of like the commercial center, centro comercial. So basically a shopping center or a mall, centro comercial. And the third one, so it's kind of like even smaller, so it's like going to a smaller type, is just tienda, which means store. Tienda, store. So if you go to a centro comercial, you might find a supermercado, a supermarket, and a tienda, a store. So supermercado, centro comercial, tienda. And let's try a few more. Oh, this one is a little bit harder. So this one is ferretería, a hardware shop. Ferretería. So this one will be a little bit more rare that you will go into, but if you ever happen to need one, you can just go to the ferretería, hardware shop. Ferretería. And the second one, joyería. So jewelry shop. Joyería. So joyas means jewelry. Joyería, jewelry shop. So you can kind of see a pattern with the ría at the end. Ferretería, joyería. Okay, let's try the next one. Oh, panadería, number 2. Okay, the first one is farmacia, pharmacy. Farmacia. So these ones are they sound very similar. Farmacia, pharmacy. But in Spanish we use an F, not a PH. And the second one, panadería. So once again, ria, R-A-I-A. So bakery, pan, panadería. And joya, joyería. So you can see a pattern here. Panadería, bakery. And the third one, parque. So a park. Parque, park, parque. And once again, ria. Ooh, these ones can be a little bit confusing, and I'll tell you why. Here we have librería, which means bookstore. Librería. Bookstore. Libro, book. Ría, store. And then we have biblioteca, which is a library. Biblioteca. Library. But a lot of people do get confused because librería sounds very similar to library. Librería, so a lot of people will say, oh, library, librería. But it's kind of like the opposite because you also have biblioteca, which has the B, so it kind of sounds like bookstore, biblioteca, bookstore, librería, library. But no, it's the opposite. Librería is the bookstore, like Barnes & Noble, those type of bookstores where you can buy them. Biblioteca is the library, where you go and you rent books and do some work there. So make sure you kind of get used to this one, because I have made this mistake before. I've called librería a library. I think there's lots of people who also do that mistake. So keep that in mind. Okay, and the next one. Cine, which means cinema. Cine. So this one sounds similar. Cine, cinema, cine. And the second one, teatro. So theater. They all sound similar. Cine and teatro. Cinema, you can just remove the ma and you will have cine. And teatro, theater. So these are easy to remember. Let's try the examples. Ella está de compras en el supermercado. She's shopping in the supermarket. Ella está de compras en el supermercado. She's shopping in the supermarket. And the next one. Yo estoy comprando en la tienda. I'm buying in the store. Yo estoy comprando en la tienda. Buying something, comprando, buying in the store. And the next one. Estoy comprando libros en la librería. I'm buying books at the bookstore. So once again, librería means bookstore, where you can actually go and buy some books. Librería. And the next one. No puedes hablar en la biblioteca. You cannot talk in the library. No puedes hablar en la biblioteca. So no puedes, you cannot. Hablar, speak, en la biblioteca, in the library. And the next one. ¿Qué estás haciendo? What are you doing? ¿Qué estás haciendo? And you can reply, estoy viendo una película en el cine. I'm watching a movie in the cinema. Estoy viendo una película en el cine. So estoy, the conjugation, and ver, we would have viendo because it's watch ing. So in Spanish, NDO. ING becomes NDO. And something similar. Una película en el cine. Película means movie. Una película. A movie. And the next one. Estamos comiendo palomitas en el teatro. We are eating popcorn in the theater. So I think in this case the new word is palomitas, which means popcorn. Palomitas. So paloma actually means a dove, like the flying, kind of like the doves. The doves. So palomitas is kind of like small doves. Palomitas. So this is how we refer to popcorn. We call them palomitas. Popcorn. And the next one. Puedes ir a la ferretería? Can you go to the hardware shop? ¿Puedes ir a la ferretería? And you can also always reply, no quiero ir a la ferretería. I don't want to go to the hardware shop. No quiero ir a la ferretería. I don't want to go. And the next one. A mi mamá le gusta ir a la joyería. My mom likes to go to the jewelry shop. So, le gusta, she likes. Le gusta ir. And the next one. ¿A dónde quieres ir? Where do you want to go? ¿A dónde? Where? Where to? ¿A dónde? ¿A dónde quieres ir? Where do you want to go? So if you ever take a taxi, they might tell you, ¿a dónde? Where to? ¿A dónde quieres ir? Where do you want to go? But quieres is informal. If you want to make it formal, you would say, ¿a dónde quiere? So this one is for more for strangers. ¿A dónde quiere ir? Where would you like to go? But this one is formal. Quieres is for friends. Quieres. And the next one. Quiero ir al parque. I want to go to the park. Quiero ir al parque. I want to go to the park. And another one. ¿Por qué quieres ir al parque? Why do you want to go to the park? ¿Por qué quieres ir al parque? And you can reply, porque quiero jugar en los juegos. Because I want to play in the games. Porque quiero jugar en los juegos. So once again, querer, to want, jugar, to play. Quiero jugar. So jugar means to play. So it's basically to and play. So you can use it after the verb. Quiero jugar. I want to play. En los juegos, in the games. So these little kid games. Okay, so that's for this one. It's a little bit of a long lesson, but thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about using to like, as well as different sports like soccer, American football, tennis, and golf. Let's try it. So the first sport we have is the most popular one in Spanish-speaking countries. Football. Football, which means soccer. Some countries might actually call it football. Football. And others will call it football. Football. A jugar fútbol or football. There's different accents to this one, but I say football. So football is soccer. Another way to say it is that they add soccer to it. So you can also call it football soccer. Football soccer. To differentiate with football americano, which is American football. So whenever we refer to the NFL, that type of football, we call it football americano. So American football. And soccer, we call it football or football soccer. Football soccer. So those are the two main ones. And the next one, golf. Here we have golf. So the same word, but with a Spanish accent. Golf. 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 And the second one, some people say hockey, para jugar hockey, 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 hockey. Some people call it hockey, hockey, but the one that I've heard the most is hockey, hockey. So basically hockey, but with a Spanish accent, hockey. But others might call it hockey, a jugar hockey. But I use hockey. And these ones are simple because it's the same as in English. The next one, tenis. Tenis, which means tennis. Tenis. And one other thing is that tennis also means your tennis shoe. So the type of sneakers, the white or whatever color you have, we call them tenis. So tennis shoes, sneakers. And the next one, tenis de mesa, table tennis. Tenis de mesa. So these are simple. Tenis de mesa and tenis. And then we have karate. Karate, which means karate. 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 And the second one is the Korean one, taekwondo. So, taekwondo. Taekwondo. Some people might say taekwondo. Others might say taekwondo with an I. Taekwondo or taekwondo. It's the same because it's a Korean word, so we just say it however we hear it. But the only one you cannot say is the original Korean way, taekwondo. That one nobody will understand. So taekwondo or taekwondo. And let's try the next one. La natación, swimming. La natación. So natación means swimming. So we have nadar, which means to swim, and swimming in general, the sport of swimming, we call it natación. So yeah, swimming, la natación. And another one would be surf. Surf, which means to surf. Surf, to surf. So this one is simple. Surf, surf, natación. And one more thing, whenever something ends with C-I-O-N, and every word that ends in C-I-O-N, they have accents in the letter O. So that's a small trick, a small tip. If you see one, put an accent on the O, sion. And the next one, baseball. So baseball with a Spanish accent, baseball. Baseball. And softball would be softball. Softball. Baseball. Softball. 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 And another sport. This one has two names. You can either say basketball or basketball, basketball, or you can also say baloncesto. Baloncesto. The one I hear the most is basketball, but a lot of people also say baloncesto. But I say basketball, basketball. And another one, volleyball, would be volleyball, volleyball. However, there are some people that pronounce the E. So they say voleibol, a jugar voleibol. But I use volleyball, and that's the one I hear more often, volleyball. Voleibol, but I would go with volleyball. So they're quite similar to English. And the next one, ciclismo, which is cycling. Ciclismo, cycling. Ciclismo. Then we have patinaje. This one is not at all similar to English. Skating. Patinaje. And to skate, you would say patinar, which is the verb, to skate. Patinar. Yo patino, tú patinas, él patina, whatever. And the rest. So, patinaje, the skating. And yeah. And then we also have patinaje sobre hielo. Ice skating. Patinaje sobre hielo. Ice skating. So hielo means ice, sobre means over, patinaje means skating. So skating over ice. So ice skating. Patinaje sobre hielo. And the next one. Ooh, and here we have an important one. Here we have gustar, which means to like. However, this conjugation we actually do not use. If you want to say I like, we do not use this one. We instead say me gusta, I like. And then we have, but this is actually a little bit more simple because you just use gusta for all of them and then you change the word before. Me gusta, I like. Te gusta, you like. Le gusta, he, she, you formal like. Nos gusta, we like. Os gusta for Spain. Les gusta, ellos, ellas, ustedes, les gusta. So this one is something that you have to keep in mind, because if you look for the conjugator for gustar, which means to like, you will get this one. But this one is not the same way we say I like, you like, he likes. So instead we have gustar, which is to like, but here's the main part. It's used as a way of saying, hey, would you like some chocolate? ¿Gustas chocolate? Or would you like some food? ¿Gustas comida? ¿Gustas comer algo? Which is a little bit formal. It's mostly we use quieres, which means to want. So if you want chocolate, you can say ¿Quieres chocolate? Do you want chocolate? And if you want to be more formal, that's when you use this conjugation. ¿Gustas chocolate? Would you like some chocolate? ¿Gustas comer? Would you like to eat? And so on. But when it means to like I like, we use this one. This is the conjugation we use. And I'll put it on the Quizlet so it's easier for you to remember. Okay, let's check out the examples. A mí me gusta jugar al tenis. I like to play tennis. A mí me gusta jugar al tenis. So right here, me gusta. The next one, pero, but, a mis amigos de la escuela les gusta jugar al fútbol. But my school friends like to play soccer. Pero a mis amigos de la escuela, but my school friend, les gusta, they like. Les gusta jugar al fútbol. They like to play soccer. And the next one. A los estadounidenses les gusta jugar al fútbol americano. So Americans, the United States, Americans like to play American football. So les gusta, they like. And another one. Pero, but, a los mexicanos nos gusta jugar al fútbol soccer. But Mexicans, we like to play soccer. Nos gusta, we like. And the next one. No me gusta, I don't like, jugar al golf. Porque no sé cómo jugar. I don't like to play golf because I don't know how to play. No sé. So sé comes from saber, which is to know, saber. And then you conjugate to sé. No sé, I don't know. No sé cómo jugar, how to play golf. And the next one. Los canadienses juegan al hockey con los rusos. The Canadians are playing hockey with the Russians. Los canadienses juegan al hockey con los rusos. And another example. A los chinos les gusta jugar al tenis de mesa. So Chinese people, a los chinos refers to Chinese people for Chinese people. So basically, Chinese people like to play table tennis. A los chinos les gusta jugar al tenis de mesa. And the next one. A los australianos les gusta surfear. So Australians like surfing. A los australianos les gusta surfear. Surfear, surfing. And the next one. A los japoneses les gusta hacer karate. The Japanese like doing karate. A los japoneses les gusta hacer karate. And the next one. Pero a los coreanos les gusta hacer taekwondo. But Koreans like to do taekwondo. Pero a los coreanos, but Koreans, les gusta hacer taekwondo. And the next one. A mi amigo alemán le gusta hacer ciclismo. My German friend likes to do cycling. He likes to do cycling. Le gusta hacer ciclismo. One more example. A la gente en Nueva York le gusta hacer patinaje sobre hielo en invierno. So we're getting into the long phrases now. In New York, people like to do ice skating in winter. And that's it for this one. This one was quite a long lesson. Maybe you should check out the Quizlet to memorize a few phrases and play around with it. So, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we'll learn about more versus less. So the word for more is más. Más. So, más. And if you want to say more than, you can say más que. Más que. So, más, more than, más que. Más que. And the other one would be menos, which means less. Menos. And if you want to say less than, you can say menos que. Menos que. Less than. So, más, more, menos, less. And let's check out the examples. So the first one we have is ¿qué te gusta más? ¿El té o el café? What do you like more? Coffee or tea? ¿Qué te gusta más? What do you like more? ¿El té o el café? So this one is quite simple. Let's try the next one. Me gusta más el té que el café. I like tea more than coffee. Me gusta más el té que el café. And the next one, let's try this one. El teléfono cuesta más que el radio. So cuesta means to cost. So the phone costs more than the radio. El teléfono cuesta más que el radio. So the phone costs more. And the next one. La computadora cuesta más que el teléfono. The computer costs more than the phone. La computadora cuesta más que el teléfono. And let's try another example. ¿Cuál te gusta más? So, which do you like more? ¿Cuál te gusta más? And you can reply, me gusta más, I like more, basically, I like more, me gusta más la camisa azul. So basically, I like the blue shirt more. But we say me gusta más together. In English, you say I like, then the rest of the phrase, and then more. But in Spanish, we use it all together at once. Me gusta más, I like more, la camisa azul, the blue shirt. I like more the blue shirt, basically. And the next one. Los zapatos negros me gustan más que los zapatos cafés. I like the black shoes more than the brown shoes. Los zapatos negros me gustan más que los zapatos cafés. Más que, more than. And the next one. Esta camisa me gusta menos que la otra. So, oh no, esa camisa. So that shirt. Esa camisa me gusta menos que la otra. So basically, I like that shirt less than the other one. Me gusta menos. Menos que. Less than. And you can also say, ¿cuánto cuestan las zanahorias? How much are the carrots? ¿Cuánto cuestan las zanahorias? And you can reply, las zanahorias cuestan $1. So here we have the conjugations for costar. So, cuestan, las zanahorias, ellas cuestan. And you can also try this one. Las zanahorias cuestan menos que las papas. So, zanahorias means carrots, papas, potatoes. The carrots cost less than the potatoes. Las zanahorias cuestan menos que las papas. And the second example, tengo menos dinero que tú. I have less money than you. Tengo menos. I have less money than you. Dinero, money. So that's it for this one. It's a short lesson and you learned something. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about different modes of payment. So the first word we have is dinero. Dinero, which means money. Dinero, money. Dinero. And when it comes to money, you have billetes, which are bills. Billetes, and also monedas. So monedas means coins. Monedas, coins. So billetes, the big bill, monedas, coins, and they're all dinero, money. And when it comes to cash money, you can say efectivo. Efectivo, cash. Efectivo. So basically, if you're paying cash, you would pay en efectivo, in cash, efectivo. And we also have tarjeta de crédito, credit card. Tarjeta de crédito, credit card. And when it comes to a debit card, we have tarjeta de débito, debit card. Tarjeta de débito, debit card. So efectivo for cash, tarjeta de crédito. Tarjeta basically means card. And tarjeta de débito, debit card. And some new forms would be pago móvil, which are basically mobile payments with your phone. Mobile payments, pago móvil. Or you can also say pago con el celular. I pay with my phone, pay with the cell phone. Pago con el celular, so mobile pay. Pago con el celular, cell phone pay. And if you're old style, you can still write un cheque, a check. Un cheque, cheque, check. Okay, and another way of paying can be pago en línea, which is basically an online payment. So you get your computer and you make a pago en línea, an online payment. And you can also say pago por internet. So basically paying by internet. Pago por internet. So internet payment. Pago por internet. And the word for cheap is barato. Cheap. Barato. And for expensive, you can say caro. Expensive. Caro. Caro. So, barato, cheap, caro, expensive, caro. And let's try some of the examples. The first one is a question. ¿Usted quiere pagar con un cheque? Do you want to pay with a check? ¿Usted quiere pagar con un cheque? Or you can also just remove that usted for quiere pagar con un cheque? Do you want to pay with a check? And you can say no. Quiero pagar en efectivo. No, I want to pay in cash. No. Quiero pagar en efectivo. So pay in cash. And the next one. Mi jefe tiene mucho dinero. So jefe means boss. My boss has a lot of money. Mi jefe tiene mucho dinero. And the next one. Pero, but, yo no tengo dinero. I don't have money. But I don't have money. Pero yo no tengo dinero. And the next one. Él hace un pago en línea con su tarjeta de crédito. Él hace, he does, an online payment with his credit card. Él hace un pago en línea con su tarjeta de crédito. And the next one, you can also say, estoy pagando por internet con mi tarjeta de débito. So, estoy pagando, I'm paying por internet, by internet, con mi tarjeta de crédito, de débito, with my debit card. Estoy pagando por internet con mi tarjeta de débito. And another example. En China, la gente paga con el celular. In China, people pay with the phone. And this one is very correct. Everybody, maybe 90% of China pays with their phones, 95%. En China, la gente paga con el celular. So in China, people pay with their phones, with the phone. And then the second one. En Estados Unidos, la gente paga con tarjeta de crédito. So in the US, people pay with credit cards. Con tarjeta de crédito. So they pay with credit cards in the US. In China, they pay with the cell phone. Let's try another one. In Japan. En Japón, la gente paga en efectivo. So in Japan, people pay with cash. But basically, en efectivo means in cash. So people pay with cash or en efectivo, in cash. And the next one. Le estoy enviando un pago móvil a mi amigo. I'm sending my friend a mobile payment. Le estoy enviando. Le, for him. Le envío. So this one is basically enviarle. Le estoy enviando un pago móvil a mi amigo. And the next one. Estas camisas son baratas. These shirts are cheap. Estas camisas son baratas. These shirts are cheap. And the other one. Pero estas camisas son caras. But these shirts are expensive. Pero estas camisas son caras. So that's it for this one. So you learned about the payments, expensive and cheap. So thanks for watching and make sure to watch some videos in Spanish or listen to music. So it's always good to take a short break and enjoy it. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about materials like metal, wood, plastic, etc. So let's give it a try. So the first word we have is papel, which means paper. Papel, papel, paper, papel. And the second one is cartón, which means cardboard. Cartón, cartón. And the third one is cerámica. So ceramic, cerámica. So cerámica is very similar to English. Cerámica, ceramic. Papel, paper. Cartón, cardboard. Cerámica, ceramic. And let's try another one. Metal, which means it's very self-explanatory. Metal, metal. And then we have madera, wood. Madera, wood. And the third one, it's also similar to English. Plástico, plastic. Plástico, plástico. So metal, metal. Madera, wood. Plástico, plastic, plastic. And some other ones would be oro, gold. Oro, oro. And the next one would be plata, silver. Plata, plata. And the third one, cobre, copper. Cobre. So we have oro, gold, plata, silver, and cobre, copper. Okay, and here we have some other words like liviano. Liviano means lightweight, something that's not heavy. It's lightweight, liviano, or basically not heavy, something not heavy, basically. Liviano. And if you want to say heavy, you say pesado, heavy. Pesado. If you want to say not heavy, you can say no está pesado, it is not heavy. Like a cell phone, no está pesado, it is not heavy. So, or you can say está o es liviano, it's lightweight, está liviano. Or no está pesado, it is not heavy. And let's try the next one. Esta mesa es de madera. Esta mesa, this table, es de madera, is of wood. So this is a wood table. Esta mesa es de madera. This table is of wood. That's the more literal meaning. And the next one, the literal word order. Estos platos están hechos de cerámica. These plates are made of ceramic. Estos platos están hechos de cerámica. So, están hechos means are made of. Are made. Hechos de. Are made of. Están hechos de. Están to be hechos made de of. They're made of ceramic. And this one, you can also say está hecho, it's made of, or you can say son, they are. So, estas monedas son de cobre. So it basically means the same. These coins are made of copper. Son de, are of copper. So, las monedas son de cobre. The coins are of copper. Son de cobre. So the coins are made of copper. And the next one. Esta es una moneda de oro. This is a gold coin. Esta es una moneda de oro. This is a gold coin. And this is actually a Mexican coin. In Mexico, they are quite popular. So in banks, you can get like gold coins that say 50 pesos or silver, things like that. But they are not worth 50 pesos. They are worth much more than that. So you can get some gold, big gold coins. We call them centenarios, a centenary. So it's a gold coin. or silver. They're very common in Mexico. And the next one. Estas joyas de plástico y metal son baratas. These plastic and metal jewelry are cheap. Estas joyas de plástico y metal son baratas. So these plastic and metal jewelry are cheap. And the next one. Estas joyas de oro son caras. So these gold jewelry are expensive. Estas joyas de oro son caras. So their jewelry, joyas means jewelry, de oro, of gold. And plastic and the other example would be plastic and metal jewelry. Okay, let's try the next one. Yo escribo sobre un papel. I write over a paper. Yo escribo sobre un papel. I write over a paper. And the second example, la caja es de cartón. Oh, esta caja es de cartón. This is a cardboard box. Esta caja es de cartón. Esta caja es de cartón. And another example. Estas monedas antiguas son de plata y de oro. These ancient coins are made of silver and gold. Estas monedas antiguas son de plata y de oro. And the next example. Los Legos están hechos de plástico. So once again, estar hecho de, to be made of. Están hechos de plástico. These Legos are made of plastic. The Legos are made of plastic. Los Legos están hechos de plástico. The Legos are made of plastic. And the other example. Estas pesas son livianas. These weights are lightweight. Estas pesas son livianas. So pesas means, we have the word pesado, which is heavy. And then we have pesas, which we refer to the type of dumbbells and the things you lift in the gym. So these ones, we call them pesas. They are weights. Basically, these weights. Estas pesas. And the other one. Estas pesas son pesadas. These weights are heavy. Estas pesas son pesadas. And another example. Esto es liviano. This is lightweight. And it's a little bit hard to see, but it's like a small plant. Like a small thing that flies from a plant. A dandelion? I don't know the name. So it just flies. Esto es liviano. This is lightweight. And the other example. Estas cajas de madera están pesadas. So cajas refers to boxes. So in this one, it means these wood boxes are heavy. Estas cajas de madera son pesadas. And some other example. Mis libros están pesados. My books are heavy. Mis libros están pesados. And the second one. Mis libros están más pesados. My books are heavier. They are more heavy, basically. My books are more heavy. My books are heavier. So that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about materials like metal, wood, plastic, etc. So let's give it a try. So the first word we have is papel, which means paper. papel, papel, paper, papel. And the second one is cartón, which means cardboard, cartón, cartón. And the third one is cerámica. So ceramic, cerámica. So cerámica is very similar to English, cerámica, ceramic. Papel, paper. Cartón, cardboard. Cerámica, ceramic. And let's try another one. Metal, which means it's very self-explanatory. Metal, metal. And then we have madera, wood. Madera, wood. And the third one, it's also similar to English. Plástico, plastic. Plástico, plástico. So metal, metal. Madera, wood. Plástico, plastic, plastic. And some other ones would be oro, gold. Oro, oro. And the next one would be plata, silver. Plata, plata. And the third one, cobre, copper. Cobre. So we have oro, gold, plata, silver, and cobre, copper. Okay, and here we have some other words like liviano. Liviano means lightweight, something that's not heavy. It's lightweight, liviano, or basically not heavy, something not heavy, basically. Liviano. And if you want to say heavy, you say pesado, heavy. Pesado. If you want to say not heavy, you can say no está pesado, it is not heavy. Like a cell phone, no está pesado, it is not heavy. So, or you can say está o es liviano, it's lightweight, está liviano. Or no está pesado, it is not heavy. And let's try the next one. Esta mesa es de madera. Esta mesa, this table, es de madera, is of wood. So this is a wood table. Esta mesa es de madera. This table is of wood. That's the more literal meaning. And the next one, the literal word order. Estos platos están hechos de cerámica. These plates are made of ceramic. Estos platos están hechos de cerámica. So, están hechos means are made of. Are made. Hechos de. Are made of. Están hechos de. Están to be hechos made de of. They're made of ceramic. And this one, you can also say está hecho, it's made of, or you can say son. They are. So, estas monedas son de cobre. So it basically means the same. These coins are made of copper. Son de, are of copper. So, las monedas son de cobre. The coins are of copper. Son de cobre. So the coins are made of copper. And the next one. Esta es una moneda de oro. This is a gold coin. Esta es una moneda de oro. This is a gold coin. And this is actually a Mexican coin. In Mexico, they are quite popular. So in banks, you can get like gold coins that say 50 pesos or silver, things like that. But they are not worth 50 pesos. They are worth much more than that. So you can get some gold, big gold coins. We call them centenarios, a centenary. So it's a gold coin. Or silver. They're very common in Mexico. And the next one. Estas joyas de plástico y metal son baratas. These plastic and metal jewelry are cheap. Estas joyas de plástico y metal son baratas. So these plastic and metal jewelry are cheap. And the next one. Estas joyas de oro son caras. So these gold jewelry are expensive. Estas joyas de oro son caras. So their jewelry, joyas means jewelry, de oro, of gold. And plastic and the other example would be plastic and metal jewelry. Okay, let's try the next one. Yo escribo sobre un papel. I write over a paper. Yo escribo sobre un papel. I write over a paper. And the second example, la caja es de cartón. Oh, esta caja es de cartón. This is a cardboard box. Esta caja es de cartón. Esta caja es de cartón. And another example. Estas monedas antiguas son de plata y de oro. These ancient coins are made of silver and gold. Estas monedas antiguas son de plata y de oro. And the next example. Los Legos están hechos de plástico. So once again, estar hecho de, to be made of. Están hechos de plástico. These Legos are made of plastic. The Legos are made of plastic. Los Legos están hechos de plástico. The Legos are made of plastic. And the other example. Estas pesas son livianas. These weights are lightweight. Estas pesas son livianas. So pesas means, we have the word pesado, which is heavy. And then we have pesas, which we refer to the type of dumbbells and the things you lift in the gym. So these ones, we call them pesas. They are weights. Basically, these weights. Estas pesas. And the other one. Estas pesas son pesadas. These weights are heavy. Estas pesas son pesadas. And another example. Esto es liviano. This is lightweight. And it's a little bit hard to see, but it's like a small plant. Like a small thing that flies from a plant. A dandelion? I don't know the name. So it just flies. Esto es liviano. This is lightweight. And the other example. Estas cajas de madera están pesadas. So cajas refers to boxes. So in this one, it means these wood boxes are heavy. Estas cajas de madera son pesadas. And some other example. Mis libros están pesados. My books are heavy. Mis libros están pesados. And the second one. Mis libros están más pesados. My books are heavier. They are more heavy, basically. My books are more heavy. My books are heavier. So that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so this one is going to be a complicated lesson, and a long one too. So we're gonna learn the differences between some, none, all, same and different. So this one is important, but it's gonna be a little hard to understand. Let's try it out. So when it comes to people and you want to say someone, you would say alguien. Alguien. Someone. So someone. Alguien. And when it comes to no one, you would say nadie. No one. Nadie. Alguien. Someone. Nadie. No one. Okay, this one is simple. And when it comes to things, you would say algo for something. Algo. Something. So you can see a pattern. Alguien, someone. Algo, something. And nothing, you would say nada. Nothing. Nada. Nada. So you can also see a pattern. Nadie, no one. Nada, nothing. Algo, something, nada, nothing. Okay, let's try the examples. The first example is, so this one is rather when you make a question. ¿Alguien ha ido a las pirámides en México? ¿Alguien ha ido? Has someone gone to the pyramids in Mexico? So pirámides means pyramids. This one is easy to remember. So Mexico has lots of pyramids. So one more time. ¿Alguien ha ido? Has someone gone a las pirámides, to the pyramids, en México, in Mexico? So this is one example. The second example is no hay nadie en la escuela. There is no one at school. There's no one at school. No hay nadie en la escuela. There's no one. No hay nadie en la escuela. So let's try the next one. Let's see. You can say, ¿Quieres algo? Do you want something? For example, you give a phone call and you say, oh, ¿Quieres algo? Do you want something? ¿Quieres algo? And people usually reply, nada, nothing. No quiero nada. I want nothing. So in Spanish, you can say no quiero nada, which basically translates to I don't want nothing. But in English, you cannot use the double negative. But in Spanish, you can say no quiero nada. I want nothing. I don't want nothing. So basically, I don't want nothing, but it sounds wrong in English. No quiero nada. Okay. So Spanish and English are a little different on that one, the negatives. Let's try the next one. Algunos. So this one rather refers to some or any, and it's quite different from unos, unas, and those. Algunos. So it also means some or any, and the female version would be algunas. Algunas. Algunos. Algunas. And the best way to understand it is rather with examples. So let's try this one. Algunos de mis amigos son estudiantes. So some of my friends are students. So you cannot say unos de mis amigos son estudiantes. You would have to say algunos. Algunos de mis amigos son estudiantes. Some of my friends are students. And the next example. Algunas personas corren todos los días. Some people run every day. Algunas personas corren todos los días. Algunas personas, some people. So, algunos estudiantes, algunos amigos is masculine. And this amigos is actually masculine because it's plural. So you can mix them together. If you want to say amigas, female friends, you would say algunas amigas. Algunas de mis amigas, referring to female friends only. And let's try this one. And this one, algunas personas, this one is female, so you can use algunas. Okay, let's try the next one. This is when it starts to become a little harder. Because we also have algún, alguno, alguna. So this one is rather used for one. So when it comes to algunos, algunas, this one is mostly used for plural. And then we also have the singular one, algún, alguno, alguna. Okay, algún means some. It can also mean one, a, an, or any. So these ones are the hard ones. Algún, alguno, or alguna. Let's give this one a try. So the example would be, algún día voy a ir a Japón. One day I'll go to Japan. Algún día voy a ir a Japón. Algún día, one day, someday. You would not say un día, or you can actually say un día voy a ir a Japón, which means one day. It sounds the same, but it's a little bit different in meaning. Algún día is like someday I'll go to Japan. One day, someday I'll go to Japan. Algún día. And the next one. ¿Tienes algún libro bueno? Do you have a good book? Or do you have any good book? Book, referring to one. Libros would be algunos buenos libros buenos if you make it plural. So, do you have a good book? ¿Tienes algún libro bueno? Do you have a good book or any good book? And another example. ¿Alguno de nosotros tiene carro? So, does any one of us have a car? ¿Alguno de nosotros tiene carro? Does any one of us have a car? So if you ever need to say that, you would say alguno, alguno de nosotros. If it's female, alguna de nosotras tiene carro. Okay. And let's try the other one. So, ¿alguna de ustedes quiere venir al bar? Does any one of you want to come to the bar? But here we have alguna. So it's female. Alguna de ustedes. So he's calling a female. ¿Alguna de ustedes quiere venir al bar? If it's a male, you would say alguno de ustedes, male or mixed. Alguno de ustedes quiere venir al bar. But here it's female. Alguna. Does any one of you want to come to the bar? Okay, next one. Here we have ningún, which means none or not one. So these ones are actually quite simple. Now we're getting into a much more simple version. And ningún is basically similar to algún, but negative. Ninguno means none or not one as well, but it's the opposite of alguno, the negative version. And then we have ninguna, which means none or not one, from alguna, but basically the negative version of alguna, ninguna. So, ningún, algún. Ninguno, alguno. Ninguna, alguna. I hope this is clear enough because it's not an easy lesson. Okay, let's try the next one. ¿Hay alguna carta? Is there a letter? Or is there any letter? ¿Hay alguna carta? Is there any... If you want to say plural letters, you would say ¿hay algunas cartas? So you would add an S to algún. To alguna, you just add an S to make it plural. And there we go, algunas. The very, very top one. ¿Hay alguna carta? Is there a letter? And you can say... Let's see. Oops. No hay ninguna carta. No hay ninguna. Which basically means there is none. No hay ninguna. No hay ninguna. There is none. If you want to put carta to specify a card, no hay ninguna carta. There is no card. So this one will change from none to no. To not one. No hay ninguna carta. There is no letter. Or there is not one letter. No hay ninguna. There is none. So there's lots of kind of meanings in this one. And the next one. Ningún niño duerme. Not one kid sleeps. Ningún niño duerme. Not one kid sleeps. Ningún niño. So no kid sleeps, basically. And the next one. Ninguno de mis amigos habla español. None of my friends speak Spanish. Ninguno de mis amigos habla español. None of my friends speak Spanish. Ninguno de. None of. And now we get to the fun parts, to the easier parts. Here we have diferente, which means different. Diferente. Then we have similar, which means similar, close enough, similar. Then we have igual, which means equal. Igual. Equal sounds similar. Yeah, sounds similar. Sounds similar. Haha, similar. Igual. Equal. And then we have mismo, which means the same, but it's rather the exact same. So you have igual, that also means same. It's the same. Es igual. It's the same. And then you have mismo. Mismo refers to it's the exact same one. So you cannot have two of the same one. So if you have two, you would say, oh, igual. If you have one and it's the exact same, you would say mismo. Es el mismo. It's the same one. Es el mismo. Okay, let's try the examples. Estos juguetes son diferentes. These toys are different. Estos juguetes son diferentes. So simple enough. And the next one. Estos huevos son similares. These eggs are similar. Estos huevos son similares. Okay, close enough to English. And the next one. Él piensa diferente que yo. He thinks different from me. Él piensa diferente que yo. So he thinks different, basically differently from me. But in Spanish we say diferente. For different, maybe differently, is the same one, diferente. Él piensa diferente que yo. Piensa, pensar. Pensar means to think. Piensa, and that's the conjugation. The next one. Este carro está igual de caro que los otros. This car is equally expensive as the others. So carro, car, caro, expensive. So this can be a little hard to pronounce. Este carro está igual de caro que los otros. So you need to learn to roll the R. Este carro está igual de caro, 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 carro, caro, expensive, carro, car. So that's the challenge right there, rolling the R in this one. Okay, so this car está igual de caro, is equally expensive que los otros, as the others. And another example. Este color es el mismo. This color is the same. Este color es el mismo. This color is the same. And the next one. Mi libro es igual al tuyo. My book is the same as yours. Igual is equal, basically is the same as yours, but it's not the exact same, it's not mismo. If it's mismo, it would be only one book, the same book. Okay, mi libro es igual al tuyo. My book is the same as yours. And two more examples. We also have todo, which means everything or all. Todo. And then we have todos, which means everyone or every or all, or basically everything but plural. Todos also refers to everything plural. It refers to everyone, every, and also means all. Okay, but it depends on the context, on how you use them. Todo or toda, everything or everything female. Okay, todos and todas. Let's try the examples. Puedo ver todo. I can see everything. Puedo ver todo. I can see everything. And number two. Todo esto me gusta. Todo esto, all of this, me gusta, I like. I like all of this. Todo esto me gusta. So basically, all of this I like. A little bit like the grammar is different. The grammar order is different. Todo esto me gusta. I like all of this. And some more examples. Todos mis amigos sonríen. All of my friends smile. Todos mis amigos sonríen. Todos, so plural, and can be used for people. Everyone. And this one, yo corro todas las mañanas. So mañanas is female, todas las mañanas. All the mornings, basically every morning. All the mornings, todas las mañanas, every morning. Yo corro todas las mañanas. I run every morning. So that's it for this one. It's another long lesson and it's not an easy lesson. So thanks for watching. Make sure to check out the Quizlet. Maybe you can practice a little bit this one. This one needs a lot more practice than the other ones because this one was not simple. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about open, close, on, off, and those type of things. Let's try it out. So the word for open is abierto. Abierto. Open. Abierto. And the word for closed is cerrado. Closed. Cerrado. So abierto, open. Cerrado, closed. Abierto, cerrado. And we basically use it the same way as in English. Whenever you have something open, you say abierto. Cerrado, closed. And the next word we have is museo, which means museum. Museo. And there are different types of museums. For example, Museo de Arte, art museum. Museo de Arte. And there's also Museo de Historia, history museum. Museo de Historia. So, museo, museum. Museo de Arte, art museum. And Museo de Historia, history museum. And let's try another one. We also have Oficina de Correos, which means post office. Oficina de Correos, post office. And we also have hotel, which means hotel. Hotel. So this one is simple because it's similar to English. Hotel. And the next one, banco, which means bank. Banco. Bank. So banco and hotel are similar to English, so it's easy to memorize. And oficina de correos, oficina means office, de correos of mail. So basically office of mail, mail office, post office. And we also have cafeteria, which means coffee shop. Cafeteria. And restaurante, restaurant. Restaurante. So cafeteria, coffee shop. Restaurante, restaurant. And the reason I said that we have open and close, we use them the same way as in English, is that we also have prender, which means turn on, and apagar, which means turn off. And there are some languages where open and close are the same as turn on and turn off. So in Spanish, we do them the same way as in English, where we have divided words. And okay, so we have prender, which means to turn on, prender. And there's also another word called encender, which means to turn on as well. So prender is kind of used whenever you have to turn on a light switch or something like that. Encender is kind of like where you put something on fire. Maybe you put it on fire, you turn on Light the match. Yeah, exactly. You light the match. You turn on. But some people also use it for like the TV. Enciende la televisión. Turn on the TV. Or you can also say prende. Prende la televisión. So people kind of use them interchangeably. So prende, to turn on. You can also say encender. For example, you can say prende la luz. Turn on the lights. Or enciende la luz. Turn on the light. So people tend to use both. And I usually use prender more. And I use encender for fire, actually. And the next one is apagar, which means to turn off. Apagar. Prender, turn on. Apagar, turn off. And let's try some examples. The first example is: El libro está abierto. The book is open. El libro está abierto. The book is open. And another one would be: Los libros están cerrados. So los libros, this one is plural. Los libros están cerrados. The books are closed. And also you can use abrir, cerrar for doors and windows. La puerta está cerrada. The door is closed. La puerta está cerrada. And la ventana, the window, ventana. La ventana está abierta. The window is open. La ventana está abierta. And for this one, it's very hard to see, but the lights are off. So, la luz está apagada. The light is off. La luz está apagada. So you can actually say la luz for the light or for the lights in general. So if you're in a room with many lights, you can still say la luz, the light, for many lights. If you want to make it plural, you could even say las luces están apagadas. And that one works as well. You can either use singular or plural. And except if you have, for example, many lights like a Christmas tree, you will not say la luz. You would say las luces, each light. But la luz in general would be for like the whole light in a room. If it's like a Christmas tree with many lights, you would say las luces, the lights. And the next one. La luz está encendida. The light is on. La luz está encendida. Or you can say la luz está prendida. The light is on. Both work. And this one is like an order saying apaga la luz. Turn off the light. Apaga la luz. So if you want to tell somebody to turn it off, you can say apaga la luz. Turn off the light. And this one is rather a different type of conjugation. So if you look at the conjugation notes section, we are using the imperative affirmative conjugation. So if you want to check this one out a little bit more, you can go to our conjugator page and play around with this special conjugation. Look for imperative affirmative. And this is rather used affirmative to tell people to do something. Apaga la luz. Apaguen la luz. Turn it on, everybody. Turn it off, everybody. And let's try the other one, still with this special conjugation, which is not present, but affirmative, telling people to do something. And we have prende la luz. Turn on the light. Prende la luz. Turn on the light. Prende la luz. And let's try this one, the next example. So play around with the conjugator webpage with our conjugator, and you can get more ideas from there. And you'll understand it better. And the next one is El museo está abierto. The museum is open. El museo está abierto. And the next one, El banco está cerrado. The bank is closed. El banco está cerrado. So that's it for this one, and this was a good lesson. So, thanks for watching. Go play around and use the conjugator, watch some movies, listen to some music, so you can get more interest in learning Spanish. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about different positions, such as in back, in front, next to, right and left. So let's give it a try. The first one we have is detrás. Detrás, which means in back. Detrás, in back. Detrás. And if you want to say in front, you say delante. Delante. Detrás, in back. Delante, in front. Delante. So you can see kind of like a similarity. Detrás, delante. So there's de in the beginning. And the next one, al lado. Al lado, which means next to. Lado actually means side. Al means in the, so kind of like in the side. So basically next to. Al lado. If you want to say in the side, you would say en el lado. En el lado, in the side. But we're using al lado, next to. So al lado, next to. And the next one we have is en medio, which means in between. En medio, in between. So medio actually refers to middle. So en medio is kind of like in middle. If you want to say in the middle, you would say en el medio, in the middle. En el medio. But if you just say en medio, it's in between. En medio. En el medio would be in the middle. En medio, in between. En el medio, in the middle. Okay, so let's review these ones. Detrás, in back. Delante, in front. Al lado, next to. And en medio, in between. Okay, let's try the next ones. So here we have estar en, which means to be in. So we all know estar. We have most of the words, the phrases use estar. So this one is easy to remember. Estar en, to be in. And the next one is sobre el or sobre la, which means over the. El or la, depending on the gender of the thing you're talking about. Over the. Sobre. So sobre means over. Sobre. And it's usually followed by el or la, which is the thing you're going to talk about. Sobre el puente, sobre la casa, whatever. Sobre. Over. And the next one is debajo. Debajo de. So basically under the. So de refers rather to off. It would be like under, off. Debajo de. So that's the more literal translation. So debajo de. So you would say debajo de del puente. Under the bridge. Debajo del puente. And let's try the next one. Debajo del, we use del because we have el puente. So in this case, de would be del puente, because we do not say de el, because we have like those two vowels crushing each other, de el. So it doesn't sound good. De el. We say del. We remove the e and we just say del. D-E-L. Debajo del puente. And the next one. Dentro de, inside the. So inside something. Dentro. Inside. Dentro de. Inside the, and whatever you want to say. Okay, let's review. Estar en, to be in. Sobre el, over the. debajo de, under the, and dentro de, inside the whatever. Okay, so let's try the examples. The first one, el niño está delante del árbol. The boy is in front of the tree. El niño está delante del árbol. So the boy is in front of the tree. Delante. Delante de. And once again, we have del, D-E-L. And this means that we have de and el. El should be followed because árbol is masculine. De el. But we just mix them together into del. So we do not say de el. We say del. And we do say de la because there's no vowel in la in the beginning. So we say de la and del. Okay, so feminine, de la. The next one. La mujer está detrás del carro. The woman is behind the car. La mujer está detrás del carro. So she is detrás, behind. So basically in back of the car, behind the car. Once again, del, because el carro is masculine. So de, el, del. And the next one. So here we have, el gato está en medio de la calle. The cat is in the middle of the road. El gato está en medio de la calle. And calle is feminine, so la calle. So we can use de la calle, de la, because there's no vowel before the L. And the next one, el perro está al lado de la bicicleta. The dog is next to the bicycle. El perro está al lado de la bicicleta. Bicicleta is feminine, so de la. And the next one. La cerveza está en el congelador. The beer is in the freezer. La cerveza está en el congelador. Está en is in. And congelador means freezer. And refrigerator, we would say refrigerador. So similar to English, refrigerator with a Spanish accent. Refrigerador. Refrigerator. Refrigerador. Freezer, we would say congelador. Congelado means frozen. Congelado. And congelador is basically the freezing machine. Congelador, the freezer. And this one. Él está sobre el puente. He's over the bridge. Sobre el puente. Él está sobre el puente. Okay. The next example. Los zapatos están debajo de la cama. The shoes are under the bed. Los zapatos están debajo de la cama. And this one is simple. Cama is bed, debajo, under. Los zapatos, the shoes. And this one. La comida está dentro del refrigerador. The food is inside the fridge. So, fridge is basically refrigerator. So, refrigerador, right there, refrigerador. The food is inside the fridge. La comida está dentro del refrigerador. And this one is also useful. So, the word for left is izquierda. Left, izquierda. And the word for right is derecha. So I'm skipping the middle one really fast. Izquierda, left, derecha, right. And if you want to go straight, we have derecho, which is the second one. Straight, derecho. So the difference is that derecha has an A, which means right. Derecho has an O, and it means straight. So this can be a little bit confusing. It's sometimes confusing to Spanish speakers Because you might be driving and you tell your dad, oh, derecho, derecho. And he said, oh, derecha. So he goes to the right and you have to find your route again. So this does happen a lot. It happens to Spanish speakers. And make sure you kind of get used to this one. Derecha means right. Derecho means straight. And izquierda means left. Izquierda, left. Okay, so memorize these ones. The example is, la niña está a la izquierda del perro. The girl is on the left of the dog. La niña está a la izquierda del perro. So, a la izquierda, on the left, or to the left of the dog. A la izquierda. And the next one. Él escribe con la mano izquierda. So he writes with the left hand. Él escribe con la mano izquierda. He writes with the left hand. Mano izquierda, left hand. Mano derecha would be right hand. Mano derecho is not a word. It's straight, straight, straight. Don't use that one. Mano derecha, right hand. Mano izquierda, left hand. The next one. Da vuelta a la derecha. So turn right. Da vuelta a la derecha. So here we're using once again the imperative affirmative, which is when you tell somebody to do something. Da vuelta a la derecha. Da de comer. Give food. So this one you can practice once again if you go to the conjugator and kind of play around with it. Okay, da. Another one would be maneja derecho. Drive straight. Maneja means drive, derecho, straight. Maneja derecho. And this one, da vuelta, means to turn around. Turn around to the right. Yeah, give a turn. Give a turn to the right. Turn right, basically. Da vuelta. Vuelta means turn. Okay, so that's it for this one. And thanks for watching. Make sure to practice the Quizlet so that you can memorize if you need to memorize some of them. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the ordinal numbers such as first, second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. in Spanish. The first number we have is primero, which means first. Primero, first, primero. So whenever you have to say the first one, you would say el primero, the first, primero. And the next one would be second, so segundo, segundo. Primero, first, segundo, second. Then we have tercero, which means third. So tercero sounds a little bit like tres, the third. Tercero. Then we have cuarto, which sounds similar to cuatro. Cuarto. So I think the most common ones that you would use would be primero, segundo, tercero, and cuarto. I think these ones are the most common ones. You will not be using the 20th, the 100th that often, but I think these four are quite useful. So let's see. Primero, first, segundo, second, tercero, cuarto, fourth. And let's go a little bit more too. Then we have quinto, which means fifth. Quinto, like cinco, quinto. Then we have sexto, sixth. Sexto, the sixth. And then we have séptimo, seventh. Séptimo, seventh. And then we have octavo, eighth. The eighth. Octavo, eighth. So quinto, sexto, séptimo, octavo, and octavo. So these ones, I think you should practice them with a Quizlet so that you can memorize them easier. And the next one, noveno, ninth, noveno. Then we have décimo, tenth, décimo, undécimo, 11th, undécimo, and duodécimo, 12th, duodécimo. So sometimes even people in Spanish-speaking countries, they're not so used to these ones. Like once you get to very, very high numbers, sometimes you're like, hey, how do you say it? Do you say doceavo, the 12th, or undécimo, so, or duodécimo? So even sometimes people, we struggle a little bit because we never use them. We rarely use them. So let's give it a try. Noveno, ninth, décimo, 10th, undécimo, duodécimo. So 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. And then we have décimo tercero, 13th, décimo cuarto, 14th, vigésimo, 20th. Then we have trigésimo, 30th. And I think from there you can just Google it if you whatever you want to say, because it would be quite rare that you need to say, oh, the 147th. So I would say maybe Google it, whatever you want to say after that. Okay, so décimo tercero, 13th, décimo cuarto, vigésimo, 20th, trigésimo, 30th. Okay, so let's have some examples. Oh, but once again, the most common ones you would probably use are primero, segundo, tercero, cuarto, from first to fourth. Okay, let's try the first one. Hoy es el primer día de febrero. Today is the first day of February. Hoy es el primer día de febrero. The first day, el primer. El primer día. And another one, you can say, hoy es el tercero de agosto. Today is the 3rd of August. El tercero, the third. So a lot of them always come with el before, because it's like saying the first. So primero, primer is first, primero. And if you want to say the first, el primero, or el primer, the first day, el primer día. And this one, hoy es el tercero de agosto, the 3rd of August. And the next one, ¿dónde está el baño? Where is the bathroom? ¿Dónde está el baño? And they can actually reply, el baño está en la segunda puerta a la derecha. This is a hard one. The bathroom is on the second door at the right. A la derecha, basically to the right. But in Spanish we say a la derecha, so at the right. La segunda puerta a la derecha. El baño está en la segunda puerta a la derecha. And let's try the next one. Here we have mayo es el quinto mes del año. May is the 5th month of the year. Mayo es el quinto mes del año. El quinto, the 5th. And this one, enero es el primer mes del año. January is the 1st month of the year. El primer mes, the 1st month. And let's try this one because this one is somewhat related. Whenever you have to form a line, you have different ways of saying it. For example, la línea, which means line. La línea. And this one can also refer to like a line. If you draw a line, it's still la línea, the line. And it also refers to people standing up in line, la línea. We have different words also, for example, la fila. which is kind of like the queue or the line as well. You can also say la fila. La fila está muy larga. The line is very long, the queue. And another one we have is la cola, which means the tail. And it also refers to the queue or the line. However, when it comes to la fila, from what I have experienced, we kind of use this a little bit more for very long traffic, but specifically in the northern part of Mexico where you can cross the border over through the US, and there's you go over the bridge, the line in the bridge, we call it la fila. So whenever people refer to the international border crossing traffic, like the line in the bridge, the amount of cars in the bridge, we call it la fila, the line. So that's one small thing. Okay, so there are different ways to call it. So la fila sometimes is a little bit more used with cars, la línea with people, la cola for people too, or you can just say tráfico, traffic, tráfico for cars, tráfico, traffic with an O. Okay, the next one. Él es la segunda persona en la línea. He is the second person in line. Él es la segunda persona en la línea. So la segunda, the second, persona en la línea. Second person in line. And the next one. Esta es la fila para ir a Estados Unidos. This is the line to go to the United States. Esta es la fila para ir a Estados Unidos. So once again, it's the line to go to the US, the border crossing line. The next one, la cola está muy larga. The queue is very long. So the waiting line, the queue, is very long. La cola está muy larga. And the next one, because la cola also means the tail. So you can say, la cola de este animal es muy bonita. The tail of this animal is very beautiful. La cola de este animal es muy bonita. So we have this animal with a beautiful tail. Okay, so that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. And I would recommend using the Quizlet so that you can memorize the primero, segundo, tercero, vigésimo, those type of things. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the ordinal numbers such as first, second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. in Spanish. The first number we have is primero, which means first. Primero, first, primero. So whenever you have to say the first one, you would say el primero, the first, primero. And the next one would be second. So segundo, segundo. Primero, first, segundo, second. Then we have tercero, which means third. So tercero sounds a little bit like tres, the third. Tercero. Then we have cuarto, which sounds similar to cuatro. Cuarto. So I think the most common ones that you would use would be primero, segundo, tercero, and cuarto. I think these ones are the most common ones. You will not be using the 20th, the 100th that often, but I think these four are quite useful. So let's see. Primero, first, segundo, second, tercero, cuarto, fourth. And let's go a little bit more too. Then we have quinto, which means fifth. Quinto, like cinco, quinto. Then we have sexto, sixth, sexto, the sixth. And then we have séptimo, seventh, séptimo, seventh. And then we have octavo, eighth, the eighth, octavo, eighth. So quinto, sexto, séptimo, octavo, and octavo. So these ones, I think you should practice them with a Quizlet so that you can memorize them easier. And the next one, noveno, ninth, noveno. Then we have décimo, tenth, décimo, undécimo, 11th, undécimo, and duodécimo, 12th, duodécimo. So sometimes even people in Spanish-speaking countries, they're not so used to these ones. Like once you get to very, very high numbers, sometimes you're like, hey, how do you say it? Do you say doceavo, the 12th, or undécimo, so, or duodécimo? So even sometimes people, we struggle a little bit because we never use them. We rarely use them. So let's give it a try. Noveno, ninth, décimo, 10th, undécimo, duodécimo. So 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we have décimo tercero, 13th, décimo cuarto, 14th, vigésimo, 20th. Then we have trigésimo, 30th. And I think from there you can just Google it if you whatever you want to say, because it would be quite rare that you need to say, oh, the 147th. So I would say maybe Google it, whatever you want to say after that. Okay, so décimo tercero, 13th, décimo cuarto, vigésimo, 20th, trigésimo, 30th. Okay, so let's have some examples. Oh, but once again, the most common ones you would probably use are primero, segundo, tercero, cuarto, from first to fourth. Okay, let's try the first one. Hoy es el primer día de febrero. Today is the first day of February. Hoy es el primer día de febrero. The first day, el primer. El primer día. And another one, you can say, hoy es el tercero de agosto. Today is the 3rd of August. El tercero, the third. So a lot of them always come with el before, because it's like saying the first. So primero, primer is first, primero. And if you want to say the first, el primero, or el primer, the first day, el primer día. And this one, hoy es el tercero de agosto, the 3rd of August. And the next one, ¿dónde está el baño? Where is the bathroom? ¿Dónde está el baño? And they can actually reply, el baño está en la segunda puerta a la derecha. This is a hard one. The bathroom is on the second door at the right. A la derecha, basically to the right. But in Spanish we say a la derecha, so at the right. La segunda puerta a la derecha. El baño está en la segunda puerta a la derecha. And let's try the next one. Here we have mayo es el quinto mes del año. May is the 5th month of the year. Mayo es el quinto mes del año. El quinto, the 5th. And this one, enero es el primer mes del año. January is the 1st month of the year. El primer mes, the 1st month. And let's try this one because this one is somewhat related. Whenever you have to form a line, you have different ways of saying it. For example, la línea, which means line. La línea. And this one can also refer to like a line. If you draw a line, it's still la línea, the line. And it also refers to people standing up in line, la línea. We have different words also, for example, la fila, which is kind of like the queue or the line as well. You can also say la fila. La fila está muy larga. The line is very long, the queue. And another one we have is la cola, which means the tail. And it also refers to the queue or the line. However, when it comes to la fila, from what I have experienced, we kind of use this a little bit more for very long traffic, but specifically in the northern part of Mexico where you can cross the border over through the US, and you go over the bridge, the line in the bridge, we call it la fila. So whenever people refer to the international border crossing traffic, like the line in the bridge, the amount of cars in the bridge, we call it la fila, the line. So that's one small thing. Okay, so there are different ways to call it. So la fila sometimes is a little bit more used with cars, la línea with people, la cola for people too, or you can just say tráfico, traffic, tráfico, for cars, tráfico, traffic with an O. Okay, the next one. Él es la segunda persona en la línea. He is the second person in line. Él es la segunda persona en la línea. So la segunda, the second, persona en la línea. Second person in line. And the next one. Esta es la fila para ir a Estados Unidos. This is the line to go to the United States. Esta es la fila para ir a Estados Unidos. So once again, it's the line to go to the US, the border crossing line. The next one, la cola está muy larga. The queue is very long. So the waiting line, the queue, is very long. La cola está muy larga. And the next one, because la cola also means the tail. So you can say, la cola de este animal es muy bonita. The tail of this animal is very beautiful. La cola de este animal es muy bonita. So we have this animal with a beautiful tail. Okay, so that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. And I would recommend using the Quizlet so that you can memorize the primero, segundo, tercero, vigésimo, those type of things. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so after that huge long lesson we just went through before, we can take a short break and have an easy one. Here we have how to say to be able to, can I, may I in Spanish. The great thing about Spanish is that it's all in one word. So let's try it out. So the famous word is poder, which means to be able to, can I, may I. So you can say yo puedo, I can, tú puedes, él, ella, usted puede, nosotros podemos, vosotros, vosotras podéis, ellos, ellas, ustedes pueden. So those are the conjugations. And let's go straight into the examples. It's an easy class. It's a comfortable class. So here we have, los perros pueden nadar. So dogs can swim. Los perros, the dogs, pueden, can, nadar, swim. Los perros pueden nadar. Another example. Pero, but, no pueden manejar. They can't drive. Pero no pueden manejar. But they can't drive. Okay, let's try another one. So you can ask somebody, oh no, you can just say, ¿puedo tomar este autobús para ir a la escuela? Puedo tomar, I can take, this bus to go to school. Puedo tomar este autobús para ir a la escuela. Okay, I can take this bus to go to school. And you can also make it into a question. ¿Dónde puedo tomar el tren para ir a París? Where can I take the train to go to Paris? ¿Dónde? Where? Puedo tomar, can I take, el tren para ir a París. Okay, another example. Puedo tomar este metro para ir al centro de la ciudad. ¿Puedo tomar este metro para ir al centro de la ciudad? Can I take this metro to go to the city center? So this one is a little long, and we just learned some of these words. And one thing to notice is that here we have al, which basically means a and el together. So here we have two vowels, a, el. So it sounds a little bit hard to pronounce a el centro. So we just put them together as al centro, al. So we do not say a el, we say al. So we mix them together into one. Basically to the cities, to the center, to the somewhere. Okay, the next example. Sí, puedes. Yes, you can. Sí. Puedes. Yes, you can. Puedes. And let's try another example. El auto puede doblar a la derecha. The car can turn right. El auto puede doblar a la derecha. Whenever we have like cars and driving, we call it doblar, which means to turn. Doblar a la derecha. Doblar. Some people say doblar. Doblar a la derecha. Some people might say gira, to turn. Gira a la derecha. Gira, to turn to the right. Or doblar. Doblar a la derecha. There are two words. Girar, to turn, doblar. Okay. And the next one. Pero no puede doblar a la izquierda. But it can't turn left. Pero no puede doblar a la izquierda. But it can't turn. Pero, but, no puede, it cannot, doblar, turn, a la izquierda, to the left. And another example. Yo puedo hablar español. I can speak Spanish. Yo puedo, I can, hablar, speak, español, Spanish. Simple. Yo puedo hablar español. And the other one. Pero no puedo hablar japonés. But I can't speak Japanese. Pero no puedo hablar japonés. Another example. No se puede nadar aquí. One cannot swim here. It is not possible to swim here. No se puede nadar aquí. Because there's a crocodile, so don't do it. And the next one. ¿Se puede nadar en este río? This is a question. Can one swim in this river? One can swim in this river? ¿Se puede nadar en este río? So, can one swim in this river? Okay. And another type of question. ¿Podemos comprar juguetes? Can we buy toys? ¿Podemos comprar juguetes? And your Spanish mom will always say, no, no podemos comprar juguetes. No, we cannot buy toys. No, no podemos comprar juguetes. My mom actually did buy toys, so that's good. Okay, let's try the next one. And this one is actually interesting because in Spanish you say, ¿Puedo ir al baño? Can I go to the bathroom? And this is the great thing about Spanish because in English you might ask your school professor, can I go to the bathroom? And then she would say, I don't know. Can you? Can you? And then you have to say, oh, okay, may I go to the bathroom? Okay, go to the bathroom. So you don't have to do this in Spanish, luckily. You can just say, ¿Puedo ir al baño? Can I go to the bathroom? And they would say, sí, puedes. Yes, you can. So you don't have this English thing where the teacher will try to be over smart and say, I don't know, can you? Can you go to the bathroom? So that's the good thing of Spanish. Sí, puedes. Yes, you can. So that's it for this one. It's a short lesson. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about different places, the weather, as well as yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let's try it out. The first word we have is la playa, which means the beach. La playa. La playa. The beach. La playa. And the second one is el bosque. The forest. El bosque. El bosque. And the next one, las montañas. The mountains. Las montañas. So these words are not so closely related to English except for montañas. Montañas. So la playa, the beach. El bosque, the forest. Okay, let's try the next one. We also have el río, the river. El río. So this one is a little similar. River, río. Okay, close enough, easy to remember. El río. Then we have el lago, the lake. El lago, the lake. Lago, lake, close enough. And the next one, el océano, the ocean. This one is very easy to remember. El océano, the ocean. So, el río, el lago, el océano. Okay, let's try the next one. Here we have weather. The first one is la lluvia, which means the rain. La lluvia. And to rain, we would say llover. Llover. To rain. Llover. So this one is the verb, llover. I think you can actually say yo lluevo, tú llueves, él llueve, nosotros llovemos, but you will never use it. I rain, you rain, that's not common. But that's the verb, llover, to rain. The next one would be la nieve, the snow. La nieve. And to snow, you would say nevar. To snow. Nevar. So most of the time with llover and nevar, we use them with está. So está lloviendo, it's raining. Está nevando, it's snowing. So that's the most common one, with está and NDO, which is ing. The first example we have is hace calor en la playa. It's hot at the beach. En la playa, in the beach, at the beach. Hace calor en la playa. And the next one. So hace, we know this one, which is to do. Basically, it does. Hace calor. And the next one. Está nevando en las montañas. So it's snowing in the mountains. Once again, nevando, we use it with estar more commonly. We can say yo nevo, but you will never say I snow. So, nevando, it's snowing. Está nevando. En las montañas. And the next one. Las víboras viven en el bosque. So here we have a new word, víboras. Snakes live in the forest. So víboras means snakes. They live in the forest. Viven en el bosque. The next example. Este río divide dos países, China y Corea del Norte. So this is a long phrase. This river divides two countries, China and North Korea. Este río divide dos países, China y Corea del Norte. Okay. Another example. Este lago está en Austria y es muy bonito. So this lake is in Austria and it's very beautiful and it's a very nice lake. Este lago está en Austria y es muy bonito. So Austria is Austria, the European country, not Australia. Austria, next to Germany. Okay. The next one. Los delfines nadan en el océano. Dolphins swim in the ocean. The dolphins, los delfines nadan en el océano. The dolphins swim in the ocean. And let's try another one. En el invierno jugamos con la nieve. In winter we play with the snow. En el invierno jugamos con la nieve. Okay, so in winter we play with the snow. The next one. Me gusta el sonido de la lluvia. So once again, me gusta, I like. El sonido, the sound. El sonido. So you can see a pattern. Sonido, sound. De la lluvia, of rain, of the rain. I like the sound of rain. And here we have these ones. So the word for yesterday is ayer. So this one, it will be good to memorize because you will use them very often. Ayer, yesterday, ayer. Then you have hoy, today, hoy. And there's also mañana, tomorrow, mañana. So these ones are not at all similar to English, so you have to memorize them the hard way. Ayer, yesterday, ayer. Hoy, today, hoy, hoy. Mañana, tomorrow, mañana. We also have en la mañana, which means in the morning. So make sure you don't confuse these two. Mañana means tomorrow, en la mañana, it means in the morning. But but we never say en la mañana referring to tomorrow. If you want to say tomorrow, you just say mañana. Okay, let's try the examples. Ayer jugué tenis. Yesterday I played tennis. Ayer, yesterday, jugué tenis. And this is the new thing we're going to learn in the next lesson, because we're going to switch to pretérito, which basically means the past. So the past tense of words. So yo juego, I play. Yo jugué, I played. So this is what pretérito means. It basically means past. Basically the English ending of ed. Ayer jugué tenis. Yesterday I played tennis. The next example. Hoy me quedé en la casa. Me quedé, to stay. Hoy me quedé en la casa. Today I stayed at home. Hoy me quedé en la casa. So me quedé, I stayed at home. So this one seems to be pretérito to the past. If you want to say me quedo, I stay, this one is present. I stay at home, me quedo. But in past, you would say me quedé, I stayed. So we will learn the past in the next lesson. More deep into it. Okay. Mañana voy a la escuela. Tomorrow I go to school. Mañana voy a la escuela. Mañana, tomorrow. Voy a la escuela. I go to school. And the next one. Ayer comí tacos. I ate tacos yesterday. Ayer comí tacos. Comí. Again, past. Ayer comí tacos. I ate tacos yesterday. So that's it for this one. Make sure you memorize the today, tomorrow, and yesterday, because you will be using it a lot in Spanish. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the verb past form. So this means that we got new conjugations. So let's try it out. So the first thing I want to do is that I'm going to go into Spanish Dict and look for a word, for example, ser, which means to be. Then I'm going to click on the Conjugation tab, and here we have the conjugations. For example, the present, the preterite, imperfect, conditional, and future. And the ones we are going to be using are the preterite and the imperfect. So the preterite is used to describe completed actions. And the example we get here says, Yo ayudé a mi vecino. I helped my neighbor. And so this is a completed action. And when it comes to the imperfect, it describes past habitual actions. For example, Yo jugaba ajedrez con mi abuelo. I was playing chess with my grandpa. I used to play. Yo jugaba. I used to play. So, for example, here we have yo, and the first one is fui. I was. Yo fui. And the next one, tú fuiste. You were. And ella fue. She was. Nosotros fuimos. We were. So this one is more like I was, you were, she was, we were. This is the preterite form. When it comes to the imperfect form, we have yo era, which means I was being, or tú eras, you were being. So maybe this is not a good example. Let's try, for example, to play. And let's go to jugar. We have to click here and the conjugations. Jugar. For example, here we would say yo jugué, I played. Tú jugaste, you played. Él jugó, he or she played. And for the imperfect, we would say yo jugaba, I was playing. Tú jugabas, you were playing. Él, ella, usted jugaba. So I recommend that you play around with the conjugations. Just look into whatever word you want, whatever verb, and then just play with the preterite, see how everything changes, look at the examples, because you can start to see a pattern. Once you look at lots of examples, you would see that some of them are very similar, and you will understand the pattern. So most of this is kind of a pattern that you just memorize, and it becomes easier with time. So let's try our PowerPoint, our presentation. Let's see. Here we have the first word, which is estar, which means to be. And when it comes to the preterite, you can say yo estuve, I was. Tú estuviste, you were. Él estuvo, he was. So this is the preterite form. And we also have the imperfect. For example, estaba, I was being. Tú estabas, you were being. Tú estabas. So, él, ella, usted estaba. Nosotros, nosotras estábamos. Vosotros, vosotras estabais. Ellos, ellas, ustedes estaban. So, if we look at the preterite, we would say yo estuve, tú estuviste. Él, ella, usted estuvo. Nosotros, nosotras estuvimos. Vosotros, vosotras estuvisteis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes estuvieron. And once you look at lots of examples, you can start to see the pattern that lots of words, they end in a very similar way. For example, the preterite, lots of them will have the similar endings, and the imperfect, they will also have similar endings. So let's try another one. Here we have ser, which also means to be, but it's the other form of to be. We have estar, we also have ser. You would say yo fui, tú fuiste, él, ella, usted fue, nosotros fuimos, vosotros fuisteis, ellos, ellas, ustedes fueron. And we also have, for example, ir, which means to go, and we can try many examples. Tener, yo tuve, él tuvo, nosotros tuvimos. So my recommendation is to look at them and then just get used to them, practice them. And I'm gonna go into the examples, but first I think we can try some vocabulary. The first example we have is diccionario, the first vocabulary, diccionario, which means dictionary, diccionario. And then we have cuaderno, which means notebook, cuaderno, notebook. And then we have escritorio, which means the desk, escritorio, escritorio. Diccionario, dictionary, cuaderno, notebook, escritorio, desk. Okay, let's try a few more. We also have estampillas, which means stamps. Estampillas. And then we have carta, which means letter. Carta, letter. And we also have correo electrónico, which means email or electric mail. Correo electrónico, electric mail, basically email. Okay, so let's try the examples in the past. The first one from the conjugations we have is leer, which means to read. So you can look into the conjugations. It says yo leo, I read, tú lees, él lee, nosotros leemos, vosotros leéis, ustedes leen. So maybe you should just look into all the conjugations and start to see the pattern. So practice them. Okay, the first one we have is leo un diccionario. I read a dictionary. Leo un diccionario. You can of course also put yo. So you would say yo leo un diccionario. I read a dictionary. Or you can remove it. Leo un diccionario. Another example is leí. I read a dictionary. Leí un diccionario. Oh, so the first ones, my mistake, they are present tense. Yo leo, tú lees, él lee. So this is the present one. And in the past, we would say leí, yo leí, tú leíste, él leyó, and so on. Leímos, leístes, leyeron. So yo leo, I read. Yo leí, I read. Leí un diccionario. I read a dictionary. Leo, I read. Leí, I read. And the next one. El cuaderno está sobre el escritorio. This one, once again, it's present. The notebook is on the desk. El cuaderno está sobre el escritorio. The notebook is on the desk. Está. And when it comes to past, you can say, el cuaderno estaba en el escritorio. The notebook was in the desk. El cuaderno estaba en el escritorio. Estaba, it was. And let's try another example. ¿Dónde están las estampillas? This is present. Where are the stamps? ¿Dónde están las estampillas? And the past form, if you were to say it past, you would say, ¿Dónde estaban las estampillas? Where were the stamps at? ¿Dónde estaban las estampillas? Where were the stamps at? ¿Dónde estaban las estampillas? And another one. Abrí el correo a las 9 p.m. This is past. Abrí. I opened the mail at 9 p.m. So a lot of times the preterite conjugations will have an accent. So abrí, abrió. So lots of them will actually have accents at the end. So you will start to notice a pattern that lots of them have similar endings. And the next one. Te envié un correo electrónico. I sent you an email. Yo envié. I sent. So envié has an accent. Yo envié un correo electrónico. And this is quite good because you can tell which ones are past and which ones are present by the accent. So envié, I sent. And let's try another example. Las estampillas están sobre las cartas. The stamps are over the letters. This one is present. And when it comes to past, you can say, Yo le escribí una carta a mi abuela. I wrote a letter to my grandma. Escribí. Yo escribí. I wrote. Yo escribo. I write. Yo escribí. I wrote. Okay, once again, it has an accent. And the other one. Mi hijo fue a jugar básquetbol en el parque. My son went to play basketball in the park. Mi hijo fue a jugar básquetbol en el parque. So fue means he went, from ir, to go. And another example. Mi hija jugó tenis en la escuela. My daughter played tennis at school. So jugó has an accent. Jugó, she played. So the first one the conjugation refers to go. Mi hijo fue, my son went. And the other one, the conjugation refers to played. Mi hija jugó, my daughter played. So that's the difference. Okay, so that's it for this one. And my recommendation is that you play around with the conjugations. So check out the conjugation website and just put on whatever words you want to understand and just look at the conjugations. Try multiple words and just start to memorize them. Just look at them, you will notice the pattern. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about different subjects like math, science, English, and other school subjects. Let's try it out. So the first one we have is matemáticas, which means math. Matemáticas, math. And the second one is ciencia, which means science. Ciencia, science. So matemáticas and science are simple to remember. They're similar to English. And the third one we have is informática, which means computer science. So informática is very different from computer science, from the way it sounds. So this one is the harder one to remember. So matemáticas, math, ciencia, science, and informática, computer science. So informática, it sounds very different from English. So let's try the next one. Then we have biología, which means biology. Biología, biology. And the next one is física, which means physics. Física, physics. And the third one, química, which means chemistry. Química, química. So, biología, biology, física, química. So these three are similar to English. Let's try the next one. And in your school, you might have language classes. So the first one is español, which means Spanish. Español. And the second one, inglés, English. Inglés. And the third one, francés, French. Francés. So these are probably the most common languages you might learn at school, depends on your country, but in the US it tends to be French or Spanish. In Europe I think it's the same but with German too. Okay, so let's try the next ones. The first one is arte, art, arte. And then we have historia, history, historia. So arte, art, historia, history. They also sound similar. And the third one, música, music, música. So they all are similar to English, música. And a very common verb we will use is estudiar, which means to study. Estudiar. So in the present tense, you would say, yo estudio, I study. Tú estudias, you study. Él, ella, usted estudia. He, she, you formal study. Nosotros estudiamos. Vosotros estudiáis, for Spain, estudiáis. Ellos, ellas, ustedes estudian. So try to memorize this verb because it will be very useful. And if you want to make it past, in the past tense, you would say, yo estudié, I studied. So this is the preterite, the pretérito. Yo estudié, I studied. Tú estudiaste, you studied. Él, ella, usted estudió. Nosotros estudiamos. Vosotros, vosotras estudiasteis, for Spain. Ellos, ellas, ustedes estudiaron. So this one is the past tense, so you can see the difference between present and past. So this one is pretérito. There are two types of pasts, but this one is commonly used. Okay, let's try it out. The first example we have is ¿Qué estudias? What are you studying? And there's a catch in this phrase because this phrase is actually wrong. And let's see if you can actually find the mistake in this phrase. So the mistake is with the word que, because whenever you formulate a question, que actually has an accent. So if you look down here at the notes for question notes, how to make questions, que has an accent. So if you don't make a question, you can actually remove it. For example, mi amigo que juega, my friend that plays. That one has no accent. que juega. But if you want to use it to make a question, such as what or which, as a question, then you have to put the accent. So if you look at most of the questions, the way they are formulated, they have accents because that means that they're going to make a question. So this is something to always keep in mind, that when you make a question using this, you need to put an accent. So there's also another word that doesn't have an accent, but it means it's not a question. Okay, so that's good to know. Let's try the next one. Estudio matemáticas. I study math. Estudio matemáticas. Okay. And the next one. So as you can see, this one actually does have the accent because I made it correctly. I wrote it correctly. Okay, as a question. So let's try the example. ¿Qué estudiaron ayer? What did you study yesterday? ¿Qué estudiaron ayer? What did you study yesterday? And the next one. Estudiamos español y ciencia. We studied Spanish and science. Estudiamos español y ciencia. And yeah, let's try the next one. So another way you can formulate a question is by changing your tone. So for example, here you would say, ¿Estudiaste ciencia en la escuela? Did you study science at school? ¿Estudiaste ciencia en la escuela? And if you just want to tell people, you studied science at school, you would say, ¿Estudiaste ciencia en la escuela? You studied science at school. So in Spanish, we can change it into a question by changing the way we sound, our tone. So, ¿Estudiaste ciencia en la escuela? So that's basically how it sounds. It's interesting from Spanish. Okay, next one. Sí, estudié biología y física. Yes, I studied biology and physics. Sí, estudié biología y física. Okay, let's try the next one. ¿Cuál era tu materia favorita en la universidad? This is long. Okay. What was your favorite subject at university? So here we have the word materia. And materia actually means subject. It also means matter, like the scientific matter, but in this case it means subject. What was your favorite subject at university? In university, en la universidad. But in English you would say at university. And favorita, of course, means favorite. Easy to tell. Okay, next example. Mi materia favorita era informática. My favorite subject was computer science. Mi materia favorita era informática. Okay, and let's try the next one. And here we have the same mistake. So let's see if you can actually find the mistake on this phrase. So as you can see here, we have cuáles. So cuáles means which, but without the accent, it means that which I like. For example, esos cuáles me gustan, or los cuáles me gustan, those that I like. But when you put it with an accent, it means that you're formulating a question. So once again, this is a mistake that many people, when they start learning Spanish, they do it often. So I wanted to point that out. ¿Cuáles should have an accent because it's a question in this context. ¿Cuáles clases no te gustaban en la escuela? Which classes did you not like at school? ¿Cuáles clases no te gustaban en la escuela? Which classes did you not like at school? And this one, a mí, to me, for me, a mí no me gustaba la química y el francés. I didn't like chemistry and French. A mí no me gustaba la química y el francés. Another way you can say this, but we will learn this in the future, is that you can say a mí no me gustaba ni la química ni el francés. So basically, neither chemistry nor French. But we will learn that in a future lesson. Okay, so let's try the next one. ¿Cuáles idiomas estudiaste? So, ¿cuáles has an accent, you can see. What languages did you study? ¿Cuáles idiomas estudiaste? And you can reply, estudié inglés y español. I studied English and Spanish. Okay. And this one, you can see that cuando does not have an accent because it's not a question. Cuando estaba en la escuela, me gustaba la clase de música. When I was at school, I liked music class. Cuando estaba, when I was. En la escuela, at school. Me gustaba, I liked. La clase, the class, de música, of music. Okay, so that's the pattern, the word pattern. And another one, you can say, no me gustaba la clase de historia. I didn't like history class. No me gustaba la clase de historia. And for the last examples, you can say, estudié español cuando estaba en México. I studied Spanish when I was in Mexico. Estudié. Cuando estaba, when I was en México, in Mexico. And the next one. Yo estudio arte en la tarde. I study art in the afternoon. Yo estudio, I study arte en la tarde, art in the afternoon. So that's it. Thanks for watching, and make sure you know the difference between having an accent and no accent when you're making questions. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about indirect object pronouns. So these are things that you do to me, for example, to me or for us, but Spanish has a special way of using them. So let's give it a try. So what are indirect object pronouns in Spanish? So they basically answer the question who to, or who for, or what to, or what for. So in Spanish, we have different ones and they're all related to the same conjugations. For example, me goes with yo. Yo me to me. I do something to me or you do something to me. Basically, who to or who for, what to, what for. So we have me, te, le, nos, os, and les. And let me show you the examples because that's the easiest way to learn them. So the first one is me, and it relates to yo. For you would say, for example, yo me, I do something to me. Tú me, you do something for me or to me. Él me, he does something to me or for me. And so me is the one we use with the first conjugation, yo. And the second one for tú would be te. So this is something that is done to you or for you. Tú te. And the next one is related to él, ella, and usted, and it's le. So something that is done to him, her, or you formal. And let's try the next ones. For nosotros and nosotras, we use nos. So basically something that is done to us or for us. Nos. for example, if I give them something and they can say, oh, él nos dio. He gave us. He gave to us. Él nos dio algo. He gave us something. Nos dio. Okay. And the next one is related to vosotros and vosotras, which are used in Spain. So they would say os. Os. Vosotros, os. And the last one is related to ellos, ellas, or ustedes. And that one is les. So something that is done to them or for them. So it's a little hard to understand, but the easiest way to know this is by looking at the examples. So the first example we have is this one. Este curso, oh, it's a question. ¿Este curso te enseña español? Does this course teach you Spanish? So here is when we use te, because it's saying teaches you. Does this course teach you Spanish? Te enseña. So we have enseña, which is related to the course. Él enseña. This course teaches you. Te enseña, teaches you, or teaches for you, teaches you Spanish. Este curso te, to you, te enseña, teaches you Spanish. And let's try the next one. You can reply, sí, yes. Este curso, this course, me enseña, teaches me. Me enseña, teaches me Spanish, español. Está muy bueno. It's really good. Está muy bueno. So here we can see it. Te enseña, teaches you, teach you. And you can say, sí, me enseña. It teaches me. Me enseña. And let's try the next one. ¿Me diste las llaves ayer? Did you give me the keys yesterday? ¿Me diste las llaves ayer? Did you give me the keys yesterday? So, me diste. Did you give to me, for me? Did you give me? Me diste. And you can say, sí, yes. Te di las llaves de la casa ayer. Yes, te di. I gave you. So I gave to you the house keys yesterday. Sí, te di las llaves de la casa ayer. Te di, I gave you. And so let's try. So the reason is te di is because you would say yo di, I gave. Te refers to you. I gave to you. Yo te, I to you, di, gave. I gave you the house keys yesterday. So this is how it works. It's complicated, not so much, but with practice you learn it. And the next one. Me das miedo. You scare me. Tú me das miedo. So das is related to tú. Tú das, you give. Me, to me. Miedo, fear or scary. You give me fear, basically. You give me fear. But it basically means you scare me. Me das miedo. You scare me. You scare me. Me das miedo. And the next one. Esto me da miedo. Esto, this. Me, to me. Da, gives. Miedo, scare or fear. This scares me. Esto me da miedo. This scares me. So when it comes to miedo, this means scare, but it also means kind of like fear. Esto me da miedo. This gives me fear. That's a little more literal. But it also means this scares me. And the next one. Hoy te compré unas flores. Hoy means today. Te compré. I bought for you. Compré. So you would say yo compré. I bought. It's past. Te, Yo te compré. I gave you flowers. Unas flores. Basically, I bought you some flowers today. So you can see how this thing actually works. And the next one, she can reply, wow, which means whoa. We write it like this, whoa. We write as guau. Me compraste unas flores. You bought me some flowers. So you can see compraste is related to tú. Tú compraste, you bought. Me compraste, you bought me unas flores, some flowers. So this is how it goes. Let's try the next one. ¿Le diste de comer al perro? Did you feed the dog? ¿Le diste de comer al perro? ¿Le diste? Did you give him? De comer, to eat. Basically food. It means to eat. Did you give to eat the dog? That's the literal way of saying it. Basically, did you feed the dog? And you can reply, sí. Le di, I gave him. De comer, to eat, to eat. Basically, yes, I fed it. Sí, le di de comer. Another one. ¿Les diste de comer a los gatos? Did you feed the cats? So, les diste. Did you feed them? Less because it's different, it's more. If you say le diste, it's only for one. Les diste, more than one. So you can see the last one, les, to them. You can see it down here on the notes section. It's the last one. ¿Les diste de comer a los gatos? Did you feed the cats? And you can say sí. Les di de comer. Yes, I fed them. If you say le di, it's only for one. I fed it. Les di, I fed them. Okay, another example. Nos compramos unos zapatos. We bought some shoes for us. Nos compramos unos zapatos. We bought some shoes for us. And this one is different. And you can see here we have compramos, which means nosotros compramos. We bought. Nosotros compramos. Nos compramos for us. And another one you can say would be wow, nos compraron. So you can see ellos. Compraron refers to ellos, ellas, or ustedes. Unos zapatos. In this case, it means whoa, they bought us some shoes. They bought some shoes for us. So you can see how to change it with the conjugation and how to use this one. It could be a little confusing at first, but it's not so difficult. Okay, so that's it for this one. I recommend checking the Quizlet if you need a little bit more practice. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about words, sentences, meaning, and understanding. And when I mean words, I mean the actual word for word and the actual word for sentences. Okay, let's give it a try. The first one we have is letra, which means letter. Letra, letter. Letra. And the next one is palabra, 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 which means word. Palabra. So letra for letter, palabra for word. Okay, let's try the next one. Then we have frase, which means phrase or sentence. Frase, phrase, sentence, frase. And then we also have oración. And this one is interesting because oración means sentence, and it also means prayer. So this word has two meanings. Sentence, like the word sentence, and prayer, like when you go to church and you pray. Oración, sentence and prayer. Frase, phrase, and it also means sentence. So both of these words have two meanings. Okay, and here we have significar. This is the verb we have, which means to mean. Significar. So you can say yo significo, I mean. You will not actually say it like this, actually. You would use more of the third conjugation. Esto significa. This means. So significa, the third conjugation, is the most common one you would say. So let's try the next one. Another one is entender, which means to understand. Entender. And for this one, you will use most likely all of the conjugations. For example, yo entiendo, I understand. Tú entiendes, you understand. Él, ella, usted entiende. Nosotros entendemos, vosotros entendéis. Yo, ellos, ustedes entienden. So this one, you will most likely use all of them. For significar, not so much, because you do not say yo significo, because you do not say I mean. Tú significas, you mean, because in Spanish, significar means to signify, kind of like to mean, but to signify. Yo significo means like I signify. Tú significas, you signify, you mean, you signify it. So this is the interesting thing between Spanish and English. So if you want to say I mean, you would say yo me refiero, which means I refer to. Yo me refiero, I mean. If you say, for example, I mean this, yo me refiero, I refer to this. That's the actual verb we would use, referir, to refer. So significar is a little different from English. So it means this signifies, this means. Okay, let's try the first example. Here we have, aquí hay tres palabras. There are three words here. Aquí hay tres palabras. There are three words here. Simple, palabras. And the next one. Esta palabra tiene 6 letras. This word, esta palabra, has 6 letters. Tiene 6 letras. So simple. Let's try the next one. ¿Qué significa esta frase? What does this phrase mean? ¿Qué significa esta frase? What does this phrase, my mistake, what does this phrase mean? If you wanted to say this word, you would say, ¿qué significa esta palabra? Word, frase, phrase. Okay, and this one, another example. ¿Qué dice esta oración? What does it say in this sentence? ¿Qué dice esta oración? And once again, I put the same mistake. So if you can say, this is a mistake that a lot of people make when they learn Spanish, that they forget the accents when you put que. So this one is made on purpose, but remember, because everybody makes that mistake when they start to learn Spanish. Que should have an accent. Okay, next one. No entiendo esta palabra. I don't understand this word. No entiendo esta palabra. I don't understand this word. And the next one. Ya entendí esta frase. So here we have entender in the past form for pretérito, preterite. I understood this phrase. Ya, when you say ya, means I already. Yo ya entendí. I already. Tú ya entendiste. You already understood. So ya is kind of like already. Ya, already, finally, already. Ya entendí esta frase. I finally or I already understood this phrase. And the next one. Esta palabra en inglés significa amor. This English word means love. Esta palabra en inglés significa amor. It means love, or it signifies, it means love. And the next one. Esta señal no tiene palabras. This signal has no words. Esta señal no tiene palabras. And the next one. No entiendo esta señal. I don't understand this sign. No entiendo esta señal. I don't understand this sign. And make sure you understand what this sign means, because you can get into trouble if you don't. Okay, next one. Esta señal dice hotel. This sign says hotel. Dice, decir, to say. This sign says hotel. Simple. Another example. No entendí lo que dijo. ¿Puede repetirlo, por favor? I didn't understand what you said. Lo que dijo is the past. Can you repeat it, please? No entendí lo que dijo. ¿Puede repetirlo? Can you repeat it? Por favor, please. So this one is a little bit harder, a little bit more advanced, but it's understandable. And this one, no entiendo. I don't understand. No entiendo. I don't understand. No entiendo. Okay, so let's try another example. This one has que with the accent, so you can see there. ¿Qué significa esto en inglés? What does this mean in English? ¿Qué significa esto en inglés? What does this mean in English? And the next one. No entiendo lo que dice en español. I don't understand what it says in Spanish. No entiendo, I don't understand, lo que dice, what it says en español, in Spanish. So that's it for this one, and thanks for watching. It was a simple lesson. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about school and academia. Let's give it a try. So, in school, the very first level you have is kinder, or you can also say preescolar. Preescolar, which means kindergarten. Preescolar. Kinder. So you can either say kinder or preescolar. There are two words. Kindergarten. And the next one. Primaria, which means primary school. Primaria. So if you go to primaria, you would say yo voy a la primaria. I go to primary school. I think some people call it grade school. Primaria, primary school. So it's that level between from first grade to sixth. From 1 to 6th. First to 6th grade. Primaria. Then we have secundaria, which means middle school. Secundaria. So you can see a pattern. Primaria, primero. Secundaria, segundo, second. First, second. Middle school, secundaria. And this one is between 7th grade to 9th grade in some countries, 7th grade to 8th grade in other countries. Only 2 years, huh? Okay, secundaria, middle school. It changes in every country. Secundaria. The next one. Here we no longer have primero, segundo, primaria, secundaria, but we have preparatoria, which means high school. Preparatoria. high school. So it sounds a little bit like preparing center, la preparatoria, the high school, the preparing center, la preparatoria, high school. And the next one, universidad, which means university. Simple. Universidad, university. So let's give it a try. We have kinder, or preescolar, primaria, primary school, secundaria, preparatoria, and finally, universidad, university. And once you reach university, there are the other levels. The first one is licenciatura, which means undergraduate, your undergrad degree. Licenciatura, undergraduate. Licenciatura. And after you get your title, you can go for maestría, which means master's. Maestría. So master's degree. Maestría. So this one sounds similar. Maestría. And if you're brave enough, you can go for doctorado, which means PhD. Doctorado. PhD. Doctorado. And if you're super brave enough, you can go for postdoctorado. So postdoctorate, your postdoc. Postdoctorado. So once again, licenciatura, undergraduate, maestría, master's, doctorado, sounds like doctor, PhD, and postdoctorado, postdoc. And let's try the examples. The first one we have is cuando estaba en la escuela, estudiaba matemáticas. Cuando, when I was in school, I studied math. Cuando estaba, when I was. Estudiaba matemáticas. I studied math. Simple to understand. And the next one, ahora, which means now, estudio ingeniería en la universidad. Now I study engineering at university. Ahora estudio ingeniería en la universidad. Okay, ingeniería means engineering. Okay, let's try the next one. Éramos, which is the imperfect past for we were, for to be. Éramos, so we were. Make sure you memorize the imperfect too. Éramos compañeras en la preparatoria. We were classmates in high school. Preparatoria. Compañeras means classmates, like companions, like compañeras. It actually means classmate. And the next one. Ahora somos compañeras de cuarto en la universidad. Now we are roommates in college. So you can actually see compañeras being used in both sentences because it can mean like classmates, but the literal meaning is like companion, like somebody who accompanies you. So when you're in school, they accompany you, your classmates. So we use compañeras. And the next one, compañeras de cuarto, means room companion, roommates, compañeras de cuarto. And it can also be used to mean, to refer to like boyfriend or girlfriend, mi compañero. Sometimes some people use it like that, others say pareja, which means my couple, pareja. Okay, mi compañero. Yeah, it can be used as both, yeah. Okay, it means like companion. Next one. The number one. La niña va al kinder todas las mañanas. The girl goes to kindergarten every morning. Todas. Todas las mañanas. Every morning. And the next one. Era estudiante de primaria. Ahora soy estudiante de secundaria. So era means to be, but in the past imperfect. Era estudiante. I was a student de primaria, of primary school. Ahora, now, soy, present to be, estudiante de secundaria, middle school student. Okay. And the next one. Estoy haciendo mi licenciatura en negocios. Mi licenciatura, my undergraduate. I'm doing my undergraduate in business, negocios. Negocios means business. It also means, it means business. And if you have your own thing, your own small shop, you can call it mi negocio, my business, my shop. Mi tienda, my shop, or mi negocio. Some people say negocio. And the next one. Estoy haciendo una maestría en educación. Maestría, masters. I'm doing a master's in education. Estoy haciendo, I'm doing. Educación, education. Simple. And the next one. Ella hace un doctorado en biología. She's doing a PhD in biology. Ella hace un doctorado en biología. Doctorado, PhD, biología, biology. And the next one, which is what I studied, politics. Pronto termino mi postdoctorado en política. Pronto means soon. Pronto termino. Termino is I finish. I'll soon finish my postdoc in politics. Pronto termino mi postdoctorado en política. So this is what I studied. Politics, yay. Oh no. Oh. Okay. So that's... Oh, let's try the other one. Ya no soy estudiante. Ahora trabajo. I'm no longer a student. Now I work. Ya no soy estudiante. Ahora trabajo. So ya no soy is like ya means already. When you make it negative, it means I am no longer. Ya soy, I am already. Ya no soy, I am no longer. A student, estudiante. Ahora, now, trabajo. I work. And the next one. Nosotras éramos estudiantes. We were students. Éramos, ser, to be, but imperfect. Nosotras éramos, we were. Estudiantes. So that's it for this one. And thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about how to use the words when, while, and now. Let's give it a try. So the first word we have is cuando, which means when. Cuando. When. Cuando. So we also have cuando with an accent, and this cuando with an accent is only used whenever you're going to make a sentence. Whenever you formulate a sentence, you would use cuando. For example, ¿cuándo vienes? When are you coming? So in that case, you will put an accent on the A. But cuando with no accent means when. Kind of like when, but when you're not making any sentence. So you can say, vengo cuando quiera. I come when I want. I come when I want. Vengo cuando quiera. Okay, let's try the next one. So the second one is mientras, which means while. Mientras. So in the picture, she's eating an ice cream while she eats ice cream. Mientras, while. And the third one, ahora, which means now. Ahora, now. Ahora. Okay, so cuando, when, mientras, while, ahora, now. Okay, let's try the first example. Cuando estaba en México, compré un sombrero. When I was in Mexico, I bought a hat. Cuando estaba en México, compré un sombrero. Okay, when I was in Mexico, I bought a sombrero, not a hat. A sombrero, huge difference. So hat is like a hat, sombrero is special. A special sombrero. I bought a sombrero. Okay, next one. Comí paella cuando estaba en España. I ate paella when I was in Spain. So paella is a special Spanish dish which is rice and there's a lot of seafood on the top. Some people add meat. There are many types of paellas and it's actually very nice. You should try it out. If you ever go to Spain, you definitely try it out. Okay, next one. Mi mamá limpiaba la casa mientras yo dormía. My mom cleaned the house while I was sleeping. Mi mamá limpiaba la casa mientras yo dormía. I slept. I was sleeping. And the next one. Cuando yo era niño, me gustaba jugar videojuegos. When I was young, or when I was a boy, a little boy, I liked playing video games. Cuando yo era niño, me gustaba jugar videojuegos. Okay, next one. Ella escribió esto mientras iba a la escuela. Ella escribió, she wrote esto, this. Mientras, while, iba a la escuela. While she was going to school. So she wrote this while she was going to school. Mientras iba. So there we have the conjugation for ir. Is the third one, ella iba, she went. She went to school. She was going to school, she went. We say she was going because there's mientras. But if we remove the mientras, we would say iba, she went to school. Iba a la escuela. And the next one, the next example. Cuando estaba en el parque, hacía calor. Ahora hace frío. When I was in the park, it was hot. Now it's cold. Ahora hace frío. Now it's cold. So simple. And let's try the next one. Yo trabajaba, I worked, en una preparatoria, at a high school. Ahora, now, trabajo en una universidad. I work in a university, at a university. So one more time. Yo trabajaba en una preparatoria. Ahora trabajo en una universidad. So here we have trabajaba, which means to work, but in the past, and trabajo, which means work, but in the present. To work in the present. Okay, let's try the next one. Cuando era bebé, no podía hablar. Ahora hablo 3 idiomas. When I was a baby, I couldn't speak. Now I speak 3 languages. Cuando era bebé, no podía hablar. Ahora hablo 3 idiomas. So simple. And the next one, here we have cuando with an accent. You can see. Cuando, okay, we have to change the tone because it's a question. cuando fueron a Francia, ¿vieron la Torre Eiffel? Did you see the Eiffel Tower when you went to France? Cuando fueron a Francia, ¿vieron la Torre Eiffel? So this is how you make a question in Spanish. You change your tone. And you can reply, sí, vimos la Torre Eiffel y el Museo del Louvre cuando, no accent in this one, estábamos en Francia. Yes, we saw the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre Museum when we were in French. So you can see cuando with an accent makes the question. Cuando with no accent is just when, but without a question, when you're not making a question. So that's it for this one. It was a simple lesson. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we will learn about using por and para. And this can be a little bit confusing for English speakers because in English these two words are one. So let's give it a try. Let's try the first example. So por means for. Okay, right here. Por, for. But we also have para, which also means for. So this is where the problem begins, because both of them mean for. But there are also other ways of using it. For example, por means for. It also means by. So something, for example, you write a book, you would say por, and then Hugo, my name, por Hugo, or something, by Hugo, by. And por also means on behalf. So on behalf of someone, on behalf. So yeah, on behalf of, on behalf. Por also means the x in the multiplication sign in math. So if you're doing multiplication like 2 times 2, you would say dos por dos. 2 times 2. Dos por dos. And para means for as well. And it means in order to. So, for example, if you write a letter, you would say para and then the person you want to send it to. And it also means in order to, for example, in order to win, para ganar. In order to win, para ganar, we have to, hay que, and then whatever you want to say. So the confusing part is that both of them mean for, and they're used in different types of scenarios. So let's go through the rules on where to use each. And this is where the confusing part starts. Okay, so the first one. Por refers to an action's cause. And para refers to an action's effect. So por is the cause, para is the effect. And let's try one example. The number one. Estoy buscando un libro para José. I'm looking for a book for José. Estoy buscando un libro para José. I'm looking for a book, buscando un libro para José, for José. So he's looking at for her, for José, para José. But if you change para to por, you have estoy buscando un libro por José. So I'm looking for a book on behalf of José. So por, so basically for him, for José. But in English you can actually say for José and for José for both meanings. So por José, on behalf of José, para José, for José. So para in this case is the effect, por would be the cause. And let's try another example. Yo trabajo para el señor Garza. I work for Mr. Garza. Yo trabajo para el señor Garza. So para. And so para would be the effect. And if you change para to por, it would mean I'm working on behalf of Mr. Garza. Yo trabajo por el señor Garza. Yo trabajo por él. Like I'm working on his behalf. Or for example, if your coworker doesn't show up and you have to take his place, you would say yo trabajo por él. I'm working on behalf of him. Por él. Okay, let's try another example. Por refers to travel or motion through a place or location. So traveling or motion through somewhere. And para refers to the destination of a journey. So por is what you're going through the place or location, the motion, traveling. And para is once you reach the destination. Refers to the destination of a journey. So the destination would be para. Okay, let's try an example. Salimos por la puerta. So we left through the door. Salimos por la puerta. We left through the door. And another example with para. Vamos para Francia. We are going to France. Vamos para Francia. We're going to France. You can also say vamos a Francia. Vamos a Francia. We're going to France. It means the same. Or vamos para Francia. Let's go to France. Or we're going to France. Vamos para Francia. Another example. Tienes que caminar por el puente. You have to walk through the bridge. Tienes que caminar por el puente. And an example with para would be ¿Cuándo sale el tren para Madrid? It's a question. When does the train to Madrid leave? So it's the destination of the journey. So por is the motion, going through somewhere, through a place or location. And para would be the destination. Or going through, para, destination. Another rule. Por is used to relate to how long it took to accomplish something. So how long it took to do it, to accomplish it. Yeah, or how long it took to go somewhere. So related to time. And para is the deadline of an action. So the deadline of the action, you would say para. Por, you would talk about how long it took. Okay, one example. Corrí por una hora. I ran for 1 hour. Corrí por una hora. For 1 hour. Por una hora. And another one related to deadline. La tarea es para el lunes. The homework is for Monday. La tarea es para el lunes. The homework is for Monday. Or it's due on Monday. Es para el lunes, for Monday. Okay, let's try another one. La tarea es para el lunes. Another example. This one uses both, so you can actually see how it works. Manejé por 6 horas. I drove for 6 hours. Para llegar a Houston. To arrive to Houston. So, manejé por 6 horas. I drove for 6 hours. And then para now refers to the deadline of the action. To finally arrive. Para llegar a Houston. So, para would be the deadline to finally arrive to Houston. So, por, how long it took you to do it? Por 6 horas, 6 hours. Para llegar. And para would be the deadline of the action. So it's a little confusing, but I think you just need to hear more examples. Maybe when you watch movies, you will hear people using them a lot. So once you watch movies, you will know, you will start to hear where things go. Okay, another one. Jugué por 5 horas para llegar al campeonato. Campeonato means championship. Campeonato, championship. So I played tennis for 5 hours in order to arrive to the championship. Para llegar al campeonato. So basically, to arrive to the championship. Or in order to arrive to the championship. Okay, one more time. Jugué tenis por 5 horas para llegar al campeonato. So yeah, you can see how this is being used. And another example, this one is just with para, which is used to indicate contrast or comparison. So yeah, indicate contrast or comparison. For example, mi hijo está muy alto para su edad. My son is very tall for his age. Mi hijo está muy alto para su edad. Mi hijo, my son, está muy alto, is very tall. Para, contrast or comparison. So you're comparing tallness and age. For his age. Okay, it's a good example, I guess. And the next one. Estoy muy cansado para jugar. I'm too tired to play. So once again, you're comparing two things, tiredness and to play. You're contrasting and comparing. Estoy muy cansado para jugar. I'm too tired to play. Okay, so that's it for this one. And there's actually a part 2 because, yeah, we need a part 2 for this lesson. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lesson's Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we have part 2 of the por and para series. So we have some extras that are related to por. So let's give it a try. So we learned por and para. So por, once again, means for, by, on behalf. It means the x, the multiplication sign. And para means for or in order to. Okay, let's try the examples. Okay, so we have more examples with por. Por is used when talking about parts of the day. For example, desayuno todos los días por la mañana. So, por la mañana. I have breakfast every day in the morning. Por la mañana. So in this case, por la mañana means in the morning. In the morning, yeah. Desayuno todos los días por la mañana. You can also say en la mañana. Desayuno todos los días. But if you use desayuno todos los días en la mañana, it doesn't work. You kind of have to say por la mañana. Por la mañana. If you're doing it today, only one time today, you would say desayuné en la mañana. I had breakfast in the morning. But if you want to do it every single time, for example, here we have todos los días, every day. You would not say desayuno todos los días en la mañana. You would say por la mañana if you're going to do it through a long period of time. Por la mañana. But if you get rid of todos los días, then you can say desayuno en la mañana. I had breakfast in the morning. Okay, next one. The next one. Desayuné en la mañana, I had breakfast. Desayuno en la mañana, I have breakfast in the morning. I have breakfast in the morning. Okay, just clarifying that small thing. Okay, the next example. ¿Podemos salir mañana por la noche? Can we go out tomorrow night? ¿Podemos salir mañana por la noche? So, yeah, you can say por la noche, and in this case, you can also say en la noche. ¿Podemos salir mañana en la noche? In that case, it's also valid. Can we go out tomorrow at night? So basically, if you say en la noche, can we go out tomorrow at night? But if you say por la noche, it would mean can we go out tomorrow por la noche, tomorrow night. So that's kind of like a small difference. The meaning is basically the same, the word is just different. So tomorrow at night and tomorrow night. It's both understandable anyways. It has the same meaning. Next one. Por is used as a medium of doing something. Or a medium of doing something. I think we should look at the examples. As a medium of doing something. For example, lo puedes enviar por email. Can you send it by email? So, por email. So you're sending something and it's referring to as a medium of doing something. So sending by email. Lo puedes enviar por email. Can you send it by email? And another example, por being the medium of doing something. Hice la tarea por computadora. I did the homework by computer. Hice la tarea por computadora. So this is how it works. Por, as a referring to a medium of doing something. Por computadora, by computer. By enviar por email, send by email. Okay, so I think it's understandable. Let's try another one. Por, to tell an approximate place. So this one relates to something approximate. And let's see. Mi casa está por el parque. My house is by the park. So it's relating to your house is approximate near the park. So it's related to approximation, approximate. Mi casa está por el parque. My house is by the park. And another example. Estoy por la tienda. I'm by the store. Once again, it's approximate, an approximate place. Estoy por la tienda. I'm by the store. I'm nearby the store. I'm by the store. Okay, so I think it's self-understandable. It's easy to understand. And another one. Por can be used for prices, to indicate prices. For example, te vendo mi teléfono por $100. I sell you my phone. I'll sell you my phone for $100. So por indicates the prices for this amount of money. For relating to prices. One more time. Te vendo mi teléfono por $100. I'll sell you my phone for $100. Okay, another example. Te lo vendo. I'll sell it. Te lo vendo. So te lo vendo. Te, I sell it to you. Te, it, lo vendo. I will sell it to you. Te lo vendo por 200 pesos. 200. I'll sell it to you for 200 pesos. Te lo vendo por 200 pesos. So, por, relating to the prices. And another example. Por is used to indicate substitution. What does that mean? Indicate substitution. For example, if you want to change something for something else, you want to substitute it, to change it. Cambia, change, $100 por 82 euros. Change $100 por 82 euros. Cambia $100 por 82 euros. Change 100 for 82 euros. So 82, I'm writing it by words. 82 euros by letters. Okay, so you're changing money for something else. You're substituting it. Next one. Cambia la camisa morada por la azul. Change the purple shirt for the blue one. Cambia la camisa morada por la azul. Change the purple shirt for the blue one. So, simple. And another one, it can be used to indicate proportional quantity. So basically the English word for per, for example, 100 kilometers per hour, 100 kilómetros por hora. So basically per, proportional quantity, per. And let's try it. Cuesta $20 por persona. So in this case, por becomes per. It costs $20 per person. Cuesta $20 por persona, per person. So por, in this case, becomes per. And another one. Vamos a 60 millas por hora. We're going 60 miles per hour. Vamos a 60 millas por hora. So once again, por becomes per. 60 miles per hour. 60 millas por hora. Okay, another example. It can be combined with the infinitive verb form. Infinitive means the normal verb form, like to go, to play, to be, to have. And it is used with that verb, with that form of verb, to indicate an incomplete action. And we need the examples to understand what this means. For example, faltan 2 exámenes por hacer. So in this case, hacer is the infinitive form, which means to do, hacer. And por hacer would be it's left to do. So it's an incomplete action. It has not been completed yet. So left to do. For example, faltan 2 exámenes por hacer. There are 2 exams left to do. So it's still an incomplete action. And it's combined with the infinitive, which in this case it's hacer, por hacer, to do. And in this case, por hacer would be to do, but faltan refers to left, to be missing, to left to do. Faltan por hacer, left to do. And another one, hay 4 órdenes por completar. There are 4 orders to complete. And in this case, the infinitive verb would be completar, to complete, por completar, to complete. There are 4 orders left to complete. Hay 4 órdenes por completar. There are 4 orders to complete, or 4 orders left to complete. Okay, so that's it for this one. It's a confusing lesson, and my recommendation is to maybe watch movies, because people are gonna use them a lot, so you will know when they're using it. And my other recommendation is to go back to this lesson in the future. So once you become better at Spanish, you can go back and you will be like, oh, I understand it better now. It's much more clear now. So as you get better, you can always come back to this lesson and it will become more clear. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn about the use of or and in Spanish. So let's give it a try. So the word for or is o. So simple, or, o. So for example, gato o perro, cat or dog. But there are some times when O changes. For example, O changes to U when O is followed by a word that also starts with the same sound of O or HO, because the H is silent in Spanish, so it would still sound like O. So whenever you have O and then it's followed by another sound of O, then you have to change the O to U. So for example, 7 u 8 semanas, 7 or 8 weeks, 7 u 8. And the reason behind this is because it's a little hard to pronounce the O followed by another O. For example, 7 o 8 semanas, 7 o 8, o 8. So it's a little hard to pronounce the double O, so that O changes to U. So it's easier to pronounce 7 u 8 semanas, 7 u 8, instead of 7 o 8. So yeah, that's how it works. And let's try some examples. Casa o apartamento. So apartamento starts with the letter O, so we can say house or apartment. We can say casa o apartamento. O. And the next one. Hugo o Jose. Hugo or Jose. Hugo o Jose. So most of the times you would tend to use O, because it's more likely that the next word is going to be a word that is not O. But in the few cases where the word also starts with O, we would use U, but it's not so common, but that's the rule. For example, una cosa u otra. One thing or another. Una cosa u otra. One thing or another. So it's a little hard to pronounce una cosa o otra. But there are some people who would actually pronounce it like that. But that is not the correct grammatical way. But if you happen to pronounce it like that, it will kind of just go through the people's heads. Like, they're not gonna notice it. Because some people say it, but if you're like a foreigner and you say it, nobody's gonna notice, because sometimes it's common to say it wrong. And even in native speakers, they also say it wrong sometimes. But the official way is to change O to U. And another example. Minutos u horas. Minutes or hours. So horas starts with H, but it's followed by O. So that's the reason we have to change to U, because the H is silent, so it basically skips the H to the next letter, which is O. If that H was followed by a word that is not O, then you would use O. But in this case, it's O, so you change O for U. Okay, another example. Manzanas o plátanos. Apples or bananas. And another one. Perro u oso. Dog or bear. Perro u oso. So these are quite simple. And something similar is also used with and. So the word for and is E. And, E. For example, Hugo y Marta. Hugo and Martha. Hugo y Marta. And E changes to E whenever it's followed by a word that starts with the same E sound. So the same E or HE, because the H is basically silent, so it skips to the next word, to the next letter, which is I, E. So in this case, E becomes E. For example, Roberto e Iván. Roberto and Ivan. Roberto e Iván. So we do not pronounce Roberto y Iván because it's a little hard to say it. So it changes to E. And there are some exceptions, however, so this is when it becomes hard. So you keep the Y whenever it's followed by a diphthongo. And diphthongo basically means that there are two vowels together. For example, E-I-A, I-E, I-O, or I-U. So whenever you have that I followed by another vowel, the I followed by a vowel, you keep the Y. For example, nieve y hielo, snow and ice. And you change it whenever it's not followed by a vowel. For example, catolicismo e hinduismo. So IN is not the double vowels issue here. And the other one, limpieza e higiene. So higiene is I and G, so it's not double vowels. So it stays... Oh, so it basically changes. It has to change. It stays the same if it's a double vowel. It changes if it's not a double vowel. So nieve y hielo, double vowel. Hinduismo IN, no double vowel, so it changes. So those are that's one exception. And another exception is when it's a foreign word that sounds like E. For example, email, it makes that E sound. So you have to change it because you would not say nombre y email because it's harder. So you would say nombre e email. So email starts with the letter E, but the sound it makes is the same as E. So if it's a foreign word, you have to change it to E. Nombre e email. And the next one, there's another exception. When it's followed by E or HI, E, but it has a different sound from E. So it's not like E, E. So that I makes a different sound. And this is common also with foreign words. For example, Jorge y Hilton. So the name Hilton sounds like he. It doesn't sound like E. So therefore it remains as Y. Another example, Hugo y Hillary. So Hillary sounds like he, starts with he, therefore you can keep the Y because it doesn't make that double E sound like Hugo y Hillary. If the name was Hillary, then you would change it, but it's Hillary, which sounds like he. So that's another exception. Okay, let's try some examples. Juan y María. Juan and Maria. So Y, the letter Y stays E because Maria starts with M. Juan y María. Another example. Pedro e Isabela. Pedro and Isabella. So Isabella starts with E, so you change the Y, the E to E. So in this case, Pedro e. You will not say Pedro y Isabela because it makes the double E sound. And the next one. Mi mamá y yo. My mom and I. Yo starts with J, Y, with the Y, so it sounds like J, so it doesn't change. It remains as Y, as the letter Y, E. And this one we have a foreign word, which is EasyJet. So EasyJet, the airplane company, sounds like E. It starts with that E sound. For example, vamos a viajar con Ryanair e EasyJet. So in this case, you have to change the Y to E because it makes the double E sound. So you have to change it to an E. We will travel with Ryanair and EasyJet. Okay, and that's it for this one. And well, one more thing. If you go to a Latin American country and you don't know which one to say, you can just stay with the classic one, the O, which is the normal one, or the Y. Even though if you say it wrong, people would understand because O is very, very common. They use it with more than 90% of the words. And Y, E, is used with the same. So if you're in doubt, just go for the normal one with the O for or the E for and. But just so you know, there's the real formal way, and if you say it wrong, people will still understand you. The only thing you cannot do is that use the U or E for everything, because people will be like, what? So that's my recommendation. If you're in doubt, go for O and E. Okay, thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the lecture resources folder. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we are going to learn a new type of conjugations, which are known as imperative, affirmative. So imperative, and then you have two types, affirmative or negative. So let's give it a try. Let's try it out. So let's go to our Spanish dictionary and let's choose a word, for example, comer, which means to eat. And then we go down to conjugation. And here we have the conjugations. And we have to scroll down to this one that says imperative. And imperative means that you're telling someone what to do. And there are two types. Affirmative, which means positive, and negative. So negative. So affirmative means that you're telling somebody what to do. And negative means that you're telling someone what not to do. For example, here we have comer, and we do not have any conjugation for comer for yo, and the reason behind this is because you're not telling yourself anything. So you're telling somebody else. For example, tú come, which means eat, basically eat, telling somebody to do something. Eat, come. And if you're telling somebody don't eat it, just say no comas, don't eat. Or don't eat it would be no comas eso, that, don't eat that. But don't eat would be no comas, and come would be eat. And for example, usted, we have coma, which means eat. And one other thing is that here we have usted, but we do not have the same case where we have él, ella, él, and ella, because we do not use them for él and ella. We only use them for these ones. Yo, tú, usted, nosotros, vosotros, ustedes. But we do not use it for él, ella, or ellos, ellas. So we only use them for this type of people. For yo, tú, ustedes, nosotros, vosotros, ustedes. So there are two types, affirmative and negative. For example, jump. We can try jump. So we write it, then we click on Spanish, and then conjugation. And let's give it a try. Affirmative. Tú salta. So it's basically telling somebody, jump. You jump. Salta. Jump. And if you don't want that person to jump, you would say, no saltes. Don't jump. No saltes. Don't jump. And if we are more people, you can say, saltemos, let's jump. Saltemos. And negative, no saltemos, let's not jump. So my recommendation is to play around with the conjugator. You can also click here and you can hear the audio pronunciation just by clicking here. So play around with it, with this conjugation. Okay, let's go back to our class. So let's try it out. The first one we have is ponerse, which means to put. And if you're gonna tell somebody to put it, you can say pon, put this, pon. If you're gonna tell somebody to put it on themselves, it becomes reflexive. So you would say ponte esto, póngase esto, pongamos esto, put. And let's try another example. Tirar, which means to throw. So if you want to tell somebody to throw something, you can say tira, throw, tira, throw, tira la pelota, throw the ball, tira, or usted, tire, you throw it. Usted is more formal, of course. Tire, please throw it, tire. Tiremos, tirad, tiren, everybody throw it. Ustedes tiren. And let's try the other one because we also have the negative one. So you can say no tires, don't throw. No tires. No tiremos, let's not throw. No tiremos. So this is basically how this conjugation works. And another one, if you want to tell somebody to turn something off, you can say apaga, which is you but informal. So if you want to tell your friend turn it off, apaga eso, turn it. Apaga just means turn off. If you want to say turn it off, you would say apaga eso, turn that thing off, or apaga la televisión, turn off the TV. Okay, so this is how the conjugation works. And another example of positive would be with to go. If you want to tell somebody to go somewhere, you can say ve a la escuela, go to school. Ve, go. Ve a la escuela. And we also have vaya for ustedes. We also have vamos, which means let's go. It's the famous phrase, vamos, let's go, vamos. Or vamos a la escuela, let's go to school, vamos, vamos. And negative. So they change a little bit from ve to no vayas, don't go. No vayas a la escuela, don't go to school. No vayamos a la escuela, let's not go to school. No vayamos, let's not go. So my recommendation is to play around with this conjugation on the Spanish Dict website, and you will start to get used to it by looking at the examples and following the patterns. Okay, let's try the examples here. The examples here. Doble a la derecha, por favor. Turn right, please. So maybe you're in a taxi and you want to tell him, turn right. Doble a la derecha. Por favor, please. Por favor, please. And the next one, if you want to tell everybody to sit down, you can say, siéntense, por favor. So if you look on the conjugations, we have sienten, and you have to make it reflexive. So you would say, sit yourselves down, please. Siéntense. Por favor, sit yourselves down. Siéntense. Por favor. Sienten is when you want to sit somebody down. For example, we can use sienta. Somebody might tell you to sit your kid down. So they would say, sienta a tu hijo. Sit your kid down. Sienta a tu hijo. But if you're going to make it reflexive, you can actually tell the kid, siéntate. So if you tell somebody, you would say, sienta a tu hijo. Sit your kid down. And then that kid's mom is going to tell him, siéntate. Sit yourself down. So you see where it kind of goes? Reflexive, siéntate. Sit yourself down. And if you tell somebody else, sienta a tu hijo. Sit your kid down. So this takes practice, but it's very understandable. Okay, next one. Bebe esto. Drink this. Bebe esto. Drink this. And another one. Ayuda. Ayúdame. Help me. Ayúdame. So once again, reflexive, me. Ayúdame. Ayúdame. Help me. Ayúdame. So this one would be useful if you need help. You can say ayuda, help, Or if you want to tell somebody to help you, ayúdame, help me. If you just want to tell anybody, ayuda, ayuda just means help. Ayuda, help. Or ayúdame, help me. Okay. And let's try the next one. Mírame, which means look at me. Mírame. And if you just want to say look, you can just say mira, look. Mira, look. Mírame, look at me. Mírame. And the next one. Tira esto a la basura. Throw this to the trash. Tira esto a la basura. So you're telling somebody, tira esto, throw this to the trash, a la basura. And the next one. No comas esto. Don't eat this. No comas esto. Don't eat this. No comas esto. And another one. No vayas a ese restaurante. Don't go to that restaurant. No vayas a ese restaurante. Okay, and another example. No te sientes aquí. No te sientes aquí. Don't sit here. Basically, don't sit yourself here. No te sientes aquí. Don't sit here. And another one. No me digas eso. Don't tell me that. No me digas eso. Don't tell me that. Another example. No juegues ahí. Don't play there. No juegues ahí. No juegues ahí. And another one. Juega allá. Play there. So don't play there. Don't play there. Play over there. Juega allá. Play there. No juegues ahí. Juega allá. Play there. So this is basically how this new conjugation works, and feel free to play around with it. It will help you a lot. So thanks for watching. So now it's your turn to practice Spanish. You can find the lessons Quizlet by going into the Lecture Resources folder. Thanks for watching.